Lin Fan was about to casually say, "Did you see that on your phone?" But then remembered he didn't have a phone here. He almost gave himself away. He sat in the back of the car and gently patted his lips with his hand. In our neighborhood, many families with lots of children have these kinds of stories. After seeing so many, I know it's not a big secret. Lin Guoqing thought for 2 days and finally decided to go home and tell his mother, Chen and I, that his daughter Lin Fan married into a wealthy and powerful family. He found a day when his current wife wasn't home and said, "Mom, don't busy yourself. I have something to tell you. Do you remember Zhang Wan?" His wife, Lin, asked Zhang Wan again. "Is she coming to cause trouble for you? We've been apart for over 10 years. Whatever she wants, she can't come to our house. Even if she's dead, she has nothing to do with our Lin family. Over the years, I've acted like I don't know her when I see her. She should know that I've cut all ties with her and those 2 troublemakers. She has no right to come and take our grandson's blood." Lin Guoqing hesitated but finally said, "Mom, it's not what you think. A few days ago, Damon told me that Lin Fan got married to a very rich family. They even have a car at home. Damon also said that the bride price was several hundred yuan, and there was a 3-turn and 1-horn gift. That gift was fully paid for by Lin Fan and was given to the groom's family. He said that at the wedding, they brought a small car, a big car for the dowry, and more than 10 bicycles behind them." His wife, Lin, exclaimed, "What? So much? So rich? All the dowry went to that troublemaker?" She clutched her chest, gasping for breath from the shock. Zhang Wan, this wasteful woman, how could she give everything from our Lin family to that troublemaker?
How dare she?
That's my grandson's things. She shouldn't have the right to decide. No, during National Day, we must go find her and get the bride price back. Lin Fan is our old Lin family's daughter, with the surname Lin. Why did she secretly marry off my granddaughter? Our Lin family hasn't received a single cent, Lin Guoqing said. "Mom, we haven't paid attention to the children for over 10 years. Would it be too bad to go find her now?" Lin's wife glared sharply. "Guoqing, are you stupid? No matter what, Lin Fan still has your surname. She's still your daughter. If she dares to disown you as her father, it would be very unfilial. If she refuses, we'll go to her in-laws' house and see if they dare to keep her. It's all because of Zhang Wan, that wicked woman. She once wanted to avoid divorce and let our Lin family have no descendants. Now, she's just a money-wasting person who forgets her roots. She dared not invite you, her father, to the wedding. She's just a white-eyed wolf." Lin's wife cursed for several minutes. Lin Guoqing said, "Mom, don't get too angry. Do you think Lu Qiaoqiao will cause trouble if she finds out we're going to see Zhang Wan? Her brothers and her family won't be easy to deal with." Chen's wife replied, "What are we afraid of? After the wedding, I can use my grandson to marry a wife. What's there to cause trouble about? Besides, once we get the bride price back, it will still be for her son." Lin Guoqing thought about it and realized that nothing was more important than his son. Daughters are just a loss. Once married, they belong to their husband's family and they won't care about us anymore. Whatever we can get back now is good. It will all be used for the old Lin family's descendants in the future. Lin's wife didn't want to wait any longer. She was afraid that if they delayed, their money would fly away. So she said, "Guoqing, let's go now and find Zhang Wan, that wicked woman. If she dares not give the money, I'll see how I deal with her." Lin Guoqing thought it over and decided that it was better to act now rather than wait. Zhang Wan was at home, using her new sewing machine. It was spotless and clean. She had also found a piece of cloth, and she was happily pressing it, surprised that she had such a precious item. She hadn't been happy for long when she heard urgent knocking on the door. Lin Yu ran to open it. "Who are you looking for?" Lin's wife slapped Lin Yu across the face. "You ungrateful brat, just like your wicked mother. You're a white-eyed wolf. Your grandma and grandpa don't even recognize you. How dare you ask who it is?" Lin Yu was scared and immediately became anxious. She had never been hit before, not even once. Now, she was hit by a stranger. She felt wronged and very scared. She cried and shouted, "Mom, "Mom, come out quickly." At this moment, the room was not soundproof and everyone heard Lin Yu's screams. They all ran out to see what was happening. Zhang Wan also hurried outside. Her daughter's face was swollen, and she felt heartbroken. She had never hit her daughter before, but today, her new husband had struck her. Seeing the situation clearly, it was her ex-husband, who had been apart from her for over 10 years, and her mother-in-law, who she disliked. "Why are you here? Why are you hitting my daughter?" Lin Guiqing said, "Zhang Wan, she is my daughter too. If she's disobedient, how can I not teach her?" Lin's wife wanted to rush inside, but she knew that once she saw the good things inside, they all belonged to the Lin family. No one could stop her. Lin Yu had learned a lot of self-protection skills from Lin Fan during this time. She knew these two people were not good, and if they entered the house, it would be trouble. So, although she was small, Lin Yu used all her strength to push the mother-in-law out. If Lin Guiqing hadn't been holding her from behind, she would have fallen to the ground. Zhang Wan also knew she couldn't let the mother-in-law into the house. Her newly bought sewing machine would be damaged, and she would be heartbroken. She was actually afraid of this old lady, recalling past bullying incidents. But now, seeing how small Lin Yu was and how she was protecting her, she straightened her back with a sense of justice. What was there to fear? They had already divorced. It was a matter between two families. Her own family's affairs shouldn't be controlled by the mother-in-law. She quickly shoved the keys into Lin Yu's hand and stood in front of her. Lin Yu reacted quickly, turning around to lock the door. She also took out a note from her pocket. Her sister had written the phone number of her brother-in-law's family for emergencies. She hadn't expected to use it so soon. She knew her mother wasn't very strong and wouldn't win against them. With so many people outside watching, her mother wouldn't suffer much for now. She hurried to the street office to call Lin Fan. Luckily, as soon as she dialed, Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie had just returned to Zheng's house. The phone rang and was answered. "Hello, I'm looking for my sister Lin Fan. My name is Lin Yu." Zheng Sanji answered. "Fourth brother, come quickly. It's about fourth sister-in-law's sister." Zheng Yujie quickly walked to the phone and picked it up. "Hello, I'm Zheng Yujie." Lin Yu started crying on the phone. "Brother-in-law, someone is hitting me and trying to hurt my mom. Please send my sister back quickly." Wah. Zheng Yujie, "Lin Yu, listen to me first. Don't be afraid. Go back and stay with mom. I'll come right away." Lin Fan just reached the phone when Zheng Yujie hung up. Lin Fan asked, "What happened? Is my mom and Lin Yu in trouble?" Zheng Yujie said, "I'll go see. You just got back and are tired, so don't go." Lin Fan insisted, "No, I can't rest easy. I need to go and see for myself." Then he turned to Grandma Zheng and said, "Grandma, I don't know what happened at my family's place. Lin Yao and I will go check. If it's too late, I'll stay at my parents' house tonight." Grandma Zheng understood that a call like this was serious, so she said, "Go ahead, be careful. Call me if anything happens."
Okay, thank you, Grandma.
Lin Fan was worried Zheng Yujie might be too tired to ride, and since the road was long and she needed to bring her along, he took a water bottle from home, filled it with water, and secretly added some spiritual spring water. "Drink a few sips first. No rush, just a minute." Zheng Yujie didn't think much and drank it right away. After riding for a long time, he was very thirsty and drank quite a bit. But he was preoccupied with the situation and didn't notice anything unusual about the water. Lin Fan asked, "What did Lin Yao say on the phone?" Zheng Yujie replied, "She was crying and said someone hit her, and they even wanted to hit mom. She's probably scared too. Don't worry, we'll be there soon." "Oh, it's Zhang Wan's ex-husband and mother-in-law. Looks like they came to cause trouble. I don't know what happened. They haven't contacted us in over 10 years, and today they just showed up. That old woman just hit Lin Yao, her face swollen and red. How could they be so cruel? Hitting a child. Who knows if Zhang Wan did something to make them so angry? Maybe they came to fight because of her. Could it be that Zhang Wan wants to reunite with Lin Guiqing? That's unlikely, since they haven't contacted each other for so many years. Who knows? Anyway, Lin Guiqing has a son now, so it's not impossible. People outside were watching and talking. Zhongwan couldn't remember the last time she was the subject of such gossip and scrutiny. She remembered what Lin Fan had told her. The soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. As long as you stand firm, even the toughest can be knocked down. She thought, Lin Fan got married and Lin Yu is still young. I'm just a wreck now, so what's there to be afraid of? So, with anger, she asked Lin Guiqing, didn't you cut ties with us 3 women? Why are you and your son here? Lin Guiqing had never seen Zhongwan so strong and firm before. In his memory, Zhongwan was always a gentle, obedient woman who never fought back or complained, quite shy and kind. Actually, he used to like Zhongwan. She was obedient and pretty, but she never gave him a son. Maybe something happened over the years that changed her personality so much, but he didn't know what. His wife scolded, "You wicked woman. You secretly married off our eldest granddaughter, and you didn't even tell Guiqing, her father. How dare you?" Zhongwan said, "Dad, Lin Guiqing isn't even worthy. In these past 15 years, has he ever come to see his 2 daughters? Has he ever bought them a candy or given them a penny? And now he dares to call himself their father? Maybe he doesn't even know what Lin Yu looks like now. When he sees her on the street, he probably won't recognize her. Lin Guiqing, aren't you ashamed?" Lin Guiqing felt guilty. When he saw Lin Yu opening the door today, he realized she was his second daughter. Before, he might not have recognized her on the street. People outside watching said, Lin Guiqing really is something. No matter what, those children are his. Why is he here now, acting so serious? Didn't Lin Grandma say? It's definitely about money for Lin Fan's marriage. Yes, this wife is the most vicious. She used to beat and scold Zhongwan, never treating her like a person. She gets up early, sleeps late, and the whole family relies on her. They don't even let her eat enough. Hearing the gossip, Lin Guiqing's face darkened. He didn't expect so many people to come and watch. They even blocked the door. Zhongwan, open the door first. Let us in to talk. Let the onlookers see the joke. But Lin Grandma wouldn't listen. No matter what you say, Guiqing is still a member of our Lin family, and he's still a Lin. Trying to secretly marry off our eldest daughter is not acceptable. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't let you go. Zhongwan said, someone said that after the divorce, they cut all ties with us 3 women, starve, get sick, or beg, so we wouldn't come to your Lin family's door.
Who said that?
From now on, if we see each other on the road, pretend we don't know each other. The 2 children should forget you are their father. Don't call yourself their dad, and don't say you're part of the Lin family. Tell those 2. They are not worthy. Lin Guiqing, now you're shamelessly pretending to care about your daughter. Seeing Lin Fan married happily, you just want to take her back. Isn't that because you want money? Do you have the nerve? Aren't you ashamed? Are you determined to push us, the 3 of us, to the limit? Even a fierce beast wouldn't eat its own children. You're worse than an animal, and yet you still come here to cause trouble. Look at your conscience. Do you really deserve to be Lin Guiqing? Zhongwan was mostly scared by you. After speaking, she was full of tears. Lin Guiqing looked very angry. When did this woman dare to speak so loudly to him? This is unbelievable. He reached out to hit her but saw so many people watching. No matter how bad parents can be, I am still the father of Lin Fan and her sister. They carry half of my blood inside them. Lin's wife sat on the ground, crying and shouting loudly, Heaven, open your eyes. Our good girl from the Lin family, unfilial. She got married without even informing her biological father. Unfilial daughter, disowning your ancestors and family. Anyone who marries such a daughter-in-law will be cursed for generations. Let her be struck down by lightning. She's just like her mother, a wicked woman, heartless and ungrateful. I can't go on living. Raising them from birth was hard enough. Now, they get married and forget their father. How heartless. Hearing his wife curse Lin Fan and her sister so harshly, Zhongwan wished she had a knife to cut her down. Lin Yu stood beside her mother, tears falling. She felt regret for bringing her sister back. If her brother-in-law hears what this woman said and looks down on her sister in the future, she would be the biggest sinner. She was crying so sadly. Just as Zhongwan was about to give up and accept everything, Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie arrived. Lin Fan said, "Everyone please make way. We need to go in. Please let us pass. Lin Fan and her husband are here. Everyone step aside." As Lin Fan entered, she saw an old woman sitting on the ground, loudly cursing in the worst way. Outside, a crowd had gathered, watching the scene. Her anger flared up, but with so many people watching, she couldn't act. Besides, she remembered she was pregnant. Running back and forth made her very tired, and her belly was tightening. She couldn't do it openly, so she decided to do it secretly. Lin Yue saw her sister and brother-in-law arrive, and cried even more sadly.
Sister.
Lin Fan stepped forward, hugged her, and then hugged their mother. Seeing their mother with a tired face, it seemed she was very angry. "Lin Yu, open the door," Lin Fan said calmly. When her sister arrived, Lin Yu had someone to rely on, so she immediately took out the key and opened the door. "Come in," Lin Fan said without raising his voice, expressionless. After speaking, he didn't even bother to look at the man who had only won, just a useless guy. He led the way inside. Mrs. Lin thought Lin Fan had given in. She wiped her face with her sleeve and crawled up from the ground, looking no different from someone who had just lost her parents. Gazing at this beautiful, unfamiliar daughter, Guoqing Lin felt a mix of emotions. When the mother and son entered, Lin Fan looked at Zheng Yujie and said, "Close the door." Outside, people shouted loudly again. "Why did you close the door? We can't see anything." "Yeah, maybe they're fighting. Should we call the police? Could someone get hurt?" Lin Fan went into the kitchen and took out a fire poker, a rolling pin, and a rope. "You grab this old woman and tie her up," he said, then moved to act. At this moment, Zhongwan was overwhelmed but saw Lin Fan going to grab Mrs. Lin. Worried she might hurt Lin Fan, who was pregnant, she quickly moved to hold Mrs. Lin back. Mrs. Lin was dreaming of making a fortune, so she was held down by Lin Yu and her daughter. Lin Fan used the rope to tie her up. Mrs. Lin shouted "kill," but couldn't finish. Lin Fan, quick as lightning, stuffed a cloth into her mouth. Hugugug. Guoqing Lin saw this and wanted to help his mother, but Zheng Yujie blocked his way. Guoqing Lin smiled apologetically. "Son-in-law, I am your father-in-law. My name is Guoqing Lin." Before he finished, Lin Fan called Zheng Yujie, hold him down, then handed a rolling pin to Zhongwan. "Mom, hit him hard. Pay him back for all the suffering you've endured over the years. Don't aim at his head, just beat him until he can't get up. Don't worry, if you beat him to the point he's useless, I'll support him for a lifetime." Guoqing Lin had never seen Lin Fan speak such cruel words beneath his gentle exterior. He was his biological father. But he hadn't thought about it for long before someone grabbed him. Zheng Yujie, a strong man who used to fight often, pressed Guoqing Lin down forcefully, making him unable to move. Lin Yu was much smarter this time. Before Lin Guoqing could shout, she quickly took her mother's smelly sock and stuffed it into his mouth, just like her sister did. Lin Guoqing's face twisted from the bad smell, almost fainting from suffocation, but before he could, he felt pain all over his body. This wicked woman, both her two worthless children, are so mean. Both ungrateful sons dare to hurt their father. Zhongwan thought, if someone must take responsibility, let it be her. She picked up a broom and started hitting him hard, on his back, legs, stomach. No matter how Lin Guoqing tried to dodge, Zheng Yujie held him tight. He couldn't run away or shout for help. Seeing Zhongwan ready to beat him to death, Lin Guoqing was scared. He was very afraid to die. He regretted it so much. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have come with his mother. If he had known, he would have just lived quietly, and he wouldn't be dying here today. Zhongwan kept hitting and cursing Lin Guoqing. You still want to harm my daughter? Today, I'll beat you until you're crippled. I'll throw you out to feed the dogs. If I beat you to death, I'll sacrifice my life for yours. My life is worth 2 of yours. Lin's wife wanted to help her son but couldn't move or speak. She kept whimpering, unable to make a sound. She was worried Zhang Wan might seriously hurt her son. Who would take care of her in the future? Who would raise her precious grandson? Lin's wife cursed Zhang Wan and Lin Fan's sisters hundreds of times in her heart. She couldn't understand why the woman who used to be afraid to speak back or fight back was now daring to hit her husband. She was furious. Zhang Wan kept scolding and hitting Lin Guiqing. Weren't you happy hitting me before? Come on. Hit me again now. If you dare come to find my daughter or come to my house again, I will cut your whole family to pieces and set your house on fire. I will cut your son into 18 pieces. If you don't want me to live, then I'll die too. Let's all die together. I've raised my daughter, and I've lived enough. I'll first beat you to death, then kill that wicked wife of yours. After that, I'll destroy your Lin family roots and join you in death. I will leave your Lin family with no descendants. Lin's wife was also frightened. She hated death the most. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want her precious grandson to die either. She kept whimpering, trembling with fear and longing to speak. But still, no one looked at her, and she felt hopeless. Why did I think Zhang Wan was a gentle little lamb? I was mistaken. She's a fierce wolf. This wicked woman even wants to end the Lin family line. How did I not see her true nature before? I regret it deeply. Lin Guiqing was crying and full of tears and snot, making Lin Fan feel sick. When the beating was almost over, he pulled Zhang Wan aside. Mom, keep hitting this wicked wife. Didn't she always scold and hit you before? Hit her for me. Break her so her good son can take care of her. Make her grandson change her diapers every day. Hit her hard. Hearing this, Zhang Wan said, Yes, she's a wicked old woman. Today, I have plenty of reasons to punish her. She picked up a stick and started hitting. The old woman was so scared she rolled on the ground, but she couldn't escape. She's in her 60s. How could she endure such pain? She was crying and rolling around. Lin Fan added fuel to the fire. Mom, hit her. Hard. Make her dare not take off her pants again. Hit her chest too. Hard. There's plenty of flesh there. Make her suffer and remember this. Let's see if she dares to curse people again. Zheng Yujie wondered, is this woman really his wife? How did he not see this violent side before? It seems he still doesn't understand her true nature. Mom, should we break her legs? Shatter her bones so badly that even the hospital can't fix her. Don't worry. Your daughter has plenty of money. I'll pay her medical bills. She can lie in bed while her son brings her food and helps her. Just as Zhang Wan raised the stick, the old woman was so scared she peed herself and fainted. Zhang Wan hit her a few more times before stopping. Lin Fan was so disgusted by the old woman's that he ran too. It was very uncomfortable. After vomiting, he hated her even more. After calming down, Lin Fan turned to Zheng Yujie and asked, Do you know any troublemakers on the street? Zheng Yujie nodded for her to continue. Lin Fan said, Find a few people to go to Lin Guiqing's house and identify him. If he or his mother come here again or cause trouble for us, just have someone break his son's legs. Let him suffer for his mistakes. Here, she took out 100 yuan. Zheng Yujie knew she was just trying to scare Lin Guiqing. She smiled and said, That's enough for 10 or even 20 beatings. Okay, I'll ask someone to go tomorrow. If his legs aren't enough, break his arms too. Lin Guiqing shook his head desperately, saying he dared not do it anymore. He was so scared he knelt and kowtowed to Zhang Wan, begging for mercy. Until Zheng Yujie let him go, he kept promising with his stinky socks that he would never appear in front of them again and would never dare to do so again. Lin Fan looked at him sharply and asked, Do you still want my money? How much do you want? I'll give you double for your son. Or what? His voice was not loud, but it scared Lin Guiqing so much that he kept waving his hands. No more, I don't want it anymore. Never again. I won't dare anymore, I won't come back. Tears and snot covered his face and Lin Fan, feeling sick, almost vomited again. Lin Fan said, Go out for a while. If someone asks what happened, what will you say? Seeing Zhang Wan raise the stick again, afraid of answering wrongly and getting beaten again, Lin Guiqing hurriedly said, I'll just say it was my fault. All my fault and my mom's. I won't come to bother you anymore. I won't dare to again. Lin Fan took out a piece of paper and wrote a separation letter. Sign it. Once you sign, go back. From now on, everyone walks their own path. As long as you don't bother us, I won't interfere.
But
Lin Fan smiled brightly at him. Terrified, he quickly got up and signed his name. Zheng Yujie grabbed his hand, dabbed some blood from his body, and pressed his fingerprint. Lin Yu also pressed a fingerprint for the old lady. Afterward, Lin Fan took a needle and pricked the old lady's. She woke up immediately. Seeing Zhang Wan raise the stick again, a person quickly got up, pulled his beloved son Lin Guiqing, and ran out without looking back. There were still many people watching outside the door, but since they saw no injuries on the mother and son, they probably thought the matter was settled. Who would believe that Lin Fan and his daughters had scared the 3 women into submission? Besides, those 3 women were so weak, who would dare to hit people? No one would believe it. Lin Guiqing and his son are leaving now. Did they get a lot of money again? I really look down on men like Lin Guiqing. What's the difference from being a kept man? He'll do anything for money. People have no bottom line. In the future, stay away from him. Zhang Wan married him and was unlucky for generations. It's also unlucky for the 2 daughters to have such a father.
who says that?
A daughter can be sold for a lot of money. It's worth it. A daughter is just a money loser. It's an honor to exchange for bride price. Everyone was still arguing loudly outside Lin Fan's house, so Lin Yu quickly closed the door. Lin Fan couldn't stand the smell inside the house and was exhausted, so he went into his room. Zheng Yujie poured a basin of water into her, and then left the room. Lin Fan quickly went to the space to take a shower, not daring to use any soap, afraid Zheng Yujie would smell it. After drinking a large cup of spiritual spring water, she fell asleep immediately. Lin Yu was standing outside, still dreaming. At first, she thought their house was about to fall apart, but when her sister arrived, everything changed. She decided that her sister was her life goal. From that moment, her sister's image became incredibly admirable. Zhang Wan was cleaning the floor soaked with Mrs. Chen's. Zheng Yujie came out wanting to help, but Zhang Wan stopped her. Yujie, thank you so much today. I can handle it myself. Fan Fan is pregnant, and I don't know if she's upset or if her baby is in danger. You should go inside and stay with her. Zheng Yujie said, Mom, what are you talking about? I will take responsibility for everything at home from now on. You don't need to feel guilty. Lin Fan and I are one now. Zhang Wan suddenly felt like crying. Okay, she said, tears falling down. Lin Yu, still a bit dazed, suddenly remembered. Oh, my sister must be tired. I need to go check on her. Zhang Wan grabbed her daughter's arm. What are you looking at? Your sister has her husband watching over her. After running for a while, both mother and son collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. They had run out of breath. During the National Day holiday, we can't let them go. If they hurt us, they must pay for the medical bills. We should also report them and have them imprisoned so they can't come out again, said Lin Guiqing. His mother quickly held him back. Mom, if we keep bothering them, they might break my son's legs or even his arms. The Lin family will be finished. Mom, if we push them too far, they might really take us all to death. Lin Fan's husband knows many dangerous people. We can't fight them. Grandma Lin's sharp, inverted triangle eyes turned again. Then we should just let these money-grubbing troublemakers go, even though they beat us up and left us all injured. I can't swallow this. Lin Guiqing also couldn't accept it. Let's go home first. Lin's wife said, we should call the police now. They assaulted us. Lin Guiqing replied, Mom, no. If they deny it, who saw it? No witnesses. They might even turn the story around. But I saw it. I am a witness, she insisted. Mom, a family member doesn't count. Come, I'll help you up. Let's go home first and think of a plan. The mother and son supported each other, their bodies aching so badly they felt like dying again. They slowly made their way home. When Zheng Yujie entered the room again, Lin Fan was already asleep on the bed. Zheng Yujie went out to wash up and then returned to the room. He saw Lin Fan placing a set of her clothes on the bed. Zhang Yujie hadn't noticed when she tidied up her clothes. Today had been a long day of traveling, and he was quite tired. As soon as he lay on the bed and held the soft body next to him, he fell asleep. The next morning, Zhang Yujie asked Zhang Wan for the address where Lin Guoqing lived, then rode off early on his bike. Zhang Wan, worried something might happen to Lin Fan, took half a day off to stay at home and watch over her. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan slept until 11 a.m. before waking up. Stretching lazily, she felt how nice it was to wake up naturally. It had been a long time since she had slept so comfortably. She wished she could stay a few more days at her parents' house. Thinking to herself, Lin Fan asked, "Mom, why are you at home? Aren't you going to work?" "Mom isn't feeling well, so I took half a day off. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Lin Fan immediately understood what was going on. "It's okay. Mom, rest a bit more and don't tire yourself out. We'll eat lunch together later." Before going to work, Zhang Yujie asked Xiao Lu to find a few people to go to Lin Guoqing's house and cause some trouble, scare them a little. He didn't want them to have any bad thoughts about the women there. At noon, Lin Guoqing came home from work to find several troublemakers following him. They didn't say a word, just started smashing and hitting everything they saw. They broke everything visible. The neighbors outside didn't dare to come over and ask questions or even look because they were afraid of getting hurt. The Lin family was so frightened they started crying out loud, shouting, "Someone's been hurt." Xiao Lu raised a stick, about to hit Lin Guoqing's wife, but immediately stopped when he heard the shouting. Xiao Lu then grabbed Lin Guoqing's son, making a move as if to hurt him badly. Lin Guoqing quickly begged for mercy. "Please, let my son go. He's just a kid and doesn't understand anything. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Please don't hurt the child." Xiao Lu said, "Be good from now on. Don't have bad thoughts, or I'll break your sons and your limbs. Do you understand?" The entire Lin family hurriedly said, We understand. We won't do it again." Xiao Lu then turned to Lu Xiaoqiao, who was trembling with fear, and said, "Watch your man. If he dares to go to another woman's house again or cause trouble, your family will be next." He glared fiercely at each member of the Lin family. Then, in a flash, he left, and soon no one could see him anymore. Lu Xiaoqiao just realized that Lin Guoqing was the one who brought these people to their house. Her son was so scared he started crying. She was furious and jumped up to hit Lin Guoqing. "You wicked man. I am already upset enough marrying you, a second husband, and now you dare to look for other women? You are too weak to control yourself. Bringing trouble home again. I want a divorce and to take our son back to my Lu family. He will change his surname to Lu. So your Lin family will have no descendants." "Xiaoqiao, it's not what you think. Listen to me." Lin's wife also jumped up. "You can't take away our grandson. He's the Lin family's grandson." Lu Xiaoqiao shouted, "Nonsense. I'll go back to my family and ask my brothers to break your legs. Let's see if you dare to run to other women's houses." At this moment, a crowd gathered outside, listening to the commotion. They said Lin Guoqing was caught cheating and his wife's man beat him up at home. No wonder the house was broken into. They say Lin Guoqing is usually so afraid of his wife, but he still dares to go out and cheat. Maybe his wife is too strict, so he seeks comfort elsewhere. Yeah, they say a dog that barks often bites. No wonder he keeps marrying different women. He has a landlord's mindset. If someone reports him, he might even get a shaved head. Exactly. Cheating is the worst. It corrupts the atmosphere. They should fire him from the factory. Lin Guoqing was so scared, he almost lost his mind. He hurriedly explained to everyone, "If I delay any longer, I might lose my job. I regret going to find Zhang Wan and making her a target." Lin Guoqing said, "It's not what you all think. Everyone is mistaken. Your wife says you're cheating on women. How can you say it's a misunderstanding? Who are you trying to fool? Don't listen to him. A misunderstanding wouldn't cause someone to come knocking on your door with a knife."
Exactly.
"I don't believe it at all." Lin Guoqing quickly took Lu Xiaoqiao's hand and said, "Wife, listen to me first. Yesterday, I heard from my mother that my ex-wife took our eldest daughter to Zhongwan's house, intending to get some bride price. But Zhongwan beat us up and drove us out. Really, I'm not lying. Look at my injuries. The people outside said, "Chow chow." Don't believe him. Maybe he was caught cheating and beaten. No way he went to see his daughter and got beaten up, or that he even came home with injuries. We don't believe it no matter what. Lu Chow Chow was very angry and asked, "Why were you beaten? What did you do?" Lin Guoqing felt a bit embarrassed, but had to explain. My mom heard that Lin Fan married into a good family and wanted to ask for some bride price. After all, Lin Fan's bloodline is half mine. He continued, then Zhang Wan said I never supported her and her sister, and they started arguing. Zhang Wan hit me. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Lu Xiao Xiao said. Now I'm going to find her. Why did she hit my man? My daughter isn't just hers. Fearing for her safety, Lin Guoqing quickly held her back. Wife, don't go. You saw her family, they are very scary. Today, our family got beaten up. If we go again, it might be life-threatening. Lu Xiaoqiao thought to herself that it couldn't be that simple. It seemed Lin Guoqing was hiding something. But these thugs and troublemakers, judging by their looks, might have really hurt someone. Now their son was very scared and stopped wanting to find out more. Lin Guoqing, didn't you say you cut ties completely with them? Why do you still want to go back? Lin Guoqing replied, Wife, I won't go again. I've really cut ties. I even signed a letter of severance. I swear I didn't lie to you. Lu Xiaoqiao said, Our son is very scared now. First, we need to take him to the hospital. If we don't, he might really lose his mind. I'm not finished with you. Seeing that everything at home was gone, and her son and daughter-in-law had left, the old woman was heartbroken and cried. She scolded and cursed as she cried. Outside, people who had been watching the commotion started to leave in small groups, but no one believed Lin Guoqing's words. Everyone was gossiping, wondering if he had done something shameful outside. Lin Fan kept feeling that she had forgotten something very important, but couldn't remember what it was. She reviewed the things she had done and places she had visited over the past few days, and finally remembered. She had received 2 letters from classmates who had sent them from rural areas. It was truly a long pregnancy, more than 3 years, it seemed. Her memory used to be very good. One letter was from Ma Mingming, who was working in the Northeast. He said he had settled down and asked what she wanted. He mentioned that many families in the brigade were drying mushrooms, vegetables, and mountain goods. In autumn, there would be many dried fruits. If she wanted anything, she could send him money or coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, sugar coupons, industrial coupons. These were best, as he could exchange them with others or use money. The other letter was from Xiao Dongyuan, who was in Haishur. He said there wasn't much, just seafood, which wasn't very expensive, but shipping might be more costly. Lin Fan wondered, are there really that many votes? Maybe I should find some defective products to send over, perhaps the effect will be better. So, she replied to both sides, listing what she wanted. This time, she sent 20 yuan to each, asking them to buy and send the items to her. Most importantly, she requested various seeds, especially fruit seeds, asking them to collect some and send them to her. After receiving the goods, she would discuss the next transaction. It's true, having connections makes things easier. Mom, I want to stay here for a couple of more days. When Zheng Yujie comes, you tell him. Zhang Wan's expression suddenly became tense. Are you upset at your in-laws? Or something else? Lin Fan hurriedly said, Where are you thinking? With my personality now, do you think anyone could make me angry? I just want to sleep in a bit longer in the mornings. At Zheng's house, I have to get up before 7 for breakfast. I always feel so tired. Zhang Wan relaxed a little. Then you can finish eating and take a nap. Lin Fan replied, That feels different. I don't know what's wrong with me lately. I keep feeling sleepy, but never fully rested. When I don't sleep enough, I get very irritable. Seeing her daughter struggling so much, Zhang Wan felt very sad. All right, I'll talk to your husband about it later. Actually, Lin Fan had another purpose, to visit the dyeing factory tomorrow to see if her fabric was ready. If it was, she planned to move back. She also had many things she wanted to do. but staying at Zheng's house meant she wouldn't go home for lunch, and she was worried the elders might have opinions about her. There would be a family meeting then, like a court hearing. Linyu came home from school and was very happy to see her sister still at home. She pulled her sister to talk endlessly. "Sis, why aren't you afraid of that old lady from yesterday?" "I get scared just seeing her." Lin Fan asked, "Why should I be afraid of her? She's just a woman like us, and an old woman at that. The only difference is she looks a bit ugly. What's there to be afraid of? If you're timid, she'll take advantage. Remember, when the enemy is strong, I am weak. When I am strong, the enemy is weak. Next time you see her, be even fiercer than her, so she'll be afraid of you. That's how it is? Sis, you're so amazing. I don't want you to leave." At the Zheng family home, after Zheng Yujie and Lin Fan left, they started discussing. Zhou Jie asked, "Yuhua, was that call from your sister-in-law's family just now? Did something happen to her family? Your brother, and she just came back from her family's place, right?" Zheng's mother was also very angry. She had long known she shouldn't marry a woman who only had one daughter-in-law. But the fourth brother seems to be under some spell, as if bewitched by that fox spirit, insisting that Lin Fan must not marry. Now, it's better. Without a man at home, whenever something happens, the fourth brother is the one to handle it. There's no difference from a son-in-law coming to the door. Zheng Lao Sen says, "I don't know. Maybe something is going on." The younger sister of the fourth sister-in-law called, and she sounded like she was crying. "We live in a society governed by law, so I think there shouldn't be any big problems." Zhou Jie replies, "That's hard to say. The fourth sister-in-law's family only has a mother and a sister. People say widows often face many troubles." Zheng Lao San says, "Can't you speak properly? Think before you talk. If you keep saying things like that, the fourth sister-in-law might get upset." Zhou Jie pouts and says nonchalantly, "Aren't the fourth sister-in-law and her husband not home? I'm just talking here." Sister-in-law Zhou De says, "What are these big boxes doing at the door?" Zheng Lao San explains, "It seems the fourth brother brought them back. He left right after returning and left the stuff at the door." Zhou Jia immediately goes to open the boxes. It's a big water jar and some electric wires. They need to be plugged in. Could it be an electric kettle? It's so large. How much water can it hold? Mom, look, they're the same. Why buy so many? How much electricity would that cost? Zheng Mom's face darkens. She thinks it's probably bought for her family back home. She just entered and started moving things to her parents' house, using her son's money. It's even worse than the third brother's family. Sister-in-law Zhou De says, "It's for boiling water. Using this kind of kettle to make tea doesn't produce smoke or smell. Many well-off families buy one, but they're expensive and require a lot of tokens." Zheng Ge says, "Last time we went to the department store, I saw someone buying one. It was over 30. Zhou Jie exclaims, "Oh my god. My monthly salary isn't enough to buy one, and it needs tokens." The fourth sister-in-law's family is really rich. They bought two? Zheng Mom's expression worsens. The fourth family is known for being wasteful. Grandpa Zheng says, "Enough. The fourth brother bought these. You don't have to pay for them. There's no need to make a fuss. When he comes back, you'll understand why he bought two." Little Six rides his bike into Zheng Yujie's workplace to find him. "Big brother, everything is done. We smashed all the things at the sister-in-law's parents' house, but no one was hurt. We just scared them. It seems they were pretty frightened, so they probably won't bother the sister-in-law's family anymore." Zheng Yujie takes out 20 yuan from his pocket. "All right, take your brothers out for a good meal.
Keep your mouth shut."
Lin Guiqing and his wife took their baby son to the hospital. The doctor said, "You're startled, so let's give some 4 fluids to observe, then prescribe some medicine to take home. It's not a big problem. As parents, you should be more careful with your child. Go pay first," the doctor added. Lin Guiqing hurriedly asked, "How much will it cost?" "About 10 yuan. Lu Qiao asked, "Why so much?" "It's just a scare. In the past, people would just call it a fright and be fine." The doctor looked unhappy. "If you want treatment, we'll do it. If not, you can go home. Don't take up others' resources." Lu Qiao, worried for her son, said, "Treat him. We'll do it. She then told Lin Guiqing to go pay quickly. Lin Guiqing hesitated. The money isn't all with you. I don't have any. Lu Xiaoqiao glared at him angrily. Useless. It's your fault and your troublemaker mother's fault too. You both caused this. The doctor loudly said, This is a hospital. If you want to argue, go outside. After lunch, Lin Fan told Zhang to go back to work. Mom, you should go to work. I'm fine at home just reading and translating some books. I won't go out. When I get tired, I'll rest a bit. Zhang warned, if someone knocks on the door, don't open it. Wait until we come back. Your body is heavy now, understand?
Got it.
Hurry and go, Lin Fan replied. After a good sleep in the morning, Lin Fan wasn't sleepy anymore, so he locked the door and entered his space to tidy up. He saw that the chickens, ducks, and geese had grown a lot.
Soon they could all be eaten.
He decided to catch the big rooster tonight and prepare it for everyone's dinner. The big rooster seemed to sense that its owner didn't mean well and tried to run, but it was caught quickly and made a loud, pitiful noise. The other chickens were so frightened they trembled and hid in the corners, afraid to come out. He picked some vegetables, planning to take them out later for dinner, and also harvested the remaining ripe vegetables to keep fresh. They could be eaten slowly over time. After finishing his chores, he took out a book to translate. It had been a long time since he last made progress. He focused on translating carefully. When he got tired, he walked around the space, drank some spiritual spring water, or ate a few cookies before continuing. He also ate a cucumber, a handful of peanuts, and drank a glass of water during the break. Seeing that it was almost time, he left the space. He lay on the bed for a while, then heard a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. Open the door. Lin Fan looked at his watch. There was still half an hour until work ended. When he opened the door, he saw it was really her husband. You left early again. Zhang Yujie followed her inside. There wasn't much at work, so I took a 1-hour leave and came home early. Lin Fan saw that there was someone to help, so she didn't hesitate. Hey, go boil some water and prepare that new chicken we bought for tonight's dinner. Half for soup, half for braising. Once you're done, maybe my mom will be back. Zhang Yujie went to the kitchen and saw how fat the chicken was. Where did your mom buy such a well-raised chicken? It must weigh at least 7 to 8 jin. We can't finish it in one meal. Lin Fan felt a bit guilty. All right, go get your work done. You've been working hard these days. Eat more to recover. Zhang Yujie felt happy inside. He realized Lin Fan was worried about him working too hard, so she let her mom buy the chicken. If Lin Fan knew, she would probably say, "You're overthinking it." Lin Fan ignored him and went back to lie on the bed. Soon, she fell asleep again. When Lin's mother returned home, she saw Zhang Yujie just finishing preparing the chicken. Mom, I've prepared the chicken you bought. We'll eat it tonight. I've already cut it up, and your mom will cook it later. Lin's mother wanted to say, when did I buy that chicken? But she swallowed her words. It must have been Lin Fan, who went out to buy it this afternoon. She couldn't let her son-in-law find out. If I bought it, we should eat it. I was planning to prepare it when I got back. I didn't expect you to be so quick. Where is Lin Fan? Zhang Yujie didn't look up and simply said, I just checked on her. She's asleep. I'll wake her up when dinner is ready. She sleeps so much all day. Yujie, don't say that. She's pregnant. Many pregnant women feel very sleepy. It will pass in a month or 2. You should be more understanding. Zhang Yujie agreed. Lin's mother added, she's been tired these days. I'm worried she might have a miscarriage, so I took the morning off to stay home and watch over her. It's good for her to sleep more, so she can recover. Maybe Lin Fan can stay here for a couple more days. I'll cook some nourishing food for her. It's quieter here too. Zhang Yujie originally planned to pick Lin Fan up early and take her back to Zhang's family, but now his mother-in-law wanted her to stay a few more days. Thinking about it, it was indeed quieter here. At least he wouldn't have to wake her up in the morning. Zhang Yujie said, it seems Lin Fan wants to stay a few more days. I'll talk to my grandparents about it myself, so they won't worry. Lin's mother replied, that's right. You should go back and explain everything to the elders. Lin Fan was awakened by the delicious smell of chicken from home. Lin Yu happily said, "Sister, you've woken up. Hurry and wash up to eat. It's almost ready. I was just about to call you." Lin Fan smiled and said, "The tempting smell of this chicken woke me up." Her bowl had soup without oil and a large chicken drumstick. Another drumstick was in Zheng Yujia's bowl. He was about to pick it up when Mama Lin said, "Don't pick back and forth. This chicken is so big, it's all meat. We'll finish it tonight." Zheng Yujia lowered his head and started eating. "Thanks, Mom." Lin Yu said, "Brother-in-law, as a family, we shouldn't be so formal. We're not that polite." Zheng Yujia said, "Today, little Six took a few people to scare your dad. They probably won't dare to cause trouble here again. Also, someone has arranged for a builder to come after work tomorrow at noon. They'll measure the space and see what materials are needed. I think it's easier to let them do the whole job." Lin Fan asked if we can also build a water flush toilet here. "I don't know how much it costs, but it would be better if we could change it. The public toilet isn't far either." Zhang Wan said, "No need. Everyone has been using it this way for over 10 years. There's no need to spend that money." Lin Fan said, "Mom, earning money is for what? For a better life. To make life more comfortable. Plus, it's a one-time investment for lifelong use. Yet you always talk about reasons, but the money we earn doesn't come in as fast as we spend it." Lin Fan said, "Then what's the point of earning so hard if we don't spend? Money is meant to serve us, not us serving money." Seeing that Zheng Yujia seemed firm, Lin Fan said, "Okay, ask the builder tomorrow. If the project isn't big, they can do it." Mama Lin saw her son-in-law listening to her daughter and didn't argue further. Lin Fan said, "Tonight's meal was really satisfying. I'm full. Next time, I'll catch another chicken to eat. Looks like I need to work harder to earn money." Zheng Yujia teased, "Just for some food, you're quite dedicated." Lin Fan replied, "You don't understand. A person's life is about eating, drinking, and having fun. Eating comes first. I just can't afford to lose out on my food." Lin Yu laughed and said, "Sister, where did you learn so many reasons?" Zheng Yujia looked at the time and asked, "Do you want to go back with me, or?" Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zheng Yujia. "Can I stay here for a couple more days? You're bringing the builder over tomorrow, anyway." She clearly wanted to stay longer. Zheng Yujia said, "Sure, you can stay as long as you want." After speaking, he regretted it and spoke too quickly. If his wife didn't go back, he would have to visit his mother-in-law's house every day. Lin Fan quietly whispered in his ear, "Thank you, my dear husband." Then she kissed his face. His ears immediately turned red. "Don't say things like that outside. It's not good if others hear." Lin Fan replied, "I'm not saying it for them. I'm saying it for my man. Do they have the right to interfere?" Zheng Yujia was worried she might say something more embarrassing or heart-racing that his mother-in-law and sister-in-law might overhear, making things even worse. He hurriedly left as if chased by a dog. Lin Fan happily laughed behind him. "This heartless woman. In a few days I'll bring her back and see if she dares to act so arrogant again," Zheng Yujia thought as he rode his bike. Li Guoqing and his wife returned home from a hospital. When Lin's wife saw how much trouble her grandson had gone through, she was so angry she scolded for over half an hour. "Guoqing, go find Zhang Wan and ask her to pay compensation. She caused my grandson so much trouble and spent so much money. I feel worse than yesterday." Lu Qiaoqiao sarcastically said, "Go ahead if you want. If you're not afraid of death, go. I'm taking little Bao back to my parents' house to see if those people will break someone's leg again." Old Mrs. Lin was also very scared. She forced herself to say, "Then call the police. Isn't there still justice?" Lu Qiaoqiao said, "Then go now." "Why don't you go? You just like to be bossy at home. If it weren't for you causing trouble, my son wouldn't have suffered this." She then turned and looked at Li Guoqing with a stern gaze. "Are you planning to go back to your ex-wife again?" Hearing his wife's look, Li Guoqing shivered in fear and remembered the looks of those people who came to break into their house. A strange fear arose in his heart. "No, that's not true. I've signed a divorce agreement with them. I won't look for them anymore. If I see them on the street, I'll pretend I don't know them." Lu Qiaoqiao said, "That's best. If I find out you go to see that woman again, I'll have my brother break your third leg. Let's see if you dare to keep your eyes on what's in your bowl while looking at the pot. Li Guiqing felt worse than eating bitter herbs, but he dared not speak. Zhang Yujie returned to Zheng's house. Fourth brother is back. Where's your wife? You came alone? Asked Grandma Zheng. Zhang Yujie replied, I told her to stay at her parents' house for a couple more days. Mother Zheng said, You're too soft. Why would a new wife keep running back to her parents' house? What's the point of marrying her then? Zhang Yujie felt extremely frustrated facing his mother. Grandma Zheng spoke to defend her grandson. Fan's family doesn't have any problems, right? Zhang Yujie said, It's okay, everything is fine. Zhou Jie then asked, Did you bring back the big hot water kettle yesterday and put it in that corner? Zhang Yujie suddenly remembered that he had bought 2 kettles yesterday. He went over, took one out, and placed it on the table. Grandpa, Grandma, this one can be used to boil water downstairs. It doesn't produce as much smoke. Grandpa, don't you like to brew tea? This kettle makes the water pure. The taste is better. Grandpa Zheng smiled happily. Wife, I didn't expect we could still enjoy the grandson's kindness. Fourth son has really grown up. Grandma Zheng said, You all used to say I favored fourth son more, that I was biased. See, this is why I treat him well. Big brother Zheng and his wife looked at each other silently. Who has money to boil water, like fourth son? Isn't the family already well off? They didn't want to see them spend their money so freely. Zhou Jie didn't catch the underlying meaning and said, Having one kettle is enough. The other one isn't necessary. Yu Jie replied, I'll take the other one upstairs to the 3rd floor for boiling water and bathing. Big brother Zheng and his wife exchanged looks but said nothing. Zhou Jie then said, Using such a big kettle every day for bathing must cost a lot in electricity. Third brother Zheng was really annoyed with his talkative wife, always saying things that offend. Yu Jie was a bit angry and said, Did you pay the electricity bill at home? If you did, then we use our own money. Is that okay? Third brother Zheng quickly said, Fourth, don't argue with your sister-in-law. She's just got a bad mouth and speaks without thinking. Yu Jie also felt tired of arguing over trivial matters every day. If living together makes everyone unhappy, we can move out. Grandma Zheng said, Move out? You just got married, and if you leave now, won't outsiders say we don't like your wife? She then told the others, You all should speak less. This isn't the family's money being spent. If you want to use something, just pay for it yourself. No one should have opinions. She looked at Zhou Jie again. Zhou Jie shrank her neck and whispered, I was just saying casually. Third brother Zheng snapped, You always have so many things to say. Would it kill you to say less? Yu Jie took the electric kettle upstairs, ignoring what they were doing downstairs. Fortunately, only the 2 of them live on the 3rd floor now. Lin Fan didn't come back tonight, which was a good thing. Otherwise, he would be angry again. It seems that, as Lin Fan said, once you have money, you buy another house. Maybe in the future, I will really move out. After taking a shower, Zhang Yujie lay on the bed. He was very tired today but kept tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. What's going on? That woman is at home, always pressing him tightly, like she's fishing all day. Now that she's gone, I feel strange without her. Every night I hold her but dare not sleep, feeling uncomfortable. I have a hard time explaining it. Why do I feel better being alone now? Could I be sick? Lin Fan didn't have this feeling. After translating books in the space at night, he took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up early, before 8 o'clock. After breakfast, he took out some vegetables from the space and then went out. First, he went to the post office to send letters to 2 classmates and transferred money. After changing clothes, he took a bus to the dyeing factory. Hello. I'm here to see Deputy Factory Director Gao, he said, showing the contract to the security guard. The guard took the contract, looked at it, and then allowed him in. Go inside and find him yourself. Deputy Director Gao is inside the factory. He hasn't gone out. Thank you, sir, Lin Fan replied. Deputy Director Gao saw Lin Fan from afar. Comrade Zheng, you're here. I was just saying I didn't keep your contact info, so I couldn't find you. Hello, Deputy Director Gao. Has my fabric been dyed? Lin Fan asked. Yes, it's done. The weather has been good these days, so the dyed fabric dries quickly. We were worried you needed it urgently, so we asked them to rush the order, Gao replied. When Lin Fan heard it was ready, he was very happy. That meant he didn't have to come again. Thank you, Deputy Director Gao. I can take it back today. Comrade Zheng, do you still have the dyeing agent I asked about last time? Gao inquired. Lin Fan had already planned to sell a few bottles of cleaning and washing agents to the dyeing factory, which would save him the cost of the fabric dyeing. I brought a few bottles, he said, taking out 3 2-gene bottles from his bag. Deputy Director Gao, the usage and ratio are the same as before, 1 to 500. Here are 6 gene. It can wash at least 1 ton of fabric. My friend said they currently have no more materials, so they can only produce this much. I brought it all for you. See if you can use it all. Gao replied, yes, of course. I think it's too little. In the future, where will I find you when I need more? Lin Fan also thought about this. Deputy Director Gao, I have one more thing to ask. Do you know which factory nearby produces foam, specifically very thin foam? Deputy Factory Manager Gao, why do you want that? What's the use? Lin Fan, we want to buy some to make small things. So, if you have any, that would be great. Deputy Factory Manager Gao, I have a friend whose factory makes sponges, but I don't know if they have what you're looking for. I'll give you an address and phone number. You can visit when you have time. If they don't have it, there's nothing more we can do. Alright, thank you. Lin Fan also left his family address with Deputy Factory Manager Gao. You can write to me there. I don't go often, but as soon as I get a reply, I will call you. Gao thought, as long as I can find someone, it's fine. After settling the payment, deducting the dyeing costs, Deputy Factory Manager Gao also gave Lin Fan 80 yuan for the chemicals. So Lin Fan actually earned 80 yuan profit. Lin Fan, Deputy Factory Manager Gao, can you help me move the fabric to the side of the road behind your factory? Someone from our team will come to pick it up later. Is that okay? Sure, I will arrange it for you right away. Soon, all the dyed fabric was moved out. After the movers left, Lin Fan saw no one around, and everything was quickly stored inside. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Lin Fan knew Zheng Yujia would bring the master builders over at noon, so he didn't dare stay outside and went straight home. At home, he took out many potatoes, sweet potatoes, eggs, and vegetables like eggplants and peppers. He planned to have Zheng Yujia bring some back to Zheng's house to eat, and also some for his family. Because Lin Fan found that the vegetables grown in his space tasted much better than those bought outside. It looked like he would be returning to Zheng's house today, as he needed to clear a room for his mother, Lin Yu, to move in, and then do some renovations there. He also took out a piece of fine cotton fabric for Lin's mother to make 2 more sets of clothes. Plus, they all changed their underwear. Zhang Wan finished her shift at noon and hurried back. Lin Fan had already prepared the meal, and the dishes were cut and ready, waiting for Zhang Wan to come home and cook. He noticed the strong smell of oil was making him feel nauseous, so he avoided cooking more. Why did you buy so much food again? When will you finish eating all this? You spend money so easily, and your fingers are so wide apart. From now on, you should save more, so your son-in-law won't complain about your spending. When Zhang Wan came back and saw all the food, she started nagging. Lin Fan said, enough, stop complaining. I bought extra, because I don't know if we need to invite the master builders for a meal later. Also, I want to take some eggs, potatoes, and sweet potatoes back to Zheng's house to eat. And some vegetables. Today, I will go back with Zheng Yujia. Zhang Wan stopped what she was doing and looked at her. Didn't you want to stay here for a couple more days? Why are you leaving again? Lin Fan rolled her eyes. I'm not leaving. Where should I pack your things and put them? And where are you and Lin Yu going to stay? Fan Juan suddenly remembered. Oh, I didn't think about that. We should finish eating quickly, because we need to start packing. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Maybe Lin Yu and I could have packed last night. Lin Fan said, I also bought some cotton fabric for you. You should change all your underwear and make 2 new sets of clothes for each of you. Why did you buy fabric again? Do you never spend money? Lin Fan felt her mother was starting to complain again, so she decided not to stay in the kitchen and went back to her room. Zhang Wan looked worried, feeling her chest hurt from anxiety. She was really afraid her in-laws might have opinions about her daughter. When lunch was ready, Zheng Yujie's guests arrived. Lin Fan said, "Let's eat together first. Mom has already prepared everything. There's some leftover chicken from last night, and it's just right." "Hello, I'm Gua Jingshan, the head of the construction team. Just call me Old Gua. Let's first look at where you want to install things. After we finish, I'll go back to eat." Zheng Yujie introduced him. "This is Uncle Gua. He's a friend's father." Lin Fan said, "Uncle Gua, just eat first. We can talk after you're done."
No rush.
Gua Jingshan was too tired to argue, so he sat down and ate with them. But he didn't eat much. These days, food was scarce, so he only ate until he was about 70% full and then put down his bowl. Lin Fan and the others didn't pay much attention to him. They had already invited him to eat. Zheng Yujie said, "Uncle Gua, the main thing is whether you can dig a drain here. We want to build a toilet in the yard, one with a flushing system. Over there is the public restroom. It's 2 alleys away, but if you go straight, it's only about 11 or 12 meters from the wall. Do you think that's possible?" Gua Jingshan walked back and forth and said, "It's possible, but you'll need to lay a pipe underground. Once you start construction, you must report to the local authorities first, or other residents might complain. Also, the cost of the pipe might be quite high." Lin Fan thought it was really troublesome, but she decided to try. Zhang Wan said, "I'll go talk to them. I know the local director. Her house is not far from ours." Lin Fan said, "Mom, take some eggs with you. It's mealtime, and it's better to talk at her house. It's easier to discuss things there." Gua Jingshan took a piece of paper and a ruler, constantly measuring and calculating something. Lin Fan didn't pay attention to him and went into the kitchen. He grabbed a small basket and packed all the items to be returned to the Zheng family. In a short while, most of the basket was filled. Just as he was thinking about how to carry it back, Zhang Wan and the street director returned. Zhang Wan said, "Director Yao is also interested in renovating the toilet. If it's not difficult, she wants to do one for her family too. She came back with me." "Hello, I am Street Director Yao Laning. I want to ask if renovating the toilet is difficult," she said. Gua Jingshan paused his writing and replied, "Hello, I am Gua Jingshan, the head of the construction team. It's not far from the public toilet here. We can just lay a pipe underground to connect. If it's farther away, we might need to dig a septic tank, which is a bigger project." Director Yao asked, "How much would it cost to renovate Zhangwan's house?" Gua Jingshan said, "Labor might cost about 10 yuan, and materials could be around 30 to 50 yuan. Director Yao suggested, "Since our 2 houses are close and on the same line, can we do it together? Maybe we can save some money." Gua Jingshan looked at Zheng Yujie and saw him nod. "I need to go see it first," Gua Jingshan said. "You can lead the way." Lin Fan said, "I didn't expect to help Uncle Gua get a job. Now the toilet renovation is settled." He handed Zheng Yujie another 50 yuan. "Do you want to pay a deposit so they can buy the materials first? Or do you want me to take you back first before you go to work? You won't skip work this afternoon again, right? I'm worried your mom will be mad. You keep asking for leave for your wife every day," Lin Fan said. Zheng Yujie asked, "Are you really touched?" Lin Fan rolled her eyes. "I think your salary will be cut next month, and I'll have to support you." Zheng Yujie was so angry he wanted to hit her. "You woman, ungrateful. Who do you think I'm doing this for?" Lin Fan said, "Enough already. Don't ask for too many days off. If your mom finds out, she definitely won't let me have a good time. If you can handle your mom, don't make excuses or set rules for me. I'll decide whether you go to work or not." At that moment, Gua Jingshan returned. "Yao Director's house also needs renovation. You two can start together. The material costs can be shared, which might save some money." Zheng Yujie said, "Uncle Gua, we'll leave this to you. Buy the materials together. I'll give you 50 yuan as a deposit. If that's not enough, we'll talk later. Once it's finished, I'll pay the rest." Gua Jingshan took the money, counted it, and wrote a note. He smiled and said, "That's all easy to handle." Zheng Yujie handed the receipt to Zhang Wan. "Mom, I will take Lin Fan back first, and then go to work. I will come again in a couple of days." Seeing Zhang Wan take out a basket of things from the kitchen, Zheng Yujie looked at Lin Fan. These are for me to take home and eat. How do you suggest I carry them? Zhangwan said, You two are busy, so no need to come over. We are here. When they finish, I will pay. The basket of vegetables was fixed to the front horizontal bar with a piece of wood. Lin Fan genuinely thought that the modern BMW bicycle was very strong and durable. It could carry anything. On the way back, Lin Fan asked, I didn't go home last night. Did my family say anything? I don't really care what they said. Zheng Yujie wanted to say, Then why are you asking? Isn't that unnecessary? Lin Fan said, I just wanted to tell you I'd like you to stay at your parents' house for a couple more days. Lin Fan added, You're really a great husband. In the future, you'll handle everything for me. If there's trouble or blame, you'll take it. Let me enjoy the good times first. That's the happy decision. Zheng Yujie said, Do you really think I'm a workhorse? Lin Fan replied, No way. You're my Prince Charming. Princes always protect their princesses, right? You've read too many stories. Your mind's not working right. Lin Fan reached out with her right hand and hugged Zheng Yujie's waist from the front. As soon as she did, she felt his lower abdomen. That soft little hand started to touch. It was muscular but not hard. Zheng Yujie sensed something unusual in his lower abdomen. His whole body's blood seemed to rush downward, and his mind went blank. The bicycle's front wheel seemed to sway in an S shape. Lin Fan sat behind him, gently pinched his lower abdomen, and said, Ride carefully. If you can't even ride a bike properly and drop me, can you afford to pay for it? Zheng Yujie clenched his teeth and used all his strength to suppress the feeling, barely managing to say through gritted teeth, Don't play with fire. Lin Fan didn't notice his restraint. She was just worried she might fall off if she wasn't sitting steady, so she obediently hugged his waist again. Zheng Yujie wanted her close, but also wanted to keep some distance. He doubted whether he was losing his mind. Just as he tried to suppress this uncontrollable feeling, he felt something softer pressing against his lower back, rubbing back and forth against his senses. If they weren't outside, he was sure he couldn't control himself and would push this reckless woman down. Sit properly, so you don't fall off, he said through clenched teeth. Lin Fan, a bit confused, said, I'm a little sleepy. I'll lean on you for a bit. You ride carefully. Don't drop me. She also leaned her head against him. Hey, Lin Fan, you can't sleep now. If you do, you'll definitely fall.
Sit properly.
I'll ride faster, and we'll be home soon. Zheng Yujie no longer cared about these details. He was just worried that this woman, when she got sleepy, would be so out of it that she couldn't wake up, even on the busy road. His mind suddenly became clearer than ever. He thought bitterly, every day is like this, with such extreme ups and downs. One day, this woman will drive me crazy. Soon they really arrived home. After the bike stopped, Lin Fan got off from the back seat. Grandpa and Grandma were back. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, It's good you're back. Yesterday, Fourth said you should stay a few more days at your parents' house. Seeing Zheng Yujie carry a basket of vegetables from the front of the bike, she said, Oh, Fourth, you brought so many things back. My mother-in-law gave them to me. She said to bring some home for you to eat. There are also quite a few eggs on top. She said Lin Fan should eat a few more to get stronger. Zhou Jie, hearing about the good stuff, stretched her neck to look. Fourth sister-in-law, you're back. Lin Fan, hearing Zhou Jie's gentle and sincere tone, wondered, Are we really that close? Third sister-in-law, we're back. Grandma Zheng said kindly, My dear daughter-in-law, you're too polite. Whatever you want to eat, we can buy it here. You even brought it from so far away. That's really thoughtful. She had no hint of dislike in her tone, and was about to go get something. Zheng Yujie quickly stopped her. Grandma, it's a bit heavy. I'll carry it, he said as he lifted the basket with both hands and took it inside. He told Lu Yi to take out the eggs from the top, so they wouldn't break. When he came out, Lin Fan had already poured him a glass of water, which he drank happily. Just as he was feeling touched by how well this woman was treating him, he heard a cold remark. Do you want to go to work first? Zheng Yujie thought, I really shouldn't have high hopes for this carefree woman. Otherwise, I'll get too upset. Grandma Zheng saw the couple discussing things and felt very pleased. That's how life should be lived. Work hard and earn money to support the family. Zheng Yujie glared at Lin Fan and said in a not-so-friendly tone, I'm going to work now. Lin Fan was confused by his strange behavior. Did she do something wrong again? She tried to recall, but she hadn't done anything. Could it be that men also have mood swings like women? Their feelings change suddenly? Forget it, she didn't want to bother with him. After finishing her meal, Lin Fan felt a bit sleepy, so she said, Grandma, I'm going upstairs first. Grandma Zheng said, Go ahead, rest if you're tired. After Lin Fan went upstairs, Zhou Jie softly said, That fourth sister-in-law has such good luck. She sleeps whenever she wants. Grandma Zheng shot her a look and said, If you want to sleep, no one is stopping you. You run outside all day, so don't criticize others. Besides, how do you know she's sleeping in her room? She has work to do. Zhou Jie pouted and seemed uninterested. At this time, Lin Fan was no longer sleepy, so he took out some paper and sketched a few simple underwear designs. To make good ones, he needed to find 2 more things: sponge and wide elastic bands. Elastic bands are easy. He already found the address and could make them. But sponge might be harder to find. There's plenty of silk fabric in the room. What's the easiest and most profitable thing to make that people will accept?
Got it.
I can make scarves or triangle head scarves. They use less fabric and can sell for a good price. After thinking for a while, he noticed that whenever Zheng Yujie finished bathing, he wore loose boxers, which looked quite unattractive. He decided to cut some fine cotton fabric right away to make a few comfortable and practical underwear for Zheng Yujie. Recalling how men's underwear looked in the supermarket from his memory, he drew a rough sketch, thinking it should be cut into several parts. He also measured his underwear from the wardrobe and cut accordingly. Someone who had never made clothes before wouldn't be skilled. His cuts looked like they'd been chewed by dogs. After ruining 2 pieces, he stopped. He remembered how Aunt Lin had cut her own underwear that day, so he practiced following her method with scraps of fabric several times until he got the hang of it. He spent the whole afternoon battling with the fabric. Finally, he managed to cut 3 pieces successfully. It seems he needs to ask Grandma Zheng to teach him how to use the sewing machine. He decided to rest for a while since he was tired. Zhou Jie was chatting with a few gossiping women in the courtyard. With her around, the Zheng family had almost no secrets. Your 4th brother's wife is back, right? I saw her and her family enter the yard. Zhou Jie replied, Yes, she's back. As soon as she arrived, she went upstairs to her room. That 4th sister-in-law of mine stays in her room all day. I wonder what she's doing. I suspect she's just sleeping all the time. People gossiping exchanged glances. Why don't you bring her out more to walk around? I already said she's not interested. She said she has work to do. Zhou Jie thought about what Grandma Zheng had told her and sourly said, My grandma even said she's a person with work to do? Are you different from the person who eats here? Really? What kind of work do you do? I've heard everyone say she doesn't look good, but I've never seen her after all this time. Zhou Jie said, If she weren't pretty, how could our 4th brother be so attracted to her? We introduced so many girls, but he didn't like any of them. He saw her once and liked her right away. These people became more interested. Zhou Jie asked, Tell me, is 4th uncle especially caring for his wife? When it came to this, Zhou Jie got angry. As a wife of the Zheng family, why is Lin Fan's life so much happier than hers after marrying in? Why did they choose such a man? He's not even a quarter as caring as 4th Uncle Zheng. Zhou Jie said, Since I married in, he's helped my sister-in-law take her bath water. What do you think? But later, my mother-in-law stepped in, and he didn't dare anymore. An aunt in the courtyard said, I didn't realize 4th Uncle Zheng is so careless. He used to be fierce, like a wolf cub, when fighting, but he also knows how to care for his wife. That's because you're not a man. If you saw such a beautiful wife, you'd also want to care for her. Everyone laughed. Zheng Yujie was distracted at work all afternoon, daydreaming and spacing out. Liao Donglai teased, You've been either smiling foolishly or zoning out all afternoon. Are you thinking about spring? Or missing your pretty wife? Zhang Yujie snapped. Get lost. I dare you to say anything else. Shi Jingwo said, I saw you all afternoon lost in thought. Is something happening at home? If something's wrong, you can leave early. Nothing urgent today, anyway. Liao Donglai joked, go ahead, if the director comes, we'll say you went to the bathroom. Zhang Yujie glanced at them and realized he wasn't in the mood for work. He stood up. Thanks, I'll treat you to meet another day. Both of them said in unison. That's what you said. Zhang Yujie rode his bike home, thinking, I shouldn't have listened to that woman. I shouldn't have come to work this afternoon. When he got home, he went straight to the 3rd floor, without stopping on the 1st. He opened the door and saw Lin Fan sleeping like a little piglet, her face flushed. If she were to sleep, he'd want to go and bite her. Zhang Yujie patted his head, scolding himself for thinking such bad things. Then he turned and saw 2 piles of torn cloth on the table, one big and one small. He understood immediately. It must be that careless woman who cut them. She probably wanted to make clothes but messed up. He carried the electric kettle to boil water for a drink. The sound of boiling water woke Lin Fan up. She looked at her watch and saw, you left work early again. Zhang Yujie heard this and felt annoyed. He didn't even go back to his own class but came to see her and got scolded. He almost ran out of breath. Are you jealous that I came back? Lin Fan lay on the bed without moving, just watching him. She knew he was a bit angry, but she didn't know why he was mad. He looked like a woman. Of course not. I was just asking casually. You are my sky, my lifelong support. Zhang Yujie's ears turned red again. What are you doing cutting these fabrics? Lin Fan sat up. Can you help me set up the sewing machine? I want to make some small underwear for my brother Yujie. Zhang Yujie's face also turned a little red. Speak nicely. If you don't know how to cut, ask Grandma. She used to make all our clothes when we were kids. Lin Fan asked, do you want me to learn to cut so I can make some underwear for you? Would that be okay? Zhang Yujie thought to himself. This woman dares to say anything, and she often talks about things that are embarrassing. You should learn to cut other things first. If you can't learn, forget it. It's okay if you can't make clothes. My mom can't do it either. Lin Fan wanted to go wash up, so she walked to the door. So, you don't want me to make those small underwear for you? You woman. Why do you always misunderstand me? I'm just worried you'll be upset if you can't learn. Lin Fan rolled her eyes. I am so strong inside that no one can defeat me. You're overthinking. After washing up, Lin Fan returned with a big pile of torn fabric and went downstairs. Grandma, do you have time now? I want to learn how to operate the sewing machine. I don't know if I can learn. Yes, I have time. It's very simple. You'll learn quickly. Lin Fan followed Grandma Zheng into the room. Although Grandma Zheng was very old, her room was very tidy and clean, with the floor swept spotless. It made people feel very comfortable. Grandma Zheng repeated her instructions many times, but Lin Fan just couldn't learn. Once, she almost poked her finger with a needle, which scared her a lot. But she was stubborn and refused to give up. The more she struggled, the more she wanted to learn. Just when Grandma Zheng was about to give up on her, Lin Fan finally managed to sew a straight line.
Wow.
It was really hard, but she finally found the feeling. She then changed to 2 other small pieces of fabric, and they sewed together very well. She was so happy, she shouted like a child. Wow, I am really a genius. I learned how to use the sewing machine, even though it was so hard. She stood up, turned around, and saw Zhang Yujie leaning against the door. She immediately jumped over, excited, and hugged him. Zhang Yujie, I finally learned it. I did it. He quickly wrapped his arms around her slim waist. This surprised Zhang Yujie and also startled Grandma Zheng. Zhang Yujie blushed a little and said, You're very good. Big brother Zhang and his wife also came back, saw them hugging, and couldn't help but blush. Little Hong Ying happily shouted, I want a hug too. Auntie, I want one too. When Lin Fan sensed something was off, she said, Haha, I was just too excited. To ease the awkwardness, she tried to pick up little Hong Ying, but Zhang Yujie was faster and picked up the child first. Quickly go tidy up your scraps of cloth. Don't make Grandma's room dirty. Lin Fan honestly went to clean her scraps. Passing by Zheng Yujie, she said, "Little Hongying, when Auntie learns to make clothes, she will make a pretty little dress for Hongying." Hearing about a new dress, little Hongying happily clapped her hands. "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Fan turned and smiled at Grandma Zheng, saying, "Grandma, I want to learn too, and make a set for you and Grandpa." Grandma Zheng said, "We have clothes to wear. Once you learn, make 2 more sets for Old Fourth." Zheng Yujie thought, she hasn't even learned yet, and she dares to promise others? She even said she would make underwear for herself. Who knows if she can do it? Zhou Jie's unpleasant voice came again. "Fourth sister-in-law, you said there was no cloth voucher. What will you use to make new clothes?" Lin Fan almost couldn't keep her smile from breaking. "Spend a bit more money, and we'll find a way." "Third sister-in-law, do you want some?" Zhou Jie looked at her as if to say, "You just want my money," and said, "We don't have much money. Yuhao's salary is just enough to support the 3 of us. We can't spend it recklessly." Mother Zheng felt uncomfortable hearing her youngest daughter-in-law say she wouldn't make clothes for herself or her parents. The family sat together to eat. Big brother Zheng ate several dishes and said, "Why do these dishes taste better today? Maybe I'm hungrier today. It's just a feeling." Grandpa Zheng also said, "It feels like the taste is better." Grandma Zheng said, "That's thanks to 4th sister-in-law's mother." Most of these dishes were sent by Lin Fan's mother. They're fresh. There are also many sweet potatoes and potatoes. I asked Xiao Lu to steam some for breakfast tomorrow. Big sister Zheng said, "Thank you, 4th sister-in-law, and thank your mother." "Did you grow these yourselves?" Lin Fan didn't buy it. She just happened to see such fresh being sold and bought her all at once. When we got back, we asked her to bring some home for us to eat together. After dinner, Zheng Yujie took Lin Fan to the big courtyard to help digest. "Let's go out for a walk first. Sitting all day isn't good for your health. In a while, I'll take you to Zheng Yuan's house to meet the family. Later, if you want to visit my sister-in-law, you can go directly." Lin Fan thought that after being at Zheng's house for so long, it was time to go out and see more. "Okay, let's go." This was Lin Fan's first time walking in the courtyard with Zheng Yujie, and they saw many people. Some were passing by, some had just finished eating and were out for a walk. Everyone greeted them when they saw Zheng Yujie bringing her out. They passed by the 5th house from Zheng's home. "Old Zheng IV, your new wife is out."
Wow.
"She's really pretty." Zheng Yujie smiled and said, "That's Grandma Zhao, the wife of Zhao Chonglin, who came to our house for dinner the other day." Lin Fan politely greeted, "Hello, Grandma Zhao. My name is Lin Fan." Grandma Zhao smiled and said, "Little Lin, come in and have some tea to get to know the family. In the future, you can come over to visit when you have free time." Lin Fan, who was most afraid of trouble, politely declined, "Next time. We just finished eating, so we're out for a walk to help digestion." Less than a minute later, someone said, "Yujie, who is this beautiful girl you brought?" "Liani, this is my wife, Lin Fan." Lin Fan also smiled politely. "Hello, Auntie Li." Zheng Yujie whispered, "This is the eldest daughter-in-law of Grandpa Li Pingchuan, who came to our house for dinner. Since Yujie got married, he's become much more sensible. Looks like you married a good wife." After spending more time with Lin Fan, Zheng Yujie's confidence grew. He replied, "Of course. Once married, you have responsibilities. You can't just play around every day." Soon, Zheng Yujie said that at the house entrance, there was a plum tree belonging to Zhao Zhengwei's family, who is still serving as a political commissar in the army. Lin Fan said, "It seems someone told me about Zhao Zhengwei's family before, but I can't remember who." Zheng Yujie thought for a moment and, worried that Lin Fan might misunderstand later, decided to be honest himself. "He has a daughter named Xiao Zhiqiu. We grew up together. She used to bully the children in the courtyard and I didn't like it. We even fought once when we were young." Lin Fan remembered. Wasn't this the daughter-in-law her mother-in-law mentioned? Her name was Zhao Zhiqiu for sure. She looked at Zheng Yujie with a smile. "Your childhood sweetheart, huh? Your mother, my mother-in-law, said she was your fiancé before? And she even said she would give me 50 yuan. Tell me, why didn't you marry her? You made me lose 50 yuan." Zheng Yujie hurriedly said, "I haven't spoken more than a few words to her, and I don't know her well." Please don't falsely accuse me.
No. How can your eyes be so shallow?
You want to sell me for just 50 yuan. All you see is money. Realizing he was too impatient, he asked, "When did my mom come to see you? Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Fan happily replied, "Mainly because your mom is too stingy, only offering 50 yuan. I didn't like it. If she offered 1,000 yuan, I promise I would agree and let you go to that comrade Zhao Ziqiu." Zheng Yujie was furious. Just 1,000 yuan to sell me? If you knew I had 5,000, wouldn't you regret it? Lin Fan looked at him with bright, almost scary eyes.
What?
You have 5,000 in savings? Where? You promised to give all your assets after marriage. He thought maybe they could use the money to buy a house. Even if it wasn't enough, it was close. Zheng Yujie got even angrier. This foolish woman only cared about his money and had little real feelings for him. He knew all his kindness toward her was wasted. To get that 5,000, Lin Fan had to lower her voice and say softly, "Husband, we are now married. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. You are my man, and our children are your whole world." Zheng Yujie was amused and laughed. "How did I become your whole world? Do you want to add more?" Lin Fan calmly said, "My dear husband, isn't it said that when a man has a wife and children, he has the whole world? Look at you now, marrying and giving. You should thank me. It can't just be a few words of thanks." Seeing the young couple whispering sweetly here, old Master Gao called out to them, "Fourth Sheng, are you willing to take your wife out for a walk now, you little guy?" Lin Fan recognized the old man. "Grandpa Gao, are you going out for a walk too?" Gao Wuhan replied, "Shaolin, I've been thinking about your delicious food." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Grandpa Gao, a good cook needs ingredients. I can cook, but without ingredients, it's no use." Gao Wuhan said, "That's easy. I'll find some old friends to help me think of a way." Zheng Yujie, annoyed, said, "Do you think old Grandma Gao would approve of this? Do you have money to buy it?" Gao Wuhan immediately scolded, "You brat, if you don't expose my flaws, I might die. Don't forget to give the old man some face. You're not very charming." Lin Fan thought there might be some story behind this, and Zheng Yujie explained, "Grandpa Gao never had money in his life. It was all taken by Grandma Gao." Then he winked at Lin Fan, signaling that she understood. Lin Fan smiled happily. She understood. Gao Wuhan felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Shaolin, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Grandma Gao is a good person. Come visit Grandpa Gao's house sometime." "Okay, I'll go when I have time." Along the way, some people looked at the couple with attention. Some greeted them, some didn't, and some just nodded. Since Zheng Yujie wasn't very familiar with them, he didn't introduce Lin Fan to everyone. For those who were more familiar or close to Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng, he made introductions. Some people kept staring at Lin Fan, and Zheng Yujie glared back fiercely, warning them clearly, "Don't dress like this when you go out next time." It took Lin Fan a few seconds to realize he was talking about her. She looked herself over from head to toe, wearing a fitted short-sleeve shirt, a beige long skirt, and small leather shoes. The only thing different was that she wore which made her chest look a bit more prominent and not sagging. She pointed at herself and said, "Zheng Yujie, are you being even more unreasonable? I'm only showing a little bit of my head. If I don't dress like this, how should I dress? Are you trying to start a fight?" Zheng Yujie knew he was being unreasonable. He just didn't like the way other men looked at his wife. Lin Fan suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, are you jealous?" With a shameless expression, as if she guessed his feelings. Zheng Yujie felt annoyed again. "Hurry up, or we'll arrive at Xing Yuan's family when everyone's already asleep." Then Lin Fan remembered Ji Yunshu, whom she had met last time, and she had said she would visit her. It had been a month, and she felt a little embarrassed. "Where does Wen Xingyuan work?" Zheng Yujie replied, "He's managing a state-owned furniture store now, working with a state-owned furniture factory. It's mostly the furniture we have in our rooms. I changed some things on your last design drawings." Lin Fan's eyes lit up. If there were more and better designs, maybe she could sell them for money. Zheng Yujie also stopped and looked at her. "Do you have more design drawings?"
"No,"
she said. "Not yet, but it's easy to draw more. It's just a matter of whether the money is in place. Before Zheng Yujie could answer, she added, maybe I should keep them for a few years. When I start my own private business, I can do it myself. Zheng Yujie was about to tell her that the shop was where he held a large share, but then they arrived at the Wen family. So, the topic was dropped. When Xingyuan, Ji Yinshu came out and saw him. Oh, sister-in-law. How kind of you to visit. Please come in. Hello, sister-in-law. I said I'd come to visit your home, but I've been busy every day. Sorry for the late visit. Now I finally came. Seeing her 2 children, she suddenly realized she hadn't brought anything. She felt a bit embarrassed and shot Zheng Yujie a look, meaning, you didn't remind me to bring something, so I came empty-handed. Unfortunately, Zheng Yujie didn't understand her look. But Lin Fan quickly thought of something and took a few candies out of her pocket, actually from her space. She divided 3 candies among the children. Ji Yinshu pushed the children and said, hurry up and thank Aunt Zheng. The 2 children echoed, thank you, Aunt Zheng. Lin Fan looked a little uncomfortable and said, we went out for a walk and forgot to bring anything. Sister-in-law, please don't mind. Ji Yinshu smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. Zheng Yujie often comes here to play with Xingyuan. You'll get to know each other better over time. Zheng Yujie was wondering when she would bring some candies. It seemed they hadn't bought any at home. But when Xingyuan interrupted and changed the subject, walking over. Why did you bring your wife out today? Do you know what people are saying about you in the big courtyard? When Xingyuan teased. Before Zheng Yujie could answer, when Xingyuan continued, everyone says your sister-in-law is so beautiful that you hide her at home and don't let her out. Zheng Yujie glared at Wen Xingyuan. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed and became the topic of gossip among the courtyard people again. We just got married and have a lot to do. Plus, I don't know anyone here, so I haven't gone out much. Ji Yinshu said, come on everyone, sit down and have some tea. Lin Fan looked around the house and saw no one else coming out. Could it be that only Wen Xingyuan, his wife, and the children live here? Ji Yinshu seemed to notice what she was thinking and added, my parents-in-law caught a cold a couple of days ago. They went to the hospital for today. They didn't eat much dinner and went to bed early. Lin Fan felt it wasn't the right time to visit. Since they were sick, talking here might disturb their rest. After sitting for a little while, she tugged at Zheng Yujie's sleeve, signaling it was time to leave. Zheng Yujie said, sister-in-law, it's getting late. We should go back. If we return too late, my mother might get upset. When Xingyuan nodded. All right, come to the shop tomorrow, and we can chat then. After Zheng Yujie came out, I still had something to tell Xingyuan. Why are you leaving so quickly? Lin Fan saw that he didn't understand social manners at all. He pinched him on the waist. Didn't you hear that his parents are sick? We were just talking loudly and disturbing their rest. Do you think that's okay? He rolled his eyes as he said this. Even though it was getting dark, Zheng Yujie still saw him. Let's go then, let's head back. If you want to come again, I'll go with you. He said this and took Lin Fan from another direction. Lin Fan also got a rough idea of the layout of the big courtyard. Inside, there were mostly single-story houses. Many had only 2 main rooms, some larger with 4 rooms, arranged in 4 rows, with many people living there. At the back, near the courtyard gate, there was a modern-style, small Western-style building, 2 3-story houses, one of which belonged to the Zheng family. There were also 8 2-story buildings, likely homes for high-ranking officials. Among them was Zhao Zhengwei's house. To the east of the Western-style building, there were tile-roofed houses. Back at Zheng's house, everyone was taking turns in the hall to boil water and line up for showers. Of course, if Zhou Jie and Zheng's sister-in-law had carried water upstairs, it would have been faster, but no one did that. Lin Fan greeted everyone and went upstairs. Zhou Jie started making sarcastic remarks again. Young sister-in-law is so lucky. She can take a shower whenever she wants. No need to wait. Lin Fan was still on the stairs, hearing this but pretending not to hear, thinking to herself, I won't get angry. I'll just let her tire herself out. Downstairs, except for Zheng's mother, who looked a bit upset, no one else paid attention to Zhou Jie's words. After Zheng Yujie went upstairs to boil water, Lin Fan thought about her small underwear still not being finished. She looked at the dim light, which was too dark. It really hurt her eyes after a while. But since she had nothing else to do, she took out 2 pieces of torn cloth and felt their texture. Not bad. The stitches were fairly straight, though not as good as a professional tailor's. She sewed the pieces together, pausing now and then to check for mistakes. When Zheng Yujie came in and said the water was ready for a shower, she finally finished making a pair. She was holding it, admiring her masterpiece, imagining how Zheng Yujie would look wearing this underwear, and a sly smile appeared on her face. Seeing Zheng Yujie come in, she held it up to him. "Look, I made this. Do you want to try it on and see if it fits?" Zheng Yujie wondered if it was even possible for such a small piece to fit him. Lin Fan said, "Look at this place." Zheng Yujie finally noticed what was different about the woman's underwear. His face turned red instantly. He hurriedly shoved a nightgown at her, saying, "Go take a shower," and pushed her out of the room, then closed the door. Lin Fan wanted to say, "I haven't finished talking to you," but he thought maybe she liked it so much, she wanted to kick him out to try on the underwear.
Fine.
Seeing how much she liked it, he decided not to argue and happily went to take a shower. Of course, after washing his face, he used up all the water, and since he hadn't rinsed thoroughly, he went back into the space to wash again. He quickly put his clothes in the washing machine to wash, planning to hang them out to dry later. After showering, drying his hair, and finishing his laundry, not much time had passed outside. Every day, Zheng Yujie could smell her hair's nice scent, but he was sure that in such a short time, Lin Fan couldn't have washed her hair or dried it. So he didn't suspect anything, thinking it was just her natural body scent. When Lin Fan finished and came back, Zheng Yujie felt embarrassed to look at her. He wondered how her face could be so thick, holding a man's underwear and looking at it, commenting on it. If Lin Fan knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say he was overthinking. In later times, such underwear was sold everywhere in supermarkets, and people could touch it as much as they wanted. This was nothing. Seeing her go into her room, before she could ask, he grabbed a pair of briefs and a top and hurried out like the wind. "Remember to wear the underwear, and make sure it's not too tight," Lin Fan's voice came from behind him. Zheng Yujie hurried even faster. But after rinsing off the sweat with cold water, 20 minutes had passed. He picked up the underwear again, then put it down, then picked it up again. Finally, he held it, trying it on just to see. He was mainly worried that if he didn't try it, the woman might get angry at him again. To his surprise, trying it on felt different. He felt it was snug but not tight, and quite comfortable.
How could that be?
But it was so little fabric, just covering a small part. Seeing himself in it, he thought of some blush-worthy scenes, and his heartbeat quickened. He randomly put on a pair of briefs and a top outside, then washed his clothes. He stood outside the door for a while. If it weren't for worrying that people downstairs might think too much seeing him standing there, he would have liked to stand longer. After he entered the room, Lin Fan was leaning against the bed, reading a book intently. He was afraid Lin Fan might chase him to take off his pants to show her, so he said, "It's getting late. Aren't you tired today? Go to bed early, and look at it again tomorrow during the day." So, he turned off the light immediately. Lin Fan was indeed a bit tired. After turning off the light, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be another difficult morning to wake up. He muttered to himself, "I don't know why your mom doesn't like me. She wants me to get up early and have breakfast with her. Watching me every day probably makes her feel worse and causes indigestion. It's really hard to understand. If only I could buy a courtyard house and move out." He softly said, "I think I forgot something very important. Never mind, I'll think about it after I wake up," and then slept peacefully through the night. When he opened his eyes again, it was a new day. Today, after Zheng left for work at Zheng's house, Lin Fan also went out to find rubber bands and sponges. Even without sponges, he could still make do. Just add 2 layers of cloth to the car, like what he's wearing now, but it's easy for others to copy and produce, and it doesn't hold its shape well. He wanted to go for a high-end route, selling only to wealthy people, so he had to do his best. After leaving, Lin Fan changed into a 30-year-old woman's makeup look. First, he went to the rubber band factory. "Hello, sir. I want to see your sales manager. Last time, our factory received a batch of goods with some problems. The gatekeeper heard about quality issues and immediately forgot to ask who she was. He hurriedly took her to find Director Hong Ching-min of the sales department. At the door, Lin Fan said, "Sir, you can go back now. I'll go in alone to find Director Hong. Don't worry, I'll talk to him properly." Actually, Director Hong had learned about her from the gatekeeper. After the gatekeeper left, Lin Fan knocked on the door.
Come in.
Lin Fan opened the door and directly said, "Director Hong, my name is Jung Yu. Our factory wants to buy a batch of rubber bands. Do you have what we need?" Hong Chingmin didn't expect business to come to him like this. He became much more enthusiastic. "Yes, we definitely have them. Our factory produces rubber bands. What kind do you want?" "We want a wider type for export clothing," Lin Fan said, holding up to show the width. Hong Chingmin's eyes lit up. He was just worried about this. The previous clothing factory also ordered wide rubber bands for export clothing, but the deal with foreign clients fell through. The order was put on hold, and they couldn't sell it domestically. They wanted to sell cheaply, but no one wanted it. Now business came knocking on their door. "Comrade Zheng, I won't hide from you that we just produced a batch of the rubber bands you asked for, and we made extra. If you want, I can transfer them to you, or I can take you to see the goods first." If Lin Fan hadn't seen the bright, hopeful look in his eyes just now, he would have believed his story. Now? It's hard to say, but I am here to buy things. As long as the goods are good, that's enough. Manager Hong took Lin Fan to their warehouse number 2. He opened the door, and inside were large woven bags, stacked high, but you couldn't see what was inside. At the very back corner, there was a big pile of these large bags. Manager Hong opened one, took out a bundle to show Lin Fan. It was exactly the rubber bands she was looking for. Manager Hong said, originally, each bag was 50 jin and cost 12 yuan. If your factory can take all of them, I can sell them for 9 yuan each. Lin Fan tested the elasticity. It was quite good. In this era, finding such quality was rare. She also roughly measured one bundle, about 30 to 50 meters long. It felt heavy in her hand. Inside the bag, there might be over 10 bundles, totaling several hundred meters. It would last a long time. Manager Hong thought Lin Fan found the price too high, so he bit his lip and said, "The lowest I can go is 8 yuan. The cost of making these isn't enough. If the state-owned clothing factory hadn't suddenly canceled this batch, we wouldn't be producing them now. This is a clearance price." Lin Fan counted. There were about 18 bags, worth several hundred yuan. "Manager Hong, our factory might not need so many. How about this? Lower the price by 6 yuan, and I'll risk being punished by the factory director to buy them all." Manager Hong looked as if he had lost his father, with a long face. "No, that's too much of a loss. We can't sell them for less than 8 yuan. Each bag is at least 4 yuan less than before, which adds up to quite a loss. At most, reduce it by another 1 mao per bag." In the end, Lin Fan complained and agreed to pay 7.5 yuan per bag, then asked for an invoice. When issuing the invoice, she casually asked which factory they belonged to. Lin Fan simply said, "Red Star Clothing Factory." So Lin Fan bought 18 bags of rubber bands for 135 yuan, a good deal. She had the factory's vehicle pull the goods to the outside street. When they left through the gate, the security guard really thought there was a quality problem with their factory. These were compensation for others. He felt sad, thinking about how much they would have to pay, and it made him so upset he couldn't even finish his meal. After Lin Fan and the others left, no one was around, so he stored everything in his space. He was grateful that modern times had fewer people. During working hours, there were no crowds everywhere. If there were as many people as in modern times, it wouldn't have been possible. In less than an hour, he finished dealing with the rubber bands. Truly, luck was on his side. He hoped that the sponge would go just as smoothly later. Lin Fan thought. He took 3 more bus rides and found the address that Deputy Factory Manager Gao mentioned. Lin Fan took out a few milk candies and placed them on the table. "Sir, is this the sponge factory?" The gatekeeper looked at Lin Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, where are you from? What do you need?" Our factory wants to order a batch of sponges. Do you have any in stock? The gatekeeper, hearing the word buy, said, Of course, we have stock. I'll take you to see Director Lin. He pocketed the milk candies and led Lin Fan into the factory. You're here to buy supplies. That's under Director Lin's responsibility. It's the off-season now, so supplies will be tight come winter. Most of our products are for export factories. Domestic demand is low. During this short journey, Lin Fan learned quite a bit. He even found out about Director Lin's personality. He liked to hear praise and kind words. Director Lin, this lady wants to inquire about our sponge factory. I brought her here. Hello, Director Lin. My name is Zheng Yu. I work at Hongxing Garment Factory. We need to make some adjustments to our clothing for export, and we want to buy some sponge from your factory. Is that possible? Director Lin replied, Yes, we have a batch ready in the warehouse. What kind do you need? Lin Fan asked. We use it for clothing, and it can't be too thick, around 3 to 5 millimeters. Do you have that? Director Lin said, So thin? That's difficult. We haven't done that before. If you really need it, we'd have to adjust the machines and produce it specifically for you. The quantity can't be too small. Lin Fan hesitated. If the order is small, your factory won't take it? Minimum order is 1,000 yuan worth. Less than that and we won't consider it. Lin Fan thought. He had less than 800 yuan in total savings right now. Missing this opportunity would be difficult to recover. Can I see some finished products to check if they meet our standards? Director Lin replied, We have several quality options, all priced as previously agreed. I'll take you to see them. Thank you so much, Director Lin. You're such a kind person. Lin Fan then took out a pack of double happiness cigarettes and a 10 yuan note from his bag. Director Lin, have a cigarette. Sorry to trouble you. Director Lin took it, opened the case to look, and his mood improved. He put the cigarette in his pocket. Finally, Lin Fan chose a type with better quality and toughness. Director Lin, we want to make this kind of quality. We can't produce so many goods at once, or the factory will be under too much pressure. Just one part needs so many goods. If that happens, the factory might not be able to pay wages. Director Lin, everyone says you're very understanding. You see, our factory's cooperation won't be just this once. We plan to work together long-term. Now, everyone is contributing to the country. Could you please make an exception? We want to pay the first batch with 500 units of foam. You also need time to produce. It won't be finished all at once. Maybe after you finish, once we sell our clothes, we'll place more orders. It will definitely be a big deal then. Director Lin thought for a moment and accepted 10 yuan from this colleague, making it easier for them. All right, I'll help you produce 500 units first. The next batch will require a minimum order of 1,000. Lin Fan said, No problem at all. Thank you so much, Director Lin. I knew you are the most fair and selfless. They paid a 200 yuan deposit and agreed to deliver in 10 days. After leaving the factory, Lin Fan thought it was better to go back and eat. After finishing, he could rest and relax, knowing everything was settled. His heart felt at ease. He walked for about 10 minutes and waited for the bus by the roadside. At this moment, he deeply missed the ride-hailing apps of the future. No more suffering like this. While waiting, he thought about speeding up his translation work. Without money, he felt so limited and uncomfortable. Money, yes, it's all about money. Zheng Yujie's secret stash. I told myself last night I forgot something very important. That Zheng Yujie actually hid so much secret money and didn't report it, Lin Fan thought angrily. When Lin Fan returned to Zheng's house, Zhou Jie said, Your younger sister-in-law is back. What a coincidence, just in time for lunch. Grandpa and Grandma, I'm back. Looks like I have good luck, just in time for meal. Grandma Zheng said, Wash your hands quickly and come to eat. Your 3 letters and 3 remittance slips arrived. Oh, thank you, Grandma. I didn't expect to receive them so soon. Grandma Zheng said, I've already read the serial of your encounter with human traffickers 3 times. All our old sisters say our Zheng family is lucky to have a talented writer like you. Lin Fan felt a bit shy after being praised. Could she honestly say she was just writing to pass the time and earn a little extra money? If there were easier ways to make money or just relax, she wouldn't bother writing more. It used to be easier with a computer, but now every word has to be written by hand, which is very tiring, you know? Where's that so exaggerated? I just do it to pass the time, she said. Zhou Jia asked fourth sister-in-law, where do you usually go to have fun? Do you often visit friends? Lin Fan was worried the elderly couple might not like her going out often. I just go out sometimes to find inspiration, and I also visit the library to read. Third sister-in-law said, if you want to go, I'll take you next time. Zhou Jia added, fourth sister-in-law, don't laugh at me. I don't know many characters. Unlike you, who earns more at home than at work. Lin Fan replied, jobs aren't better or worse. Every position serves the country, and someone has to do it. After dinner, Lin Fan wanted to take the letter upstairs, but Zhou Jia stopped her. Don't you want to open and see it? If there's a newspaper, it's good for Grandpa and Grandma to see. So Lin Fan had to open the envelope, take out the newspaper, and quickly gather some tickets. Zhou Jia tried to reach for them, but wasn't faster than her. She found her articles lay out. Grandma, look at this. I'll go upstairs and rest for a bit, she said, carrying the tickets and remittance slips. Zhou Jia was very curious about how much money and how many tickets Lin Fan had received. But Lin Fan didn't give her a chance. Inside the 3 envelopes, she saw quite a few tickets, which made her eager to know more. Grandma, do you know how much money the 3 remittance slips add up to? Grandma Zheng happily took the newspaper to look, sharing one with her husband. It's none of your business. If someone asked how much money you and your husband have saved, would you tell them? The stingy fourth sister-in-law, who received so many tickets, but didn't share any. Zhou Jia felt a bit dissatisfied. Back in her room, Lin Fan looked at the remittance slips. 2 of them had smaller amounts, 8 yuan and 9 yuan, probably for short stories. One large one was for 185 yuan, likely for the book Meeting a Human Trafficker. After reading, she changed into a different outfit and went to bed for a nap, planning to translate a book after waking up. She woke up in less than 2 hours, saw 2 men's underwear still unfinished on the sewing machine, and sat down to sew. Today, her sewing speed was much more skilled and faster than yesterday. Zheng Yujie saw that she looked a bit disappointed and felt a little sorry. I'll think of a way for you. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. You have a way? You can do it. You're really amazing. In the evening, everyone returned home. Zhou Jie's big mouth spread the news that Lin Fan's article was published in the newspaper again and that she received 3 remittance slips. Zheng's sister-in-law said, fourth sister-in-law, you're really impressive. Many people have tried many times but never got published. You managed to get published every time. Lin Fan replied, it's not every time. Sometimes I don't get published. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, after dinner, I'll show you. Lin Fan's writing is really good. She has strong literary skills. If it weren't for our daughter-in-law, I'd even doubt she's a college graduate. I've read her work myself, and I really like it. Zheng's mother was also curious about why Grandma praised the 4th daughter-in-law so highly. It seemed she had some strengths in this area, or she wouldn't have been published in the newspaper several times. Zhou Jie said not only that. The newspaper also sent her quite a few tickets. Lin Fan regretted opening the envelope in front of her. Next time, she wouldn't do that again, or there would be no privacy left. She looked at Zheng's 3rd son, wondering how he could stay so calm facing such a woman all day long. If it were in later years, she might have divorced him hundreds of times. Yet, she still felt a bit of admiration for him. What was going on? Zheng Yujie saw her daydreaming while eating and quickly gave her a piece of food, signaling, eat quickly. What are you thinking? Han Ning also picked up her bowl. Uncle, give me some food too. The children spoke innocently, making Zheng Yujie feel a little embarrassed. He also scooped some into her small bowl. Thank you, uncle. However, Lin Fan, having seen many people feed others directly in her past life, didn't feel embarrassed at all. She was unaffected by everyone's gaze and focused on eating. After dinner, everyone took turns reading the 3 articles Lin Fan had published in the newspaper. After reading, Zheng Yujie thought, unexpectedly, his wife was truly talented. Her writing was excellent. Big Brother Zheng said, no wonder she got published. Her articles are really good, whether it's language, story plot, or educational value. He said, fourth sister-in-law could become a teacher. Her skills are too high. Zheng's mother also finished reading and had to admit that her least favorite fourth daughter-in-law was indeed good at writing. She then said a few words, not bad. Zhou Jie said, could fourth younger sister-in-law write a bit more? That way, she could earn more writing fees. Old Zheng San replied, you think writing is that easy? Sometimes, you need inspiration. Many reporters and writers who submit articles to newspapers often go outside to find ideas. Zhou Jie realized and said, so, fourth younger sister-in-law often goes to the library just to find inspiration? Zheng Yujie asked, want to go for a walk? Lin Fan didn't want to keep facing the Zheng family, so he followed Zheng Yujie out. I don't know if my mom's side has started construction. I'm thinking about going back to check. Zheng Yujie remembered she was pregnant and that she was tired from running around, plus she had work to do. He said, don't go. I'll ride over after work tomorrow at noon to see how things are. If you need help, I can lend a hand. No, I can ask Xiao Yozi to watch over it. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, all right, then you go check. If it's not convenient, we can eat outside. Do you still have money? Before Zheng Yujie could answer, he remembered he still had 5,000 private savings. He asked, what's with your private money? Zheng Yujie thought, women love money all day long. He said, it's from a small business I did with some friends. Lin Fan's eyes lit up immediately. You still have that skill? What kind of business was it? Zheng Yujie replied, I'll tell you when I grow up a bit. Suddenly, Lin Fan remembered she hadn't been to the scrap yard in a long time and asked, do you know where I can buy some cheap but good old items? Zheng Yujie immediately stopped and looked at her. What do you want those for? You can't openly trade now. Some people wouldn't even dare to show their things. Getting caught isn't fun. Lin Fan rolled her eyes. It's just a casual question. Isn't it said that in prosperous times, antiques are valuable in troubled times? If I had some, I'd secretly keep a few. They might be worth a lot later. Seeing Zheng Yujie silent, she added, just tell me if you know any sources to get some. If not, forget it. Zheng Yujie said, a few state-run antique shops let people consign items there, but the prices are high. If you like, I can get some for you. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled like stars. Really? If I used your 5,000 yuan, how much could I buy? Zheng Yujie immediately looked at her angrily, teeth clenched, wanting to see what was in her mind. Lin Fan knew she had said the wrong thing. It was the 1970s, and many people still didn't understand the importance of investment. She also noticed Zheng Yujie was angry. So, I wanted to make amends, and gently shook Zheng Yujie's hand. I just think that if you have money sitting idle, it's better to let it grow. Since you can't start your own business now, the only options are to buy a house or collect some old items. Our country won't stay poor forever. When we become richer, these things will appreciate a lot in value. Think about it. I just want to share my idea with you. If you disagree, I won't insist. But if I had money, I would invest in these two things. Although Zheng Yujie didn't fully agree, he was no longer so angry. Don't you want to buy a courtyard house? Lin Fan's eyes lit up like stars. Have you found someone selling one? Can it be transferred? Is it legal? How much does it cost? She asked several questions quickly, eager. Zheng Yujie also saw that this woman liked money, houses, and old items. Maybe these mattered more to her than he thought. Feeling a bit disappointed, he said, I've asked someone to look into it. If there's a suitable one, I'll tell you. Then he walked ahead alone. Lin Fan was still happy and didn't notice. She followed a few steps and said, we need to find a way to earn more money quickly. If a house comes up but we don't have enough, it would be really upsetting. She grabbed Zheng Yujie's hand. Let's go. Zheng Yujie was confused. Where are we going? Home. To think of ways to make money. This woman always had new ideas, which made her hard to understand. You never knew what she was thinking next. He asked casually, did you already think of a way to earn money?
Yes.
Women with money are the easiest to earn from, especially wealthy women. What do wealthy women love most? Of course, They love beauty. I have many ways to make women look beautiful. Maybe just a little laziness. Translating 2 more books could bring in quite a bit of money quickly. Or writing 2 longer novels and submitting them could also earn a lot. Of course, you should also do your best to work hard for our little family. Zhang Yujie thought, this woman is really obsessed with money. Buying a courtyard house might cost between 50 million and 100 million yuan, depending on the location and how well it's preserved. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Of course, the better preserved, the better. The larger the house, the better. The more central, the better. Can a house that big even be lived in? Suddenly, Lin Fan didn't know how to explain it to him. Finally, she said, can I just like it? All right, Zhang Yujie compromised, because who can resist liking me? He had nothing to say. In the Lin family, Zhang Wan had already tidied up all the rooms, moving everything into Lin Fan's room. Materials like bricks for the wall were also brought over. Lin Yu was very happy and asked, Mom, would they start construction tomorrow? Do you know how many days it will take? Once it's finished, my sister can come back to live. Lin Ma replied, it's just a wall between us, so it should be quick. The bathroom might take longer, though. Lin Yu said, but once it's fixed, we won't have to use buckets at night anymore. No more washing the bucket. I'm really happy. My sister is the best. I wonder if my sister will come back in the next couple of days. As soon as Lin Fan entered her room, she took out paper and started drawing plans for her courtyard. Zhang Yujie went to boil water and saw her drawing unfamiliar diagrams. What are you drawing? Lin Fan didn't look up and replied, something men like. After boiling water, Zhang Yujie saw her drawing unfamiliar diagrams. What are you drawing? Lin Fan didn't look up and said, something men love. Zhang Yujie felt he hadn't seen this thing before and casually asked, what do men like most? I don't know. Lin Fan looked up at him. Are you sure you want to discuss this with me? Seeing Zhang Yujie still confused and standing close, she decided to tease him. She grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. This part is covered. Do you like it? Zhang Yujie's head buzzed, his face instantly turned red, and his breathing became rapid. He was completely stunned and couldn't think clearly. Seeing his reaction, Lin Fan chuckled mischievously. He only realized how silly he had been when he heard her laugh and started thinking inappropriate thoughts. Feeling embarrassed, he turned around and ran out, slamming the door behind him. After running out, he noticed something strange about his body. He couldn't go back inside to get his clothes, but he saw Lin Fan drying his 2 new underwear on the balcony. He casually grabbed one and went to the bathroom to take a shower, rinsing with cold water. Why did it feel hotter and hotter? The shock he felt just now kept replaying in his mind, and his thoughts uncontrollably drifted into inappropriate territory. This woman is like poison. He must stay away. Otherwise, he might end up dead without knowing why. While washing, Zhang Yujie kept thinking, I don't know what she's really thinking. So many confusing actions and words come out of her mouth. The bath has been long enough. The kettle outside has already beeped to signal it's ready, but she still hasn't come out. When he finally managed to suppress his uncontrollable excitement and came out, nearly an hour had passed. Lin Fan had already finished drawing several designs for bras, waiting for the materials to arrive so she could give them to her mother to make and sell. Yes, she never thought about making and selling them herself, because it's not her strength. Actually, she didn't want to do the same mechanical work every day. She specializes in her craft. Her mother loves making clothes. She was about to go out and check when she opened the door and saw her dear husband. Zhang Yujie's ears turned red, and he dared not look at her face. Instead, his eyes moved downward and saw something even more astonishing, 2 round, soft curves. He stammered, all right, the water's ready. Go wash up quickly. Then, afraid to face her, he turned and went downstairs. He felt he needed to go outside for some fresh air, or his blood vessels might burst. Tomorrow noon, after visiting my mother-in-law, I'll take a leave in the afternoon to take her for a health check. It's about time to announce her pregnancy, Zhang Yujie thought, trying to distract himself with other thoughts. He went outside and smoked 2 cigarettes before coming back. Lin Fan was already in bed, breathing evenly. She's really a heartless woman. I love her and hate her at the same time. Wait, when did he fall in love with her? He didn't even realize. He thought for a long time but couldn't find the answer he wanted. Instead, the more he thought, the clearer he became. Just as he decided not to think about it anymore and try to sleep, a warm, soft body rolled into his arms, clinging to him like an octopus. Especially those two soft, shapeless things, what Lin Fan called the man's favorite parts, pressed against his lower abdomen. He really wanted to push her down on him, but thinking about her pregnancy, he didn't dare move. Maybe this stubborn woman was so confident because of the little one inside her. He kept reciting to himself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." He didn't know how long it took before he finally fell into deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was a new day. "Do you have anything planned today?" Zhang Yujie asked. Lin Fan, clearly not having enough sleep, yawned. "No, just at home, translating books. If I hurry, I might finish today." Zhang Yujie tried to speak more softly. "Then I'll take a half day off this afternoon. After work, I'll go see your mom. If there's nothing urgent, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup this afternoon." Lin Fan heard. "You're planning to take leave again. Do you remember how many times you've taken leave this month? If I were your boss, I would definitely fire you." Zhang Yujie was furious, thinking, who is this all for? That ungrateful woman. "Eat your meal and rest early. I will come back to pick you up," she said, then left quickly without looking back. Actually, Lin Fan was also thinking about sending a few letters to the newspaper today. She planned to go out in the afternoon. If she worked efficiently, she could finish translating the book and return it to the library. For her courtyard house, she had to work hard first. Once she got the house, she could relax. What she didn't know was that she might not have the chance anymore because her belly was slowly growing. After she gave birth, she would need to work even harder. That's a story for later. After dinner, she went upstairs, locked the door, and entered her space. She focused on translating, and surprisingly, she was much faster than usual, with higher efficiency. In one morning, she felt like she had gained a whole day inside her space. She finished all the translation, stretched lazily, and left her space. Inside her space, the cucumbers, tomatoes, and cookies weren't enough to satisfy her hunger, so she went downstairs to see if the food was ready. Once again, she strongly wanted to make some seasonings so she could cook for herself inside her space. It felt terrible to guard her treasure mountain while starving. "Aunt Lu, is there anything I can help with?" "Shaolin, you came down early today. No need to help. Everything is ready. Just wait for the stir-fry, and then we can eat. Maybe you should sit in the living room for a while. It's smoky here." Thinking she couldn't handle too much smoke lately, Lin Fan said, "All right, I'll go out first." "Thanks for your hard work, Aunt Lu." Aunt Lu, who was cooking, liked her very much. Shaolin was always so polite. Zhang Yujie left 10 minutes early again in the morning, riding her bike to visit her mother-in-law to check on the renovation progress. They only started working at dawn today, so in just a few hours, they built about a meter high. "Uncle Gua, did you encounter any problems?" "Let me know if you did." Gua Jingshan smiled and said, "No problems at all. Everything is going smoothly. The work is quick, and the door has been purchased. It will be finished in a couple of days. After that, just paint it white, and it's done. Don't worry, focus on your work. I will make sure everything is done well." "All right, thanks, Uncle Gua. I'll head back now. Please tell my mother-in-law I'll visit in a few days." "Sure, no problem." Then Zhang Yujie hurriedly rode her bike back to Zheng's house. When she returned, her family hadn't finished lunch yet. Grandma Zheng exclaimed, "Oh no, fourth brother is back. Have you eaten? I don't know if there's enough food for you. You didn't tell us you'd come back for a meal, so I asked Xiao Lu to cook more rice." Zhu Yujie replied, "I took the afternoon off. I wanted to take her for a health check." Grandma Zheng immediately became worried. "Is Lin Fan feeling unwell?" Zhu Yujie said, "It's nothing. It's been over a month since we got married, and I just want to check to feel at ease." Lin Fan finished eating and put down her bowl. She didn't want to face everyone's strange looks, and she also didn't want him to eat the leftovers. "I'll go get you a bowl of noodles." She stood up and headed to the kitchen. Aunt Lu saw her come in. Shaolin, do you want anything else? Aunt Lu, Yujie is back. He hasn't eaten yet. I'll get him a bowl of noodles. Aunt Lu looked at the rice cooker. There's less than 2 bowls of rice left, but no vegetables. Lin Fan thought about making egg fried rice. She took out a mask she made herself and put it on. Aunt Lu, could you help me wash some scallions and greens? I'll fry some rice for him. She then took 3 eggs. Aunt Lu looked at her with concern. You eat 3 eggs in one meal? You really spoil him. But she was just a housekeeper. She knew what to say and what not to say, so she kept quiet. Lin Fan quickly chopped the cleaned greens and scallions. Aunt Lu, could you turn on the stove for me? Soon. She finished a big bowl of egg fried rice and brought it out. Aunt Lu felt a bit distressed again. So much oil must have been used. Here, I made some rice for you. Eat it. When the rice was served, everyone saw the amount of oil and eggs. No wonder it smelled so good. Zhu Yujie didn't expect this carefree woman to be so kind to him. It seemed he had misunderstood her. She also cared about her man. Before he could feel touched enough, Zhou Jie said sourly, "Fourth sister-in-law, how much oil did you use? And so many eggs. Fourth brother really knows how to eat." Lin Fan confidently replied, "The eggs were brought back by my mom to eat. There are 30 of them. I only used 3. He worked a morning shift and is so tired. He needs to eat well. Oil isn't expensive. Next time, I'll ask him to bring back more." Zhou Jie thought to herself, 1 bowl of rice with 3 eggs and half a caddy of oil. What a waste. But what's the point? This is the Zheng family. If she married into another family, someone like fourth sister-in-law would be lucky to get 3 meals a day. Grandpa Zheng and Grandma Zheng thought for a moment. Yes, how can we call it waste when it's eaten by our own grandson? Seeing my little grandson has become so thin, I must give him some nourishing food. I am even more pleased with Lin Fan, the daughter-in-law who understands and cares for her husband. Grandma Zheng from the 3rd family complains, is the Zheng family short of food, or what? All they do is cause trouble every day. Zhou Jie inwardly fumes. Why don't you say that your elders favor the 4th child? Whatever they do is right, and others are wrong. But she dares not say this aloud. Lin Fan doesn't care what others say. Grandpa and Grandma, I'll go upstairs to rest first and go to the post office and library in the afternoon. Later, if I have time, I also want to send a letter and return some books. Seeing how diligent Lin Fan is, Grandma Zheng nods and lets her go rest first. By the time Zheng Yujie comes upstairs, Lin Fan is already asleep. Zheng Yujie admires how easily Lin Fan falls asleep, as if she has no worries at all. If he knew that Lin Fan had worked all morning without stopping, he wouldn't think that. Such a little lazy pig, he says, then gets into bed and sleeps. Over an hour later, Zheng Yujie wakes Lin Fan, and they go to the hospital again. Young Yejie is here, Zheng Yujie says with a smile. Uncle Zhang, I brought her here for a checkup, Zheng Yujie adds. Lin Fan also greets, hello, Aunt Zhang. Dr. Zhang extends her hand, let me check your pulse. Soon, she switches to the other wrist and checks again. It's been over 2 months, no issues. You're very healthy, much better than before. Your nutrition has improved, just avoid overexertion and stress. Finally, Dr. Zhang looks at Zheng Yujie and adds, in 3 months, a little intimacy is okay. Zheng Yujie's ears turn red, and he secretly glances at Lin Fan, noticing she remains calm and unaware of his embarrassment. He doesn't realize that in her previous life, she knew a lot about such matters, so she doesn't find it strange. Maybe it's just a beautiful misunderstanding. Aunt Zhang, she sleeps very deeply. If no one wakes her, she can sleep 10 or 20 hours a day, Zheng Yujie says. Dr. Zhang replies that's normal. The baby inside her is growing and absorbing her nutrients. Some pregnant women sleep to recover their strength. Sleeping well is good. Maybe I should get you chew some cans of malted milk to boost your nutrition, she suggests, noting that nowadays, nutritional supplements require ration tickets at the supply store. Aunt Zhang, we still have malted milk at home. Can you prescribe a few more bags of formula? She likes drinking it, Zheng Yujie says. Lin Fan is also a bit curious. She didn't expect this man, who seems so carefree, to remember her liking for formula. She feels a little touched. I can only give you 2 packs at most. I'll write a receipt for you. Both people said, thank you, Aunt Zhang. After leaving the hospital, Zheng Yujie said at the gate, tell your family you're pregnant when you go home. You just got married and you're already over a month along. Lin Fan felt it didn't matter much and nodded in agreement. She didn't react much anyway. Zheng Yujie looked at her and asked, where do you want to go now? Lin Fan thought of her courtyard and said, first, go to the post office to send a letter. Then, go to the library to return some books. At the post office, she saw new stamps and asked for 2 sets to collect at home. Then, she withdrew the money from 3 remittance slips. At the library, Director Huang was very happy to see her. Little Lin, your translation is done. They've been urging me for a while, but I know this won't be finished soon. It's about 53,200 words. At 6 yuan per 1,000 words, that's 319 yuan. Plus some stamps. And there's also this book that Minister Gua specifically asked you to translate. Lin Fan suddenly remembered she wanted to buy a desk lamp. She asked, Director Huang, the lights at home are too dim. I want to buy a desk lamp. Can you get me some foreign exchange vouchers? Director Huang replied, we don't have that voucher either. Lin Fan looked at the new book she was holding. Can you ask Minister Gua if he has one? He wants me to finish translating the book quickly, so I can only work overtime at night. If not, the lights are too dim, and I can't work at night. If Minister Gua was nearby, he would definitely see this as a clear threat. Zheng Yujie overheard their conversation and thought this woman really had confidence. Director Huang thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll call Minister Gua to ask if he has one. Lin Fan also left Minister Huang her family's phone number. As they left the library, Lin Fan happily said, another 300 yuan in income. The manuscript fee is also 200 yuan, getting me closer to buying the courtyard. Zheng Yujie saw his wife, so happy, and felt a bit helpless. Having such a capable wife was a serious challenge to his pride. What should he do? No, I need to find a way to earn more money. If Lin Fan knew that just this was enough to motivate her husband, she would have done it long ago. Actually, Lin Fan was happier because the money she received these days just covered the 500 yuan she owed to Hyamian. This meant her small savings hadn't decreased. Lin Fan said, should we eat out tonight? I want to have some spicy and sour noodles. Zheng Yujie thought for a moment. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to a place to eat. The food there is better. Lin Fan asked, but we haven't told our family we're not coming back for dinner. Wouldn't it be bad if we don't go home now? It's fine. I used to skip dinner often and they didn't mind, Zheng Yujie replied. Lin Fan pouted, thinking, am I the same as you now? You're the son of the landlord, and I am the daughter-in-law. You're an outsider to the Zheng family, 2 different things, okay? But today, I just don't want to go home. I want to order takeout. So, if anything happens, Zheng Yujie can handle it. She secretly chuckled to herself. The 2 of them rode their bikes together, turning left and right, and eventually stopped at the gate of a traditional courtyard. Zheng Yujie knocked on the door. A middle-aged man appeared, peeking out his head to look. Zheng Yujie hurriedly called out, Uncle Xie. I brought my wife today to try your cooking. Jie, my boy, come in quickly, said the man, opening the door to let them in, then closing it behind them. After parking their bikes, Zheng Yujie said, Uncle Xie is famous for his northern-style noodles, hot and sour noodles, oil-splash noodles, whistle noodles, scallion oil mixed noodles, and meat-filled buns. He's very skilled at making all kinds of pancakes. Lin Fan's mouth watered at the mention. She really wanted to eat. Zheng Yujie added, but these dishes aren't something you can eat every day. It depends on luck. What Uncle Xie plans to cook today, that's what you get. If you want something specific, you can pre-order and you'll definitely get it, he explained, meaning you can't just order on the spot. She understood. It made sense. These days, every household has a quota for grain, and you need a ration ticket to buy food. Without it, even money can't buy anything unless you buy from the black market at high prices. There's no room for waste, so people have to be careful. That's why Lin Fan was worried about telling her family she wouldn't be home for dinner. She didn't want to cause trouble. But when she was out, she definitely wanted to eat well. Uncle Sia, what delicious dishes do you have today? Uncle Sia said, there's a little bit of meat today. If you want, I can add an extra dish. You can have any kind of noodles, and we also have crispy bread. Lin Fan's mouth was almost watering again. She'd never felt such a strong craving before. It seemed that in this resource-scarce time, she had become accustomed to it. Then I'd like 2 crispy breads with meat inside, please. And a bowl of hot and sour noodles with lots of chili. Uncle Sia said, all right, I'll arrange that for you. What about Jia? Uncle Sia, just a bowl of noodles for me. She can't eat too spicy, Zheng Yujia said. No, I want it spicy, Lin Fan insisted. Zheng Yujia quietly said to her, have you forgotten you're pregnant? If you eat too spicy and upset your stomach, do you think that's good? He handed her a food voucher and a Tuliang meat ticket, then signaled to Uncle Sia behind him. Seeing Lin Fan clearly unhappy, he said, it's your first time eating here. Just try it first. If you like it, I'll buy it for you again later. Lin Fan was happy again. This new benefit didn't seem too bad. All right, then it's settled. If I want to eat again, you'll have to buy it for me. Then you take turns buying for me. I want to try all the delicious things here. Zheng Yujia took her to a small room. Each room here is for people who like to eat noodles. Sometimes when there are many people, all the rooms can be full. If there are a lot of people, you need to call and make a reservation a day in advance and pay a deposit. You can eat as much as you want, but no waste allowed. Lin Fan, with wide-eyed excitement, asked, can I come alone to eat here in the future? No, only people with good financial conditions or those from all walks of life come here to enjoy a meal. It's not safe for you to come alone. If you really want to eat, I can bring you here, or buy it for you to take home. Lin Fan thought for a moment and reluctantly agreed. Okay. Soon, 2 big bowls of noodles were brought out. One was bright red, topped with chili oil. The portions looked generous and very appetizing. She took the chopsticks and tried to take a bite, but Zheng Yujia stopped her. The noodles just cooked are very hot. No one is rushing you. Take your time and eat slowly. After eating more than half a bowl, Zheng Yujia stopped her again. Stop eating now. Lin Fan thought he was crazy. She couldn't enjoy her meal at all. She was so angry she said, I'm not full yet, and your child isn't full either. Do you want us to starve? Zheng Yujia sighed. Don't forget you also ordered 2 steamed buns with meat. Are you done eating? Are you sure you can finish this big bowl of noodles after all that? Lin Fan said, oh right. I didn't realize the portions here are so big. Maybe I should order more noodles for you. Without waiting for his approval, she grabbed his bowl and scooped noodles into his bowl. After all, he said that eating here means no waste. She finished scooping and then buried her head in eating large bites. The taste was really good. Such authentic noodles are rare in later generations. Lin Fan thought it would be great if she could come alone. She could pack away 10 or 8 bowls of noodles and keep them in her space, so she could eat whenever she wanted. Soon, 2 large flatbreads were brought out, and the portions were generous. One was as big as a plate. Since I didn't want to eat noodles, just eating one of these was enough to make me full. What should I do? I was almost full myself and had no more room to eat. Eat some first and try the taste. We'll go for a walk later, and if you're hungry again, you can eat more. No one will compete with you. Lin Fan looked at Zheng Yujia, then at the 2 big flatbreads. She picked one up, tore off a piece, and put it in her mouth. So delicious. While saying that, she also tore a piece for Zheng Yujia. Can I take the leftovers home? She thought about it and decided to bring it back to eat later. Sure, let Uncle Sia wrap it in some sturdy paper. Wow, I ate too much and can't walk properly. I feel so satisfied. Zheng Yujia also felt that sometimes, just quietly sharing a meal with someone was a very nice feeling. It seemed like she should exchange more meat coupons and often take her out to eat. After eating, Lin Fan looked around the courtyard. We need to work hard to earn money. We must own our own house someday. After leaving the courtyard, Lin Fan secretly put the leftover flatbread into the lab to keep fresh. She planned to eat it later when she was hungry again. Shall we go back now? Zheng Yujie asked. There's a park nearby. Do you want to go for a walk? Lin Fan really felt too full and thought a walk to help digestion was a good idea. Okay, but what if someone sees us and says we're on a date or doing something inappropriate? Zheng Yujie's face immediately darkened. As long as we don't do anything inappropriate, nothing will happen. Besides, we are married. Lin Fan thought to herself that she understood this era well now. Married couples aren't even allowed to hold hands outside, or they might be accused of something improper and get taken away. She wondered why, with such strict rules, families still managed to have so many children. Oh, I also wanted to ask if you've been to see my mom. Has the construction started?
It has.
Today, I saw it was already a meter high. It'll be finished in a couple of days. That's so fast. I'll go back in a few days to check again. At the park, there weren't many people, and there were no streetlights. Luckily, it wasn't completely dark yet. Honestly, there wasn't much to see. Just hold on to your bike. We'll walk for a while to digest, then head back. No need to walk all the way back. Zheng Yujie, are you planning to go home and tell your family I'm pregnant? Your third sister-in-law is over 4 months pregnant, and ours is almost 3 months. When her due date approaches, people might gossip or say unkind things. Don't worry, just find a good excuse. Today, just say she got pregnant right after marriage. Alright, pregnancy and childbirth are common these days. Lin Fan also feels there's nothing to fear, but he should exercise more in the future, so it's easier to give birth. Earlier, Grandma Zheng mentioned that some skilled doctors have been sent to farms. That's how the times are. There are still a few years to go, so we'll just wait patiently. Over at the Research Institute, Minister Gui didn't receive a call from Director Huang, but he saw a message left by the person who answered the phone. He picked up the message and read, the translator wants foreign exchange coupons to buy a lamp. He then remembered the young girl.
She really dares to ask.
But after thinking, they don't have foreign exchange coupons, but there are lamps in the institute. So, he directly applied for a lamp for her. I want to see what other excuses she can find to avoid translating books, Minister Gui thought. He's never seen someone so lazy, with no motivation at all. He found someone and said, tomorrow, send this lamp to the library and give it to Director Huang. Back at the Zheng family, he greeted, good evening, Grandpa and Grandma.
Good evening, Mom.
After the greetings, Grandma Zheng asked, have you eaten? It's so late to come back. Lin Fan looked at Zheng Yujie and signaled him to answer. Zheng Yujie said, we ate a bowl of noodles outside, and just got back. I forgot to tell the family earlier. Grandma Zheng said, it's okay. Didn't you say you went to the hospital? Is everything all right? Zheng Yujie replied, nothing serious. But Lin Fan is pregnant now, over a month already. The doctor just confirmed today, so we need to be more careful. Hearing this, the elderly couple in the Zheng family thought, this is the 4th generation of their family. They haven't even had a grandson yet. This is such good news. Really? That's great. Once you're pregnant, take good care of yourself. Don't work too hard. Lin Fan honestly agreed. Brother Zheng and his wife looked at each other. They still wanted to have a younger brother or sister for Hong Ying, but they haven't succeeded yet, and surprisingly, the younger sister-in-law was quick. Sister-in-law Zheng smiled and said, congratulations to 4th brother and 4th sister-in-law. Such quick news. Hong Ying will soon have a new sibling. Whether Lin Fan was sincere or not, he replied, thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Zhou Jie used to think that being the Zheng family's eldest grandson was like being a national treasure, a great contributor to the family. But now, just over a month after the younger sister-in-law moved in, she's already pregnant. She is so lucky. I am very jealous. But her tone when she speaks doesn't sound sincere. She says, congratulations to the 4th sister-in-law. So soon she's pregnant. That's not much different from my belly. Lin Fan replies, 3rd sister-in-law is still different. A minute or a day makes a difference. You are older siblings, but we are younger siblings. Zhou Jie then notices Zheng Yujie holding milk powder in a cloth bag, and her eyes show greed. Did you buy some nutritional supplements to make up for it? I've been pregnant for so long and haven't had anything nutritious. Mainly because I didn't have the tickets. I didn't expect that the fourth sister-in-law would buy 2 packs right away. Zhang Yujie hands the milk powder to Lin Fan as if she didn't hear her implied words. She's also worried that her third brother might get angry and embarrass himself. Go upstairs and rest first. You've been running around all afternoon. You must be tired. Didn't you say you're tired? Wait a moment, I'll come up later and boil water for your bath. Lin Fan says, then Grandpa, Grandma, and I will go upstairs first. Mother Zheng nods in agreement. Grandma Zheng kindly says, go ahead, rest well if you're tired. Zhou Jia initially thought that the elders in Zheng's family would give her a pack of milk powder since she was the first to get pregnant with Zheng's grandchild. All the good things in the family should be reserved for her first, right? But she didn't expect that the elders in Zheng's family favored the fourth family so much. Now that they knew the fourth family was also pregnant, they weren't as nice to her anymore. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, and she angrily went into her room. Grandpa Zheng says, Fourth, your wife and child are both here now. You need to settle down and stop being so carefree. You're not just eating your fill while the whole family goes hungry anymore. You should think more about your wife and children. Work hard at your job. Stay away from those lazy, troublemaking friends. Zheng Yujie is afraid they'll keep talking and never stop. All right, I understand. I'll go upstairs now. After Zheng Yujie goes upstairs, Grandma Zheng says to Mother Zheng, you shouldn't always keep a cold face at Fourth's house. She's married now, and they get along well. Now that she's pregnant too, we elders should hope for harmony among the younger generation. Mother Zheng understands the reasoning but feels she can't do anything about her dislike. Since her parents have said so, she has to show some face. Reluctantly, she says, I will. After Sanjing enters their room and sees Zhou Jia lying on the bed, she seems to have lost her mind for some reason. What's wrong with you? Jia Zhou felt very wronged and said, Look, we are both daughters-in-law of the Zheng family. The fourth house's wife is pregnant and can drink high-quality nutritional milk. But we in the third house have nothing. The elders at home also favor the fourth house. Old third Zheng, you are neither up nor down in the Zheng family, which makes me also be looked down upon because of you. Your son hasn't even been born yet and is already suffering. Do you still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Old third Zheng took a few deep breaths and said, Give me your passbook. Jia Zhou asked, What do you want the passbook for? You said you want to buy nutritional products, right? Tomorrow, I'll withdraw the money for you to buy them. If you want a drink, just buy it yourself. Why do you need to look at others? Jia Zhou shouted louder, Buy what? Do you have a ticket? That's milk powder, costing several yuan per bag. Fourth has already asked for several bags. Just ask him to give you one. There's no need to spend our own money. We've saved so little. Is it easy? Do you just want to spend it recklessly? Old third Zheng was about to make her so angry she might faint. You really are unreasonable. Your money is your money, but isn't Fourth's money also money? Did they make it themselves? They bought it with their own money too. How can you be so shameless? Asking for it? It's embarrassing to even say that. Jia Zhou also thought old third Zheng's brain was broken. Our family is only you earning money. Soon, our son will be born and we need money everywhere. Fourth and his wife both work. What's wrong with sharing some with his nephew? Old third Zheng was afraid that if he kept arguing with this stubborn woman, he might get so angry he'd blood, so he left angrily. After Zheng Dege and his wife tidied up and went into the room, they were also chatting. Zheng Dege said, We originally wanted to add a younger brother for Honging, but Fourth is surprisingly quick. Just a month after getting married, his wife is already pregnant again. Zheng Desa said, We can't force the children to have a baby. My sister-in-law from my family said that sometimes the more you rush, the less likely it is to happen. Since we already have Honging, it proves both of them are healthy. It's just a matter of time. However, I can see that Fourth really cares for his wife. It makes me a little jealous. Why are you jealous? You're the eldest daughter-in-law of the Zheng family. Your parents treat you well. Grandpa and Grandma prefer Fourth, but they're not biased against the second sister-in-law. The main thing is, isn't your husband good to you? Why are you jealous of others? If others are jealous of you, that's just right. Alright, don't think too much. It's late now. I'll come to serve you. Just lie down and rest well. I'll take care of you. What are you doing? Hong Ing hasn't slept very deeply yet. Sniffle. Old Jung covered her mouth to stop her from saying anything unpleasant. His hands became restless, slipping under her clothes, accurately finding two rounded shapes, then holding them firmly. The old wooden bed creaked rhythmically as they moved. Then, unspoken sounds came from the bed. Afterward, the couple looked satisfied and hugged each other as they fell into a deep sleep. In Grandma Zheng's room, Grandma Zheng asked, "Old man, are you asleep?"
"I've slept."
"You should go to bed too. Lazy old man. Can you still talk if you're asleep?" The Zheng family has 4 grandchildren and 1 granddaughter. But the next generation only has Hong Ing. It's been years, and the older ones haven't given her a little brother. I hope the 3rd or 4th child now has a baby soon so we can have a great-grandchild. You old woman, children are fate. You think you can control everything just because you want to. You're so tolerant of the 3rd family's troublemaker just because she's pregnant. Don't think I don't know. No matter what, she's carrying our Zheng family's future grandchild. Just endure it for the sake of the child. Sometimes, if I can't stand it, I go out and play with some old friends. It's not a big deal. All right, stop thinking about it. Go to sleep quickly. If you don't sleep now, it'll be too late. Early in the morning, old Zheng got up and did a set of military exercises, then cleaned the yard, sweeping away all the leaves. Grandma Zheng also got up early to tend her few vegetables in the backyard. Soon, old Zheng came over to help water the plants. Zheng Yujie also woke up early to run a few laps around the big yard. As he stepped outside, he met Zheng's 3rd brother. "Fourth, you're up so early. Wanna run a few laps together?" "Sure, let's go." "Fourth, your 3rd sister-in-law just likes to take small advantages. No matter how I teach her, she won't change." 3rd brother, apologize to you and 4th sister-in-law. "It's okay. As long as you can tolerate it, we can just ignore it," he said, handing over a small paper. "Here." Zheng's 3rd brother took it and saw it was a milk powder coupon. His feelings were mixed. "Fourth, what's this? Although I don't like how your wife always tries to scheme against me, I could still give her a box of milk powder. I just worry that if I give her once, she'll ask for more and never stop. You know I hate trouble the most. Here's a coupon. The child is up to you to take care of." Zhang Sanji knew in his heart that the 4th brother didn't want to hurt their brotherly harmony. It was all because of that troublesome woman. What a mess this has become. But still, he felt very touched. He thought that the 4th brother, who used to follow them around and often got into fights or caused trouble, had really grown up. He also knew to care about them as brothers now. The 4th brother didn't pay attention to him. After running around twice, he went back to wash up and then called Lin Fan to get up. When they came down for breakfast, he also gave his eldest brother a ticket. Zheng Deji took it and saw it was a candy coupon worth £1. "It's for buying milk candies for Hong Ing," Zheng Yujie said. Zheng Deji patted the 4th brother's shoulder and smiled at the two of them, saying, "Thanks, 4th brother, and thank you, 4th sister-in-law." Lin Fan didn't quite understand why Zheng Deji was thanking her so early in the morning. So, Zhang Sanji pulled her to sit at the table. After breakfast, Zhang Sanji went to his room to get money, planning to buy a pack of milk powder after work. Zhou Jie saw this and asked curiously, "What are you taking the money for?" Zhang Sanji happily told her, "This morning, the 4th brother gave me a milk powder coupon. You wanted to improve your nutrition, right? I'll bring some back after work." Zhou Jie immediately looked unhappy and said, "They are so kind. Why not just give you a pack of milk powder directly? Why do you have to spend several dollars to buy it?" She then snatched the money coupon from Zhang Sanji's hand. "Milk powder is so expensive, I won't buy it. We still have several cans of malted milk at home. I can just drink that, and it doesn't cost anything. And if I don't drink it, isn't that saving money for the 4th brother's family? She's pregnant too. Maybe in the future, her child will compete with our son for food. This milk coupon can go back to my sister-in-law at my parents' house to help my 2 nephews get some good nutrition. I heard that kids who drink it become smarter." Zhang Sanji was almost furious. If it weren't for her being heavily pregnant, he might not have been able to hold back from hitting her. He was too tired to argue with her. People with such pig-brain thinking are hopeless, no matter how much you say. So he snatched the coupon back and said, "If you don't want to drink it, I won't buy it. This was hard for fourth brother to get for my kids. I'll buy some after the baby is born." Without looking back, he walked out. The next moment, Zhou Jie's screams filled the room. "Zheng Lao Sanyu, you're bullying me. I can't live anymore."
Wah.
Zheng's mother saw that early in the morning, the Laosan family's house was causing trouble. "Laosan, what's wrong with you? Can't you just let your uncooperative wife be? She's pregnant, you know?" Zheng Laosan was also very angry because this stubborn woman had completely embarrassed him in front of the Zheng family. He was on the verge of losing his temper. "Zhou Jie, if you want to leave, just leave. If you don't want to stay, then go back to your parents' house. Our Zheng family is small, and I can't hold a troublemaker like you.
Get out now.
I'm fed up with you." Zhou Jie also started to get scared. Surely they wouldn't really kick her out? It was just a ticket. She couldn't understand why Zheng Laosan was so angry. It was all because of the fourth family. Their couple was just troublemakers. Ever since the fourth family moved in, the house had been chaotic. But now she was even more afraid that the Zheng family would abandon her. If she went back, she wouldn't have a way to survive. She knew she wouldn't find such a kind family again, one that fed her and let her rest without working. So she cried and said, "I won't leave. I still have Zheng Laozu's grandson inside me. Yu Hao, I won't cause trouble anymore. I'll listen to you. I promise I won't fight with you again. Please don't kick me out." The Zheng family saw her crying and sniffling pitifully. Lin Fan saw this scene and felt disgusted. She immediately vomited. Ugh. She covered her mouth and hurried to the bathroom, feeling dizzy from throwing up. Zheng Yujie also rushed over, patting her back repeatedly. "Are you okay?" After vomiting, Lin Fan tried to stand up, but had no strength. Halfway up, she collapsed to the ground. Zheng Yujie quickly caught her. "We're going to the hospital now. Just hold on a little longer." Lin Fan weakly said, "Let me down. I need to rinse my mouth first. My mouth tastes terrible." Zheng Yujie helped her sit on the sofa and poured a cup of warm water. "It's better to go to the hospital and get checked, just to be safe." Lin Fan calmed down a bit and said, "It's okay. I might just be experiencing morning sickness. Resting a bit will help. I want to go upstairs and sleep for a while. No need to go to the hospital." Seeing that she really didn't want to see a doctor, Zheng Yujie gently carried her upstairs like a princess. The Zheng family members, seeing this sudden change, no longer paid attention to Zhou Jie's screams. Zheng's mother, after seeing the fourth couple go upstairs, turned to look at Zhou Jie, feeling the urge to scold her. "Third family member, you stay at home every day doing nothing. All you do is eat and sleep. What else are you unhappy about? If you think our Zheng family lives poorly, then go back to your mother's house with a third brother. Our Zheng family doesn't need you. If you leave the third brother, he can marry someone else who can have children. If you continue to cause trouble for the Zheng family, I will decide for you both to divorce." Hearing her mother-in-law say this, Zhou Jie was so frightened she lost her composure. She immediately knelt at her mother-in-law's feet, holding her legs and crying even more sadly, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Mom, I won't divorce him. Please, I don't want to divorce you, Hao. I have no complaints about the Zheng family. I am very satisfied. Please don't send me away. Mom, I promise I won't argue with him anymore. I won't be jealous of my sister-in-law. Please, don't send me away. I won't leave." Then she turned to her third brother and said, "Hao Yu, I will eat less from now on. I won't bring so many things back to my parents' house anymore. Please don't send me away." The two elders of the Zheng family looked displeased at her words. But since she was pregnant, they worried crying more would harm the baby, so they were about to speak. Third brother Zheng said harshly, "I don't believe what you're saying. You also said you'd stop caring about your blood family, but what happened? Just a few days, and you're back to your old ways. Whenever there's something good in the Zheng family, everyone cares about your unborn child's well-being. But what do? You turn around and secretly send all the kindness you receive to the Zhou family. And then you come back causing trouble. Leave. We don't want a woman like you in the Zheng family. We also don't want women who only care about the Zhou family. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Zhou Jie clung to her third brother's feet again. No, I don't want to leave. I swear I won't do it again. Grandma Zheng said, all right, third brother, give her another chance. If she can't change in the future, I won't stop you. Third brother Zheng didn't really want to send her away. After all, she was pregnant with his child. But if he didn't give her a lesson, she would only become more stubborn. So, angry, he didn't even eat and went to work. Mother Zheng said, all right, get up and tidy yourself up. Look at yourself now. Zhou Yujie also despised her sister-in-law very much. Otherwise, her wife wouldn't have suffered such hardships. After putting Lin Fan on the bed, he went downstairs. What a mess. Grandma Zheng asked, is your wife okay? Zheng Yujie said, taking a short break might mean there's not much left to do. He then took a bowl, filled it halfway with porridge, grabbed 2 eggs, and went upstairs with a serious face. Grandpa Zheng said, hurry up and finish your breakfast so you can go to work. If you don't leave soon, you'll be late. Everyone stayed silent, quietly finishing their breakfast in a tense atmosphere. Zheng Yujie wanted to ask for a day off, but Lin Fan didn't allow it. When Zheng Yujie went downstairs earlier to get breakfast, she drank a large glass of spiritual spring water and felt much better now. I'll just eat half a bowl of porridge and 1 egg. You should go downstairs and eat your breakfast quickly. After eating, go to work fast. If you don't earn more money, how will you support the kids? Zheng Yujie was so annoyed he almost laughed. This stubborn woman, even now, she's still thinking about earning money. In her past life, she probably worked all her life just to get by. He turned around irritably and left. Lin Fan saw him leave and thought, good, he's gone. If he stays at home, how can I cheat to get into the space? That would just cause me trouble. She didn't eat the egg. Yesterday, I packed half a pot of crispy bread. It's perfect to have a bite of bread with some porridge. Life is pretty good. After finishing, she went to the balcony to look outside. Seeing everyone heading to work, she locked the door and entered the space to start working. Not long after, the house phone rang. Is this Lin Fan's home? I'm from the library, Grandpa Zheng answered. Yes, this is the Zheng family. Lin Fan is my daughter-in-law. What's the matter? On the other end, I'm Director Huang from the library. I just need Lin Fan to come and pick up something when she's free. Grandpa Zheng looked a bit uncomfortable. Is it urgent? My granddaughter-in-law isn't feeling well right now. If it's not urgent, can she come tomorrow? That's fine, that's fine. Let her rest well. Her health is the most important.
No rush, no rush.
Grandma Zheng came over and asked who's calling. The library. They want Xiao Lin to pick something up. It can wait until tomorrow. It's not urgent. Grandma Zheng said if it's not urgent, then forget it. Maybe Xiao Fan is sleeping now. When Old Four comes back at noon, she can ask him. If Old Four could just change his attitude, Xiao Fan would be more promising. Her income wouldn't be low either. Their future days wouldn't be hard. So the saying settle down first, then build a career is really true. Grandpa Zheng said, it's still important to marry the right person. A good wife means fewer troubles for the husband. Look at what happened with the third family these days. Grandma Zheng replied, we're old now. The children and grandchildren will have their own happiness. We should worry less and relax more. Compared to my 2 older sisters' families, our Zheng family is much better off. Lin Fan spent 3 hours translating and then felt a little hungry. She poured herself a glass of milk and finished the boiled eggs from this morning, then ate a piece of cake. My eyes are so tired. I should find some fabric to practice sewing.
Just make a set of clothes for that man.
It doesn't really matter if men's clothes are good or not. So she focused again on drawing a rough sketch and cutting fabric. She currently had plenty of fabric in her space. She finished cutting 2 tops, but she wasn't very good at cutting pants yet, so she planned to ask Grandma Zheng how to do it later. She left the space and went to the room to operate the sewing machine. Zheng Yujie originally planned to check on his business after work in the afternoon. His wife was someone who could earn money and loved money, so he had to work even harder to earn more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have status. But he was also worried because Lin Fan had been so sick that morning and didn't know how she was doing at home. Still feeling uneasy, he decided to go home first and then visit the furniture store after work. When he hurried back home, he saw Grandma Zheng sitting at the door mending clothes. "Grandma, I'm back." Grandma Zheng looked up and glanced at him. "You're back. Go upstairs and see your wife. She went up this morning and hasn't come down. I wanted to check on her, but was afraid of disturbing her rest. Besides, it's almost lunchtime now." Yujia nodded and went upstairs, thinking she was sleeping, but when he gently opened the door, he saw her working at the sewing machine. The sound of the machine was loud, and he didn't even hear himself opening the door. He knocked on the door. Lin Fan heard the sound, turned her head, and looked. "You're back. I thought you wouldn't come home for lunch?" She looked at her watch. It was almost lunchtime. She didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Just a little longer, and the car will be finished. She made 2 cotton t-shirts, one white and one black. Yujia asked, "I thought you were resting. Are you feeling okay now?" Lin Fan kept sewing without stopping.
"I'm fine.
"It was just that I saw your third sister-in-law this morning, and she looked so disgusting that I felt nauseous and vomited. Many pregnant women have symptoms like that. Now that I've calmed down, I feel a bit better. If I don't find something to do, isn't it lonely staying at home?" She cut off the last thread with scissors and happily held up the 2 pieces of clothing. "Look, I made 2 new outfits for you too. Do you want to try them on and see if they fit?" Zheng Yujia was very surprised. "Did you make this for me?" He never thought this woman would make clothes for him. A strange feeling arose inside him. He casually took the 2 pieces of clothing. Why is there no collar? Could it be that people in this era haven't worn this kind of clothing before? No way. So, this must be. This fabric is best for t-shirts. It absorbs sweat and is very comfortable to wear.
Try it."
Zheng Yujia hesitantly took the clothes, thought for a moment, and then went to the bathroom to change. When Lin Fan saw him in the white shirt, she thought he looked very good, feeling he was naturally a model. After changing clothes, he looked like a high school boy, young and fresh, as if he had become several years younger. Her eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Looks great. Much better than the old-fashioned clothes you usually wear that look like your grandfather's." She pulled him to the wardrobe, opened the mirror, and looked at herself. "Look at me, my handsome man." She reached out to touch him, wanting to feel him again, but her small hand was caught by him. Her ears turned slightly red. "Grandma is calling you for dinner. If you don't go down now, she'll come upstairs to find you." Lin Fan didn't get much chance to enjoy herself and felt a little regretful. Oh well, next time she could try again. Anyway, he was her man legally and exclusively.
"All right.
Let's go down and eat," she said, leading the way out. After she left, Zheng Yujia still stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself for a long time. He felt very comfortable in the clothes and thought he looked better. He couldn't help but smile to himself. This woman wasn't useless. She was still very good to him, her husband. His heart felt warm. Forget it, he wouldn't change back the clothes. Wearing this out was fine. He thought for a moment and tried on the black one again. He found that although the 2 clothes were the same style, the colors were different and the feeling they gave was different. This black one made him look more cheerful. "Not bad, I like both outfits. Looks like this woman made 2 clothes for me in just one morning. Did she not rest?" His lips curled up even more. Feeling proud, he changed back into the white shirt and went downstairs. Grandma Zheng saw her grandson wearing a new outfit and thought he looked good, even glancing at him twice. Lin Fan happily introduced, "Grandma, I made this for him. Do you think it looks good? Most importantly, it absorbs sweat and is very comfortable." "Really? It's better than what he used to wear," Grandma Zheng replied. Grandma Zheng thought, so, the 4th daughter-in-law really is making clothes for her grandson. She increasingly felt that this daughter-in-law had married well. After arguing early in the morning, Zhou Jie didn't go out and just lay in her room all morning, feeling uncomfortable all over. Now, when she came out to wait for the meal, she also heard Lin Fan's words. But she no longer dared to ask for anything. So, She cursed silently in her heart both Lin Fan and her husband, blaming her younger sister-in-law for being a troublemaker who made her lose face and caused her husband to think poorly of her. Such a mean woman. I curse her children won't be born. I curse her to trip and fall downstairs and be gone. I wish her a bad death. She silently cursed Lin Fan hundreds of times. Old Master Zheng came back from outside. Seeing that the fourth couple was there, he remembered the phone call he received this morning. Little Lin, the library called and asked you to pick up some things when you have time. They said it's not urgent. This morning, I saw you weren't feeling well, so I didn't let Grandma go upstairs to call you. Pick up what? Lin Fan thought for a while, wondering what it could be that she was asked to fetch. Suddenly, she exchanged a glance with Zhang Yujie, and both realized what she was being asked to get. It must be the foreign exchange coupons. Lin Fan happily pouted at Zhang Yujie, implying, see, I can get the foreign exchange coupons myself to buy a desk lamp. Zhang Yujie couldn't stand her smug look and just pursed her lips. The two elders at home noticed Zhou Jia observing their little actions. They thought these two young people seemed to have a better relationship than they had expected. Zhou Jia thought her younger sister-in-law was winking at her younger brother, constantly trying to him. She saw her as a true fox spirit. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. I'll go get it tomorrow. Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and said, why don't I go help you pick it up after dinner? Lin Fan considered and said, no need. I'm not in a hurry. I'll go myself after you go to work tomorrow. Zhang Yujie asked, do you want to go out this afternoon? Lin Fan, while eating, replied, I'm not going out. I'm a bit tired today. I'll take a nap this afternoon. If I wake up early, I might do some work. If I sleep late, forget it. We'll see tomorrow. Zhang Yujie said, I have something to do this afternoon and might come back late. Please save some food for me. You don't have to wait for me. After finishing her meal, Lin Fan took a short walk in her space to help digestion, then came out to take a nap. Zhang Yujie entered the office, and everyone turned to look at him. At first, he wondered what they were looking at. It wasn't until colleague Qi Jiangwo glanced at him a few times that he realized. What's going on? Say what you want. When did you start being so nagging? Where did you buy your clothes? They look nice and make you look younger. Yujie remembered that everyone thought his clothes were strange, but he wasn't worried about others' opinions. How do you like it? Is it good looking? He stood up proudly and spun around. These clothes are much more comfortable than those with collars. Qi Jiangwo nodded. They do look good, but they seem a bit too casual. Yujie pouted. I'm not a leader, and I don't have to speak on stage. I wear whatever feels comfortable. That's true. Where did you buy them? Are they expensive? I want to get one too. Yujie smiled slightly. You can't buy them outside now. My wife made them herself. He lifted his chin proudly. I say, kid, you're lucky to have a wife who cares for you. Everyone teased him, but he was happy. After work, he went straight to a state-owned furniture store, which was owned by their own investment, but under the name of a state-owned furniture factory. They had to give 20% of the profit to the factory. The store was managed on the surface by Wen Xingyuan. Yujie knocked on Wen Xingyuan's office door. Yujie is here. You really leave everything to us to handle, thinking you're the boss who just relaxes. Since you got married, you've given up your brothers and money. You're just lost in your own world. Yujie said calmly, whether I come or not, you can handle things well. It doesn't matter. My family has a lot going on. My mother-in-law's family is renovating. I hired someone, so I need to keep an eye on it. How's business this month? Good. Nothing bad about it. The factory over there isn't making a profit. They have to finish work for other state units before they get to us. I was thinking, maybe we should secretly make some products to sell together later. Yujie thought for a moment. Better not. Those guys have always wanted to find our mistakes. Each of us has a big family behind us. If one goes wrong, it could cause trouble. When Xingyuan considered and said, Are you thinking too far ahead? Fine. We'll just earn a little less. Yujie replied, It's okay. We're the only ones now. It's just a matter of time. I haven't visited Shaoyouzi for several days. A few days ago, someone mentioned that a shipment was intercepted. Have they found the person responsible? No, Only a few troublemakers were caught. The goods weren't damaged much, but the person hasn't been caught. Check if there's a problem within our team. Otherwise, it's too coincidental and the timing is too perfect. I also thought about asking Xiao Liuzi to investigate, but everyone is like brothers who have fought side by side. No one has noticed anyone suspicious. Zhang Yujie exhaled 2 smoke rings and thought for a moment. He said, check if any brother has recently found a new partner. Maybe the information is leaking from their close circle. If he weren't already married, he wouldn't even consider this. Lately, Lin Fan has been on his mind a lot. It affects his mood. Could someone be saying things they shouldn't to their partner in bed? Or maybe someone is gathering information without Lin Fan knowing. When Sheng Yuan also has a family. Zhang Yujie immediately understood what was going on when he mentioned it. He hadn't thought about this possibility before. All right, I'll go ask personally tomorrow. By the way, you mentioned keeping an eye on the courtyard. Why did you suddenly think of buying a house? Zhang Yujie remembered that woman and how her eyes lit up when talking about buying a courtyard. She was willing to work hard to earn money, just to buy a house. My wife wants it. She keeps nagging me about it. Any news about the house? Not yet, but a brother said there's an empty house on the main street that's been vacant for a long time. He's asking around about it. You're quite something after getting married. You still listen to your wife and understand the Gu family. You're making progress. Soon, someone will be thinking of you 3 meals a day. Zhang Yujie didn't mind his teasing and sat for a while before leaving. But after he left, he thought for a moment and then went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pound of chicken cakes for Lin Fan, just in case he gets hungry tonight. Lin Fan woke up after a 2-hour nap in the afternoon. He translated a book, then, feeling tired, took out some fabric pieces and went downstairs to find Grandma Zheng. Grandma, are you free now? I want to make 2 pairs of pants for you, Jia. Look, these are my sketches. I haven't cut fabric before, so I want Grandma to teach me. Grandma Zheng listened and said, that's good. Come, let me see. I'll teach you how to cut. Men's pants should be a bit wider at the back. Otherwise, they'll feel uncomfortable when they move or bend. Then Grandma Zheng explained how to cut with scissors, what size fabric to use for different measurements. Lin Fan asked Grandma Zheng to help cut a pair of blue and gray pants. Grandma, these fabrics are for you and Grandpa. It's fine cotton. Is this color okay? She then took out a light blue cloth. Such a soft color is better for you young folks to wear. We're too old to go out dressed like that. Thinking about how elders in later generations prefer bright reds and purples, Lin Fan said, Grandma, look at this sketch I drew. You and Grandpa can make a kind of vintage Tang-style jacket, not exactly a Tang suit. Make the waist a bit tighter at the back, and it will look very noble when you wear it. You and Grandpa can be matching couple outfits, with pants that have wide cuffs. It will look really good. Grandma Zheng thought for a moment, maybe not. If Grandpa won't wear it, that would be a waste of fabric. Ignoring her, Lin Fan pulled Grandma Zheng to sit on a chair. Help me cut it according to the sizes I tell you. Once I make it, I promise you'll be very happy with how it looks. Besides, Grandma, you're not old at all. If you dress up and go out with me, people might think you're my aunt. Hearing her flattering words, Grandma Zheng smiled happily, her face full of wrinkles. In the end, worried about disturbing the younger generation's interest, she still helped cut the fabric.
Thank you, Grandma.
I'll carry this upstairs first. Rest assured, I will make it very beautiful. You have to trust me. Lin Fan's best former classmate, Fang Miao Miao, had visited her home twice but couldn't find her. She remembered that Lin Fan said she was working as a translator at the library. She went to the library several times, hoping to meet her, but never saw her. Today, with no other options, she asked the library staff, inquiring with several people, and finally learned that Director Huang might know her. Director Huang, do you know when Lin Fan might come to the library? I'm her classmate, and I don't know where she has gone. Director Huang didn't know why this girl was looking for Lin Fan at the library, but she didn't seem to be a bad person, so she said, maybe she'll come to the library tomorrow. If you're looking for her, come back then. Okay, thank you. Lin's old wife had been lying in bed for several days. Her health was better, and the pain was less, but her little grandson was frightened by the troublemakers who came to smash the house that day. So, forgetting her past pain, she secretly planned to find Zhongwan to ask for some medical expenses. She didn't believe Zhongwan really knew any troublemakers. Perhaps she just happened to meet a stray cat and a dead mouse. Zhongwan, that shameless woman, bullied me for years and never dared to stand up for herself. This time she even dared to hit my wife. I must make her pay and peel her skin off. She caused my wife to get seriously hurt and lie in bed for so long. So she decided to go over there. First, she went when Zhongwan and the others weren't home, just to see how far she could push. She planned to curse at her doorstep for a few days. If she couldn't stand it, she would be forced to pay. When she arrived at Zhongwan's house, she found the door was actually open, and she could hear a man talking inside.
Ha!
You shameless woman, not faithful to your marriage, daring to cheat with a man in the daytime. Now I've got proof. You won't get away without some punishment. Without even going inside to see what was happening, she started shouting at the door, "Everyone, come quickly. Someone's cheating. Come catch the woman. Everyone come see. This shameless woman can't live without a man." Hearing the commotion, people nearby hurried over. "It's you again, Mrs. Lin. Who do you think is cheating?" Seeing everyone gather around her, Mrs. Lin felt very proud. Who else could it be? Look, she hasn't come out yet. I've blocked her in the house. Daring to cheat with a man in broad daylight. Everyone be witnesses. One woman said, "I saw Zhongwan leave for work after breakfast this morning. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Mrs. Lin grew even more confident.
No mistake.
I heard everything clearly at the door. She's inside, no doubt about it. She then wanted to call everyone inside to catch her. Another woman said, "Zhongwan's house has several rooms. There are several men doing things inside. I even looked yesterday. They're almost done. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Mrs. Lin said, "Listen, there are several men inside. How can you say they're not cheating?"
Who would believe that?
Some people, naturally curious and eager for excitement, said, "Just go inside and see. Maybe Zhongwan has never had a man all these years, and now she's finally got a chance." That's possible. People can be different inside than they seem outside. At this moment, Gu Jingshan heard all the noise and chatter outside and came out to see what was happening. But as he stepped out, Mrs. Lin became even more excited. "Everyone, look. This is the woman who works as a maid. Did you see her? She came out of that mean woman's house in broad daylight. I want to report her and have her taken away and paraded through the streets." At this moment, more people gathered around. Gu Jingshan only then realized that everyone was pointing and talking about him. They also called him a maid's husband. He was very angry and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He then loudly called out to the people inside, "Kunzi, Sanyuan, come out quickly." Lin's wife jumped up and scolded, "No matter what, you two troublemakers won't escape today." Soon after, four big men came out from inside. One of them had some gray hair and was covered in mud on his clothes and hands. Everyone was stunned. So many men coming out of Zhongwan's house? Gu Jingshan kept a calm face and said loudly, "I don't know why you are gathered here. We are hired by the owner to build a wall and do construction work. If you spread false rumors, we will report you to the police and have you taken in for a few days of free meals." Hearing this, everyone stepped back 2 big steps, with Lin's wife standing at the front. She said, "If you say so, then let Zhongwan, that troublemaker, come out quickly. Don't pretend to be dead inside." "Do you think I'll believe that? Are you afraid of her? You shameless person." An older woman said, "You're really mean, Lin's wife. Didn't you hear they're construction workers? And there are so many grown men working inside." Another added, "Yes, they've been working for several days, opening the door every day from morning till night. Zhongwan has gone to work. Even if you don't like Zhongwan, she's from your Lin family. If you keep slandering her, how will they live in the future?" A middle-aged woman said, "Exactly. They keep fighting and divorcing and they don't stop. You're really mean. You should be afraid of karma." When Lin's wife heard everyone defending Zhongwan again, she sat on the ground and kept cursing. The words were very harsh. Guo Jingshan and the others exchanged glances. From what these people just said, it seemed that Lin's wife's son had divorced the owner's family, so why was she causing trouble here? They had never understood this clearly. It seemed he needed to tell the Zheng family about this. He then loudly said, "Everyone, you can come inside and see. There are only a few of us working inside, no one else. If you want to find the owner, you can wait at the door. They will come back after work. Wait until the owner comes back to discuss anything," they said. "You have nothing to do with us and no say in our matters. If anyone tarnishes our reputation or makes our daughter-in-law uncomfortable, I will personally tear down their house." After saying this, they went inside to continue working. Some curious onlookers even followed to see what was happening. Inside, there were 2 rooms, but one was locked. The man was really working hard behind the wall, almost finished, and it wouldn't be long before they completed it. Mrs. Lin saw no one was listening to her scolding, so she secretly slipped away without anyone noticing. When Zhongwan came home at noon and heard about this, she was so angry she cried, saying, "Why am I so unlucky? If I had known, I wouldn't have shared a room with them." Lin Yu also heard what those people said after school and realized that her so-called grandmother was causing trouble again. Seeing her mother cry again made her so angry she wanted to hit someone. "Mom, don't cry. My sister said crying won't solve any problems. The more you cry, the more that old lady will be happy. She just can't stand us doing well. Remember how powerful you looked when you fought them last time? They only bully us because they think we're easy to push around. If you get stronger, will they still dare to come?" Zhongwan thought for a moment and agreed. Guo Jingshan asked, "Should I send someone to tell the Zheng family kid?" Zhongwan shook her head, not wanting to cause more trouble for her daughter and son-in-law. "No need. We'll find our own way to handle it. We can't always rely on my daughter and son-in-law." Lin Yu also said, "Sister says, to hit a snake, strike it 7 inches. Mom, do you know what they care about most in their family?" Zhongwan thought for a moment and said, "Of course, their biggest treasure is Lin's grandson. And also your late father's job." She suddenly brightened. Yes, if they dared to insult her, she had lost face and dignity. What was there to be afraid of losing? Yeah, if your sister were here, what do you think she would do? Lin Yu thought about her clever, confident sister and said, "If it were my sister, she would definitely make them lose what they care about most." At this moment, a few older women and aunts, who usually got along better, came over to comfort Zhongwan. Some of the more assertive ones said, "If it were me, I'd go knock on their door. They've been divorced for over 10 years and still want to come here to cause trouble. Who do they think they are? Do they have no shame? Look at the Lin family, do they have any pride?" There is also someone who said, "If anyone dares to harm me like this, I will go to their workplace and see if such a person with such bad character will be accepted there. Kill others, not yourself." Another person corrected her, "Death to fellow practitioners, not to oneself." Yes, that's what I mean. I just don't have much education or literacy." Lin Yu and her daughter heard this, and their eyes lit up. Why didn't they think of such a good plan? They thought Lin Guiqing's divorce and remarriage to have a son was a proud thing. People who've been cut off from their family for over a decade and still have the severance letter in their hands have no right to come and take the blood of the ex-wife and daughter. So, mother and daughter casually ate a little, changed into their oldest patched clothes, worn out and mended. Zhongwan asked, "Do we really have to go like this?" Lin Yu replied, "Yes, we must. My sister said that people will sympathize with the weak." Zhongwan thought they should read more books. Seeing her 2 daughters read more, they were smarter than her. Guo Jingshan saw the situation and thought he should keep an eye on Zheng's young man, as he was also told to watch over things here. Now that such a thing happened, not saying anything felt wrong. So, he called someone to find his son and asked him to pass the message to Zheng's young man. When Zheng Yujie heard about this, he was furious. He thought, what a bunch of fools who eat but forget to fight back. But he also hated such people the most. Do they think I'm a paper tiger? Just because I was hit once and it didn't hurt? Then hit me several more times until you don't even dare to think about it. So Zheng Yujie asked Little Six to go find some people to set a trap for Lin Guiqing and his mother, but without hurting their vital parts. After beating them, just leave. Wait a couple of days and go beat them again. Keep hitting until they behave. Little Six said, "Boss, isn't it your ex-father-in-law causing trouble again?" Zhang Yujie looked grim and said, "This time, it's his mother causing trouble. He didn't control his mother, so he has to suffer." Little Six, hearing this, decided to bully his boss's wife and mother again, and he needed to teach them a lesson. "Okay, boss. Leave it to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure they understand why the flowers are so red." Before work in the afternoon, Lin Yu and her daughter took the afternoon off. They arrived at Lin Guiqing's factory gate dressed in tattered clothes. Seeing many people rushing to work, Zhang Wan sat at the factory gate and started crying loudly, just like Lin Guiqing's mother. "Everyone, please come and judge our situation. My mother and I are about to be driven to death by Lin Guiqing from your factory. We have no way out. Today, we might as well hang ourselves at your factory gate. Oh heavens, open your eyes. Give us a way to live." Boo-hoo. Everyone gathered around and asked, "Which family are you from? What happened? If someone from our factory hurt you, you can ask our factory director to help." Seeing the two women dressed like that, someone thought they must be very poor. He said, "Yes, our factory director is a very good person. Right? Do you have any problems? Why are you crying so sadly?" Lin Yu saw everyone agreeing with them and, for the first time, felt uncomfortable with so many eyes on her. She covered her face with a cloth and took out a piece of paper from her pocket. Just then, someone said, "I'll read it. I can read." Then read it out for everyone. Severance letter. I, Lin Guiqing, hereby cut all ties with my ex-wife Zhang Wan and our eldest daughter Lin Fan, and our second daughter Lin Yu. From now on, we will have no contact, in life or death. Let this be proof. Lin Guiqing. Oh my god, it's Lin Guiqing, our factory worker. Who would have thought he was like this? Lin Yu was worried that the severance letter might be damaged, so she quickly put it away. Zhang Wan remembered all the suffering she had endured over the years. She wasn't pretending to cry, she was truly heartbroken. She then told her story. Lin Guiqing and his mother hated me for having a daughter. During my confinement, they made me wash everyone's clothes with cold water, work like a horse or ox. It hurt my health. After having a second daughter, he said I couldn't have a son and divorced me. He and his family don't want the two daughters. They said they cut all ties. We shouldn't even pass by their house begging for food. Boo-hoo. Over 10 years, he never gave us a penny. My youngest daughter has grown up on the road, and she doesn't even recognize us. Finally, my eldest daughter got married, but he, a ruthless man, and his mother showed up, saying he didn't want his daughter, but wanted the bride price from her husband's family. He even demanded 3 gifts from Lin Guiqing. Oh my god, he's forcing us to death. If he doesn't, he just isn't satisfied. Why is my life so hard? I raised 2 daughters alone for over 10 years. Now we have no way out. Please, everyone, help us decide. Hearing how miserable the mother and daughter were living, some people started to cry. Such a man isn't fit to be a worker at our factory. Fire him, factory director. Yes, they say even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. But he's more vicious than a tiger. This person has the worst heart. In the future, stay away from him. My daughter almost got harmed, and I worry he might hurt her if we're not careful. Yes, he is the worst. He usually acts like a good person, but I never imagined he could be so cruel inside. That's not right. He has a wife and a son he cares about very much. Didn't you hear? That woman said she's been divorced for over 10 years and probably remarried. He's been out of touch for over 10 years, and now he's back to take money from his daughter. No capitalist is as bad as him. Zhang Wan was crying so hard she couldn't breathe, her eyes red and swollen. A while ago, he came to ask for bride price and caused trouble at her house. It hasn't settled down yet, and today his mother came to cause more trouble. I just want to ask your factory manager why he isn't paying him. Why does he have no money and still come to hurt our family? We're almost starving. Everyone look, Lin Guiqing is coming. Lin Guiqing, hurry over. Your ex-wife and daughter are here. Lin Guiqing, why are you so cruel? You even hurt your own daughter. Seeing Lin Guiqing arrive, Zhang Wan was furious. She immediately jumped up and slapped him. Before he could react, she slapped him 4 times. Lin Guiqing, we agreed not to see each other again after the divorce, so why is your mother here causing trouble today? Your words are full of lies and have no credibility. You're just a worker. Can you live without taking blood from children? Everyone looked at him with even more contempt. His face burned with pain. Zhang Wan, what are you doing here? Someone asked. Ha ha ha, yes, I've gone crazy. Your family has driven me to madness. I have no way out. I want to die with you. She tried to hit him again. Lin Guiqing wanted to fight back, but many people who disliked him held him back, and Zhang Wan kept hitting him. Someone said, the factory manager is here. Seeing so many people gathered at the factory gate and the fight, the manager asked, what's going on? Why are you causing trouble here? Everyone explained what happened. Lin Guiqing finally realized his mother had caused trouble again. The manager, feeling pressured and not liking Lin Guiqing's behavior, said, Lin Guiqing, go home and reflect for a week. Handle your family matters. If you can't do it, resign and leave. As for the harm caused to the child, both of you, as factory workers, will be fined 1 month's salary for compensation. Is that okay? Zhang Wan didn't expect their factory director to be so supportive and even bring some unexpected good news today. She wiped her face and nodded. Lin Guiqing hurriedly explained, this isn't my fault. I don't know anything about it. It was my mother. But the director didn't listen to him. If you dare to say more, you'll be fined 2 months' wages. Everyone agreed. Yes, a grown man earning a month's wages. How could he do something to hurt his own child?
Exactly.
He's dressed up nicely, eating well, while his daughter has so many patches on her clothes, it's hard to count. Morality is declining, and bad people are everywhere. People like that should be kicked out of the factory. Hearing everyone's gossip, Lin Guiqing was terrified, afraid the director would really fire him. He went home feeling very down, planning to ask his mother what she had done today. Didn't she say they shouldn't bother Zhang Wan anymore? As he was walking, suddenly someone threw a bag over his head from behind. Before he could understand what was happening, he was beaten and kicked. After a while, just when he thought he might be killed, the beating stopped. He tried to get up several times but couldn't. Kind passers-by took him to the nearest hospital. They went home to inform his family. When Lu Xiaoqiao and his mother arrived at the hospital, they saw he looked almost unrecognizable. Old Mrs. Lin started scolding again. Who'd hit my son so viciously? A son born without a conscience. A wicked heart that deserves a bad death. Lu Xiaoqiao loudly asked, what did you do today that made someone beat you? Who beat you? Lin Guiqing was in so much pain he couldn't speak, and he didn't know who had beaten him. Where were you when they beat you? Didn't you go to work? Thinking about being sent back by the factory director and fined a month's wages, he couldn't say much. It was probably those troublemakers who beat him last time. He pointed to his mother with his finger. Lu Xiaoqiao turned to look at her mother-in-law. Did you do something again today? Offend someone and get our son beaten? Old Mrs. Lin just said, I didn't do anything, but she wondered if that scoundrel's people had beaten her son. Seeing that there was still confusion, Lu Xiaoqiao said, it seems you can't go a day without causing trouble. I'm taking Xiaobao back to my parents' house. Do whatever you want. She was truly scared. She worried her mother-in-law might offend someone again. Her husband was in the hospital because of a fight. If she didn't leave, she might be the next to get hit along with her son, Xiaobao. Her son was frightened last time, but is feeling better now. She couldn't let it happen again. After she left, Grandma Lin remembered she hadn't asked her daughter-in-law to give money for her son's medical bills. But her daughter-in-law was no longer there. Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and sneaked out an hour early in the afternoon. He wanted to visit his mother-in-law's house to see if there was any problem. Otherwise, if he went home, his wife might worry and come over. When he arrived, Zhang Wan and Lin Yu had just returned. They tidied up a bit and were in a good mood. They received a salary of 36.5 yuan from Lin Guiqing. Lin Yu said, Mom, should we go to the state-run restaurant to celebrate? Zhangwan thought for a moment and replied, not now. We just had a big fuss today, and it's not good to be recognized. We can go to eat a few days later, after everyone forgets most of it. Then we can buy some meat and have a nice meal. Lin Yu agreed. Okay. We just need to be brave. The only thing we're afraid of is others.
My sister taught me that.
Zheng Yujie arrived at the Lin family. Mom, did something happen today? Are you hurt? He asked, noticing her eyes were still swollen from crying. Lin Yu seemed fine. I told you to tell me if anything happened so I could handle it, Zheng Yujie said. Zhangwan replied, Xiao Jia is here. It's okay. We've all handled it, and she explained the situation briefly. He didn't expect his mother-in-law to have such strength. This time, it seemed he didn't suffer any loss, so he felt relieved. Zhangwan said, we don't know what might happen, so we don't want to bother you too much. You and Lin Fan need to enjoy your life. Don't tell Fan about this now, so she won't worry. She's not feeling well right now. Don't worry. We didn't suffer any loss this time. Many people are on our side. Maybe they won't bother us again, Zheng Yujie said confidently.
Zheng Yujie didn't respond. He went inside to check.
The walls were all built, and now they just needed to apply whitewash. He said, the room is almost ready. I'll bring Lin Fan back to see you in a few days. Zhangwan hurriedly said, no need to come back. It's fine after a few more days. There's dust everywhere now, and it's not good for her to run around. If there's anything, we'll tell you. Go back quickly so you won't be too late for dinner, Zheng Yujie said, and he was sent home. In Haisher, Lin Fan's classmate Xiao Dong originally received her reply. In the letter, Lin Fan mentioned that he would buy some dried seafood when he has free time. Like dried sea cucumbers, dried abalones, dried lobsters, various dried fish, and seaweed. While he was reading the letter, other young workers also came over. Xiao Jiqing, your family sent you so much money. It seems your family is doing well financially. Unlike me, even the subsidies I received for going to the countryside were halved by my family. Xiao Dongyuan looked at several of them and asked, do you want to make some money? Everyone's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to earn some money? Xiao Xingqing, do you have a way? Xiao Dongyuan said, I have a relative who knows I came here to work in the countryside. She asked me to buy some dried seafood and send it back to her. At first, I wanted to buy some from the local team members. If you want to earn money, dry more seafood. Of course, the quality must be good. I can collect it and send it to her. That way, you can exchange it for money. If they like the food, they will buy more, and then we can keep doing this for a long time. Hearing this, everyone realized it was true. Someone said, I came here half a year earlier than you. I've dried quite a bit. Xiao Xingqing, do you want some? Xiao Dongyuan said, I want the good quality ones. If you want to take some, pick them first. Otherwise, there might not be another chance. Of course. Why would we cut off our own income? Xiao Dongyuan added, my relative's family is not just wealthy. If anyone wants certain tickets or items, just tell me in advance. She can send some over, or even fabrics or other things. Everyone felt that going to the countryside wasn't so hard anymore. As long as they could make money, there was hope. Then I'll get up early tomorrow morning to go fishing at the sea, try to gather more things to dry. That's all money. I need to work seriously every day. After finishing, I can leave early and go fishing during low tide. I also heard some team members say you can make cages to put in the sea at night, then collect them early the next morning. You can catch a lot of fresh seafood.
Really? Who told you that?
Can we buy a few of those cages and try putting them out too? Xiao Dongyuan also wanted to help everyone. As fellow young workers in the countryside, if they didn't have family support, they could only rely on themselves. But before, everyone was like him. None of them had seen seedlings or melon plants in over 10 years, and none had ever used a or sickle since birth. In this place where everyone carried hoes to the fields every day, few people could eat their fill, let alone other things. The quality of life is really dropping sharply, but the government policies are like that and no one can change them. Many people arrived years earlier and still have no hope of returning home. And he just arrived recently. Still, he can't always help the educated youth without limits. He knows he still needs to find some good goods collected and displayed by the team members. He plans to send some of the best dried seafood collected by the educated youth to Lin Fan and also include some cheaper items. Team leader, is that Xiao Jiqing? What do you need? My relative at home wrote to me, asking me to help send some dried seafood to her. Can you see if anyone has some to recommend? When the team leader's wife heard this, she wondered if money was coming. Where else could she find such items? Her own family had plenty. She pulled her husband back and said, Xiao Jiqing, what does your relative want? Tell your aunt, see if we have anything. Xiao Dongyuan replied. She said she wants sea cucumbers, dried shrimp, and similar things. Hearing this, she immediately pushed her husband aside. Hurry up and bring out the dried seafood we have displayed. Let Xiao Jiqing see which ones he likes, then he can choose. The team leader, Chen Kuan, also knew his wife's nature. He said nothing and took down a large bag hanging from the beam in the house. Aunt Chen opened it, revealing all kinds of goods wrapped in craft paper to keep them dry. Xiao Dongyuan saw that they were well preserved. Sea cucumbers, abalone, conch meat, dried shrimp, large and thick dried fish. He had only been here a short time and still didn't recognize many of the seafood. But he knew at a glance that these were all good quality from the team leader's family. Auntie, what are the prices? Just tell me first. Aunt Chen said, how much money do you want? Just take it if you need. These are all caught from the sea, and no one dares to sell them. Besides, who can finish eating them here? No one would be foolish enough to spend money on such things. Xiao Dongyuan didn't dare to just take them without paying. Auntie, I'm not eating these myself. I'm helping my relative buy some to send back to Beijing. If you don't charge, I can't take them. I just arrived and don't know much, so I don't want you to suffer losses. At this moment, the team leader spoke. Sea cucumbers, abalone, dried shrimp. These small items are priced at 60 cents per jean, about 500 grams. Large dried fish are 20 cents per jean, and conch and squid, which are less valuable, can be 10 cents per jean. They really aren't expensive. Xiao Dongyuan thought that if the government allowed free trade, anyone caught selling these would be considered speculating and would be imprisoned, or even worse, fined heavily. These items definitely wouldn't be so cheap otherwise. So, he took everything Lin Fan requested from the list. He kept some inexpensive items, saving money for the youth workers at the youth station. Team leader, Auntie, please weigh 10 jean of sea cucumbers, abalones, and dried shrimp. We need 2 large dried fish, and also 10 jean of conch and dried squid. Is that okay? Auntie Chen immediately smiled brightly. Yes, I'll weigh it right away. Xiao Dongyuan finally paid 11 yuan to the team leader's family for 40 jean of seafood. He thought that the shipping fee would also be quite a lot. Including the youth station's items, many people hadn't processed their goods as well as the team members, so their dried goods were a bit cheaper. Still, they were very grateful to Xiao Dongyuan. The 70 jean of seafood was quite heavy, and the shipping alone cost 5 yuan, which made Xiao Dongyuan feel heartbroken. He didn't earn a single penny from this order. Lin Fan didn't make any profit either. Some of the youth station workers earned over 2 yuan, others just over 1 yuan, and a few only a few cents. They all felt as happy as celebrating the new year. Those who hadn't dried their goods felt regretful for being so lazy before. Xiao Jiqing, do you still need more later? Xiao Dongyuan wasn't sure if Lin Fan would need more later. But he thought it would be good if he could contact people from Beijing, as that might open more channels. I'm going to send a letter to my relatives to ask. But everyone can prepare some in advance. If she doesn't want it, we can send some home as gifts. Everyone didn't think much of it. Sending gifts by mail? Who would be so foolish to pay for postage? They weren't well off enough to buy food and still have money to trouble others. But just prepare first. If Xiao Jiqing still needs more, that would be perfect. That's what everyone is thinking. Seeing that time was running out, Lin Fan directly brought her sewing machine into her space to sew. Inside, time moved much slower than outside. More than half an hour passed outside, and she finished 2 pairs of trousers for Zheng Yujia, as well as a set of clothes each for Grandma Zheng and Grandpa Zheng. She took the sewing machine out of the space. She took a deep breath, thinking this really wasn't a life for a person. Others worked busy 8 hours a day, but she was exhausted like a dog. She often worked 10 hours and still couldn't finish. No way, starting tomorrow I will rest. At most, 6 hours of work a day. No one can say otherwise. Otherwise, if she wore herself out in this era, she would be laughed at by those who traveled through time. Money is important, but her own life is more important. She had truly fallen into a dead end before. Thinking to himself, he patted his slightly dull head caused by pregnancy. Lying on the bed, he pondered life and decided he needed to find someone to help earn money, so he wouldn't become just a tool for earning.
Who to ask?
Besides his own wife, it seemed there was no one else for now. If necessary, he could also involve that untrustworthy man. Men are not naturally responsible for taking care of their wives and children. All right, that's settled then, he decided happily. Downstairs, the Zheng family members were gradually coming home from work. Zhou Jie could no longer stand her husband ignoring her all day. She could only think of a plan to please her mother-in-law. As soon as Zheng's mother entered the house, Zhou Jie kindly poured her a glass of water and personally handed it to her. "Mom, you've had a hard day at work. Here, have some water and rest," she said. Zheng's eldest sister-in-law watched her and wondered what was wrong with this third sister-in-law. Zheng's mother was also a bit surprised. How could this usually careless third daughter-in-law show such concern? She was a bit skeptical, but still took the cup and drank the water. Eldest sister-in-law then shared a funny story from her workplace. "There's a colleague at our office. She married a man from the countryside. On the third day after moving in, her mother-in-law said, 'Everyone go to work,' but she was the only one not working at home, so she was told to do laundry and cook. They live in a small apartment building and can only cook using a coal stove in the hallway. One day, when the family came home for lunch, the house was cold and empty. No one was there. The mother-in-law thought she was unhappy about cooking, so she went back to her parents' house. Later that night, just before everyone was about to sleep, her sister-in-law returned. She carried a load of firewood, looking dusty and tired. Her younger brother-in-law asked, 'Where have you been all day? Why are you only back now? And what's with the firewood?' She replied, 'I didn't expect your family to be so poor that there's not a single piece of firewood. Mom asked me to cook, so I had to go outside the city to gather some firewood. Who knew that living in the city, looking so fancy, gathering firewood would almost break my foot. If I hadn't remembered the way home, I might have gotten lost.' Her colleagues and family were stunned, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The Zheng family members all burst into laughter after hearing the story. Grandma Zheng said, 'It's been a long time since I heard such a funny story.'
Yes.
Sometimes fools think others are just as foolish. It's better to be oneself. Zhuo Yujie was the last to arrive home. Seeing everyone gathered and about to eat, he thought his wife had overslept again. 'I didn't expect to open the door and see a pair of shiny black eyes staring back at me. We looked at each other face to face. 'Why are you lying on the bed? Hurry up and get up, it's time to eat.' I thought she was upset at home again, feeling unhappy, so she was just lying here. I was thinking, when will you get your salary? I've been married into your family for a long time, but your workplace still hasn't paid you a single penny.' Zhang Yujie thought impatiently, 'Worried about you. Aren't you earning enough to spend? Why are you still fixated on my 32 yuan salary?' Lin Fan immediately sat up, raising her voice 3 times higher. 'Zheng Yujie, I told you men are supposed to support the family. You remember the agreement we signed before marriage, right? Besides, whether I have money or whether I give you my salary isn't a big deal.' Zheng Yujie also felt a bit upset. 'I can't possibly have not a single cent on me. If I want to go out and buy something, what should I do?' 'Forget it. You give your salary every month. If you need money, I'll give you some pocket money. If there's a big expense at home, we should discuss it together.' Lin Fan thought to herself, if she wanted her husband to work harder, she had to make him feel so poor he couldn't stand it. As the saying goes, poverty breeds change. Zheng Yujie took a few deep breaths, then took out the only 16.8 yuan and a few tickets from his pocket and handed them to her. At that moment, he deeply regretted. Why did he think she was different from other women? He had been mistaken. Lin Fan felt happy inside. This is right, the household finances should still be in her hands. Then she turned to ask him, "Which day do you get your salary? Next time, you must give it on time." She also handed back 2 yuan, 2 grain tickets, and a meat ticket. When dealing with her husband, you have to give a slap and a sweet treat. Otherwise, if he goes on strike, it would be a big loss. So she gently said, "Come on, which man doesn't give his salary back to his wife and kids to spend? Do you want others to say you're just eating and drinking with your wife? Are you a soft rice man? I'm also thinking ahead for our little one, our love's fruit." Then she went to the chair and picked up the 2 new pants she made for him. "Look, I learned for several days to make clothes. The first thing I made was your little underwear. Today, I learned from Grandma and made these new pants for you." After saying that, she gently tugged his finger with her soft, fragile hand and shook it. She coquettishly said, "See how good your wife is to you. I haven't even dared to make myself a new piece." "Nonsense. You're just a money. I am saving money for our future little family. Is that wrong? We haven't even done anything for our baby yet. Mainly, I just don't have enough cloth to make clothes." Zheng Yujie is upset and says, "Are you always doubting me?" Lin Fan replies, "We've only been living together for a little over a month. Do you think our love is unbreakable? Dream on. Men tend to change when they have money. Besides, the money is for my wife and child. Is it for you to spend? If you want to spend more, you need to earn more." Zhang Yujie laughs bitterly, waiting for himself. He feels she thinks he earns too little. If Lin Fan hears this, she would say, "Everyone has to give some of their earnings. That's the way it is." No discussion. The weather clears up. "Go try on these pants first. This is my first time making them. That woman keeps saying things that make my face turn red and my heart race. Luckily, there are no outsiders. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing." "Never mind, it's only 32 yuan. She's just obsessed with money. I already knew she loves money more than anything. I'll just give her more in the future. And she's pregnant, yet she still worries all day." Lin Fan didn't expect that he had just made himself comfortable. He thought it was just his clever words that did the trick. What a beautiful misunderstanding. He lowered his voice and said, "Go downstairs to eat first. I'll try on the pants after I finish eating." Lin Fan happily hugged his arm. "Okay, let's go. I also made a new outfit for Grandpa and Grandma. I'll show you later." Seeing her lean her upper body close again, he couldn't help but react physically. Luckily, he was wearing the underwear she made, so it wasn't obvious outside. Otherwise, he'd be too embarrassed to face anyone. He quietly pulled back a little and took her small hand, which was always ready to make trouble. They left the room and went downstairs. Zheng De saw them come down and said, "Second sister-in-law, hurry up and eat. The food is on the table." Lin Fan politely replied, "Okay, you eat first." Zheng's mother saw them being so affectionate at home, even holding hands, and didn't feel shy. She said somewhat displeased, "In the future, come out to eat at the right time. It's not good to make so many elders wait." Lin Fan twisted Zheng Yujie's waist, blaming him. "It's all this stubborn man's fault. She was just hinting that he should handle his own mother." Zheng Yujie said, "Once it's ready, everyone can eat first. No need to wait for us." Sometimes, she just needs to finish a task at work before stopping, he thought. If it's not enough food, he can make more later. Lin Fan only smiled politely at everyone. She sat down to eat. She thought that tomorrow, after going to the library, she must buy some seasonings outside, so she can cook in her space. No one should go hungry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yujie served Lin Fan several more dishes. Today, the family made a bowl of braised pork. Zheng Yujie removed the fatty parts and put the lean meat into his wife's bowl. The women in the family saw this, but didn't show it outwardly. Inside, they were complaining and feeling jealous. Grandma Zheng thought, "He really has his grandfather's style. Back then, my husband was also so gentle, always serving me food. Decades have passed, and now even the great-grandchildren are here. Soon, the great-grandson will be born. Youth is truly wonderful." Zheng's mother felt very uncomfortable. Her husband had been away from home for many years. She couldn't deny she felt sad. But she also knew she had taken her husband from several women and didn't regret it. She also didn't regret that her husband had been good to her for over 20 years, just a little slow. Her sons were not very good. She had never seen any of them serve her food or bring her soup. They had all forgotten their mother after marrying, showing no conscience. Zheng's mother thought sadly. Sister-in-law Zheng was very envious. I didn't expect the fourth brother to spoil his wife without limits. No matter what others say, he's really good to her. Anyone with eyes can see that. Zhou Jia was extremely jealous, but afraid everyone would notice her bad intentions. She could only pick a few big pieces of fatty meat and eat desperately, lowering her head. With so many people watching, that shameless woman only cares about being served. She can't even feed herself, and she's not disabled. Moreover, the fourth Zheng is useless, only knows how to revolve around a woman. No ambition at all. Third Zheng is also useless. His wife and kids don't feel loved, only care about themselves. Eat, eat, eat. Just die already, Zhou Jia thought bitterly, cursing her family silently. Lin Fan didn't know everyone was gossiping about her. She ate while thinking about how to make her man more active. Only then could she relax and lie flat. After dinner, Zheng Yujie wanted to take her for a walk to help digestion and also tell her about her mother-in-law's family, so she wouldn't get upset later. But Lin Fan said, "Can you go upstairs and get the 2 sets of clothes folded on the table? I made them for Grandpa and Grandma to try if they fit. Let's try them on first, then go for a walk." Soon, the clothes were taken off. "Grandma, come look. Do you like my clothes? I made the same style for you and Grandpa." She didn't dare say they were couple outfits. People are still too conservative these days. Grandma Zheng's face lit up with a bright smile like a sunflower. "I said the color was too bright, not suitable for us older folks." Aunt Zheng also came over to look. "This is made by fourth sister-in-law, and it looks really nice." She picked up the clothes and held them up to Grandma Zheng for comparison. "Honestly, I think Grandma would look good in this. Fourth sister-in-law is really talented." Zhou Jia's eyes almost seemed to shoot fire. That mean woman just knows how to buy people's hearts. But everyone's attention was on the new clothes, and no one noticed her face, looking unhappy. Grandpa Zheng also heard about his new clothes, but when he saw the color, he didn't like it as much. Lin Fan saw his face wasn't looking good. "You all look young, but your usual heavy clothes make you look older. Grandpa, I made matching outfits for you and Grandma. When you wear them out, people will see you're a couple. Don't you want to try?" Grandma Zheng really liked this outfit. Who doesn't love to look good? Even at 90, a woman still has a lively heart. She looked at her husband. "Then I'll try it," a little gesture from the kids. The 2 elders went into the room to change clothes. Lin Fan turned around and saw Grandma Zheng's unhappy face, which made her realize she never thought about giving clothes to Grandma Zheng. But after all, she was her husband's mother. So she said, "Mom, I wanted to make you a set too, but we ran out of fabric tickets. I'll make one for you when we get more." Grandma Zheng thought, "You just don't want to give me anything, ungrateful." "No need, I have clothes to wear." Lin Fan thought, "You said you didn't want it, so don't blame me later." Anyway, she never truly intended to make clothes for her. The 2 elders came out after changing. The tops had mid-length sleeves, and when they wore them, they looked 10 years younger. The family praised them enthusiastically, as if it cost nothing. Grandpa Zheng looked at his own outfit and then at Grandma Zheng's. It was like going back to when he first married her. He felt comfortable and happy. He thought the light blue clothes looked very good on him. Tomorrow, he wanted to wear them to show off to the old friends in the courtyard. Of course, it would be perfect if Grandma could wear the same outfit and go with him. His favorite thing was still what his youngest sister-in-law said, "When you go out, everyone can tell you're a couple." Young people still like to have fun. Suddenly, he realized his heart wasn't old at all. It still felt very young. If Lin Fan knew, she would definitely say, "That's the difference between your inner age and your real age." Zheng Yujie also secretly thought that when he went to buy fabric, he would have his wife make matching clothes for both of them. That stubborn woman. She doesn't even think to make a set for herself and him first when she has good fabric. He felt a little sour inside. What's going on? Brother Zheng patted Xi's shoulder and said, "You married a talented woman quietly." Zheng Xi's pride was satisfied again. Of course, he didn't look at himself properly. If he hadn't liked her because she was pretty, he wouldn't have agreed to marry her. But he didn't expect that this woman was not only beautiful on the outside, but also on the inside. Zheng Da's wife also genuinely thought that making such clothes was very nice. She said, "Fourth sister-in-law, next month my dad's birthday is coming up. I want to make a similar outfit. I'll buy good fabric, and can you help me make one too?" Lin Fan really didn't want to tire herself out, and she wondered if this would never end. So she said, "Big sister-in-law, I only have this half bucket of water, and I can't even shake it well. Grandma helped me cut the fabric, and I'll just sew along the edges. The pattern is still with Grandma. If you want, just ask Grandma to give it to you. I want to make 2 pairs of pants for you, Jia, but I haven't even learned how to do that yet. Grandma's already annoyed with teaching me. I can draw 2 designs, but making them, if only our family can accept it." Grandma Zheng also chimed in, "They say expertise is specialized. If you learn everything well, how will others have work?" But Lin Fan still wanted to earn women's business, and she could use this to her advantage. "Big sister-in-law, I'll buy materials in a few days and design 2 small outfits for you. You'll definitely make your big brother fall for you even more." Boo-hoo. Before she finished, Yujia covered her mouth. That stubborn woman, so many people around, and she dared to say anything. Then she looked around at everyone, each with a different expression, and realized she was careless. She had forgotten this was an era where even holding hands could be considered inappropriate. She quickly changed her words. "My mistake. I was just talking too fast and made a joke. Please don't mind. It's all my fault for letting Yujia lead me astray." So, the whole family's eyes shot toward Zheng Yujia like knives, especially the elders. Zheng Yujia thought to himself, "Woman, even lying down, she has to help block my knife." Then he lazily touched his nose. He said, "If you're leaving, you're just going out for a walk and coming back. Hurry up." He led the way out, and Lin Fan, like a obedient little wife, politely greeted her grandparents before following him. At the door, Zheng Yujia waited for her and said, "You can't say those kinds of words in front of outsiders." Lin Fan casually asked, "What words?" Zheng Yujia hesitated for a long time and whispered, "Words that are embarrassing." "Oh my," Lin Fan thought, "what kind of person is this?" Then she heard him say, "If you're really feeling so frustrated, you can only say those things to me alone inside the room. You can't say them outside. That man. Your whole family is feeling so frustrated." Then, with a bossy tone, he said, "Brother Yujia, do you also have many sweet words to say to your little wife?" Frightened, Zheng Yujia's face turned red, and he quickly covered her little mouth, afraid she might say something loud enough for passers-by to hear. He looked around. This was Zheng's house entrance, and luckily no one was around. Lin Fan stuck out her tongue and licked his palm. He was so scared, he quickly pulled his hand back. She really looked like a little puppy. Lin Fan laughed loudly. Zheng Yujia truly regretted bringing her out for a walk. After a while, he managed to say, "You're shameless." Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. "You're the one who's not romantic. Your thoughts are impure, full of evil tricks." Lin Fan said angrily, "You're the one with filthy thoughts, a shameless scoundrel. If your thoughts are so pure, then who was holding me last night?" You. Lin Fan added, "There's a saying, food and our human nature. I haven't said anything in front of other men. You're my man. I can touch, hug, sleep with whoever I want. No one can stop me." This woman must have been a nun in her past life. So she quickly changed the subject. "I called you out because I have something to tell you." She then started walking, and Lin Fan followed along.
Just say it.
"What big thing is it? You can't even say it at home, and now you're sneaking out like you're doing something secret." Zheng Yujie clenched his teeth again. "Today, your former grandma caused trouble for your mom again. She even insulted Uncle Gua and a few others, calling them unfaithful. The words were really harsh. Later, your mom took your sister to cause trouble at Ling Guiqing's factory entrance. The factory fined him a month's salary, which your mother took home. Then they told him to reflect at home for a few days. He kept watching her, afraid she would say she wanted to go back to her parents' house immediately. After a while, he looked at her again but saw no reaction. So he said, I asked Xiao Liuzi to find a few people to cover Lin Guoqing with sacks. Lin Fan replied, that old wicked woman also needs to be covered with sacks a few times before she's done. Don't you want to go back and see your parents? Lin Fan took a deep breath and calmly said, there's nothing worth seeing. My mother has been weak all her life, and she finally stood up. Let her handle things herself. Zheng Yujie was a bit curious why she said such things. He said, they say a mother should be strong. My mom was just overwhelmed before, but now she's strong for her children. We should support her. If I do everything for her, it might not be good. There's a saying, a caring mother can spoil her children. Zhang Yujie didn't expect this woman to be so perceptive. It seemed he didn't know her well enough. Let's have someone cover Lin Guoqing with sacks again in a few days, so they don't live too comfortably. They always want to reach out too far. Tomorrow, I'll ride my bike to take you to the library. I'm curious, Minister Guo really agreed to give you the foreign exchange coupons. These coupons are tightly controlled by the state, and even someone in a high position like her father might not get them easily. Who would give in unconditionally? Usually it's just each side getting what they need. And my requests are within what they can tolerate. Aren't you afraid it will backfire? People without desires are easier to keep at bay. She was truly a clever woman, hiding a fox inside. Many people were fooled by her outward innocence. I've always wondered why such a smart woman let her mother and daughter live such hard lives for so many years. Lin Fan planned to go out tomorrow and needed to visit the scrap yard again to see if he could find something good, as he was very poor now. He wanted to pick up whatever he could find. After walking back from their stroll, they went straight upstairs. Zheng Yujie tried on his pants and found them very comfortable and well-fitting. Lin Fan said, I'm not very good at sewing. I asked my grandmother for help, but I made this myself. Thank you. I'll find some nice fabric for you, and you can make yourself a set. When you have time, make me 2 pairs of underwear, better than the ones I've been wearing. Lin Fan thought, I haven't seen you wear that before. Maybe tonight I can find a way to let him take it off and see. This man looks slim, but is actually very strong. I wonder what he would look like only in his underwear. I'd like to see. Zheng Yujie noticed her eyes had some mischievous intent and quickly went out to boil water and prepare a bath for her. Zheng Yujie has figured out her routine. She only lies in bed after taking a shower. Otherwise, she rarely lies down or allows him to lie down with her. She claims she has some illness, saying bacteria or viruses. In the past, when he came back tired, he would just fall asleep and she wouldn't get sick. She just has many quirks. As long as she lies in bed, she quickly falls asleep. Maybe she's too tired, or it's because she's pregnant. Whenever he has impure thoughts about her, he tries to make her fall asleep quickly so he can calm his desire himself. Otherwise, this woman isn't honest. She often dares to make moves on him. The key is he can only watch but not touch, or he'd be too frustrated. If he could only look but not indulge, it would be tough for him. Zheng Yujie woke up early in the morning. Again, a soft, delicate body was practically draped over him, moving with his limbs. He was used to it. He gently moved her limbs away and quickly tucked a pillow into her arms. She could then hold it and fall asleep on her own.
Good morning, Grandpa.
Grandpa Zheng turned to look at him. Going for a run? Yeah. He then opened the courtyard gate and ran out. Half a lap later, he met third brother Zheng. Morning, third brother. Third brother Zheng also replied, morning. Let's run together. In the past few days, third brother Zheng hadn't spoken much at home. He had been cold and distant to Zhou Jie, and she had become more obedient. Lin Fan had a night of peaceful sleep and woke up only when Zheng Yujie finished his run and called her. He couldn't wake her, so he pinched her nose. If you don't get up, I'll go downstairs first. Sleepy Lin Fan sat up groggily. Sigh, I'm still very sleepy. Why do I have to get up so early? Although she complained, she accepted her fate. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she felt more awake. Zheng Yujie always waited for her to come downstairs together, worried she might stumble on the stairs if she wasn't fully awake. "Watch the stairs and don't trip," he said. Lin Fan heard this every day. "Can you use different words? I'm not a child." Zheng Yujie was really exasperated. "Are you sure your mind is clear now?"
Who do you look down on?
Downstairs, Grandpa was reading the newspaper and Grandma was wiping the table. "Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma." Grandma Zheng smiled warmly and said, "Good morning to you too. This morning's newspaper has arrived again. Xiao Fan's serial story, Meeting a Human Trafficker, is back. I'll read it after I finish my chores," she added. "It's really well written. A colleague of mine from the police station told me that they're copying some of the prevention methods. Maybe they'll promote them together later," she added. Grandpa Zheng looked up and said, "Really? That's good to hear." Everyone sat down at the table and started talking. Even families like Zheng's eat sweet potato porridge, pumpkin porridge, and soybean porridge every day. They also have a few steamed buns or three-part noodles, with a small dish of pickles. Sometimes there are boiled eggs, but not today. Lin Fan only ate half a bowl of porridge and then put down her bowl. She was thinking that she should cook some side dishes later, or it would be too tiring to eat breakfast like this every day. Zheng Yujie saw she only ate a little and knew she wasn't hungry. "Let's go. I'll take you to the library now," he said. Lin Fan grabbed her bag and went out with him. Brother Zheng and sister-in-law Zheng also left for work. Zheng Yujie first rode his bike to the gate of the state-run restaurant. "What do you want to eat? I'll buy you something," he offered. Lin Fan looked a bit confused and said, "Didn't we just finish eating at home? Are you sure you're full?" Lin Fan also complained, "Your family eats the same things every day. There aren't many side dishes, just a few." Zheng Yujie said impatiently, "That's how most families eat now." Lin Fan went inside to look and said, "I want pickled vegetable dumplings, but I definitely can't finish such a big bowl." Zheng Yujie ordered 1 bowl of pickled vegetable dumplings and an empty bowl and chopsticks. The ration ticket costs 28 cents for 1 or 2 liang. Zheng Yujie paid with the ticket. Lin Fan saw that not many people were eating at the restaurant, probably because everyone ate at home before going out. "Will you be on time for work like this?"
she asked.
Zheng Yujie looked at her with a bit of annoyance. "Being a little late isn't a big deal. Some colleagues will cover for me." It was the 1970s now, and everyone was working for the state, so there was no sense of urgency. Soon, the dumplings were served. "Wow, this looks really appetizing. I wish I hadn't eaten that half bowl of porridge." She picked up the empty bowl and took a bite, looking satisfied. Zheng Yujie pushed the full bowl toward her. "Eat your fill first. I'll just have a few. I can't finish all this. You should eat quickly too, or we'll be late." The two spouses finished eating the bowl of pickled cabbage dumplings together. "I suddenly realized I really like eating pickled vegetables. Later, I'll go to the supply store to see if they have some," Zheng Yujie said as he took Lin Fan to the library and cafeteria. "Later, go back early if you're free," he added.
"Got it."
"You should leave quickly, or you'll really be late," he urged. Lin Fan, "Here," Fong Miao Miao called out to her after her husband left. "Fong Miao Miao, you're also here at the library?" Fong Miao Miao looked a bit shy. "I came yesterday. I came specifically to find you." Seeing she had something to say, Lin Fan suggested, "Let's walk a bit further after you're done." They walked a little way, and Lin Fan finally asked, "It's been a long time since we last saw each other. What have you been up to lately?" Fong Miao Miao thought for a moment, then gathered her courage to say, "There are 2 things. One might be about you, and the other is a favor I want to ask." Lin Fan waited silently for her to continue. "Once, I overheard something in a corner of the school playground. I've thought about it for a long time, and I want to tell you. Do you remember Li Laning?" Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied, "She said she wouldn't go to the countryside after graduation. Her mom wanted to find her a partner. Did she get married?" Fong Miao Miao hesitated before saying, "I heard that Zhao Guoqiang's mother asked Zhao Guoqiang to take her class, so she didn't have to go to the countryside. So, at our last gathering, she put some bad medicine in the soda she bought later for Zhao Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang might have liked you. He didn't realize the soda was laced with medicine and just handed it to you to drink. Li Laning watched Zhao Guoqiang all night, but he didn't get into trouble. She said you were the only one who left early that day, and it must have been because of that medicine that you left early and got married. Zhao Guoqiang, hearing that he might have harmed you, was so upset he wanted to hurt Li Lanying. There's no way he would marry her. Lin Fan realized the mystery. The problem was here all along. That's why she suddenly fell ill without explanation. But she couldn't admit it now. It's not true. He was the first to offer me a soda, but I thought it was just a drink for the person sitting next to me. I passed it on without thinking, and I forgot who I handed it to.
Fong Miao Miao cried.
When I heard that, I was very scared. I thought it was because I forced you to go to the gathering. If I caused you harm, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life. Why did you leave early that day? I thought what they said was true. Lin Fan thought about the memories from the original owner's past and then said, that day, my mom asked me to come home early.
Didn't I tell you?
I didn't want to ruin your fun, so I quietly left. Besides, you should know how good my husband is to me. You should realize we are in a relationship. Also, I have my own job. Not wanting to continue this topic, Miao Miao asked, now that school is on holiday, have you found a job? Still looking? Miao Miao looked sad again. My parents won't pay for me to get a job. They say I should either get married or go to the countryside to receive some support. I found a temporary job washing vegetables at a state-run restaurant. Someone wants to transfer it for 150 yuan, but I don't have the money. I wanted to ask if you could lend me some. I will pay you back slowly once I get my salary, but I thought since you're married, it might be trouble to ask you again. Lin Fan remembered that during the high school years, she had been closest to the original owner, and they were very good friends. So he asked, is the job reliable? Miao Miao started crying again. My uncle helped me find it. He agreed to lend me half the money first, and I will pay him back a little each month after I start working and get my salary. Lin Fan asked, are your family members okay with that? Do they contribute anything? Miao Miao cried and said, you know my parents favor boys over girls. If I hadn't agreed to do all the housework for the family, I wouldn't have been allowed to finish high school. Now, they say I should save some money to buy a job for my younger brother, but in a couple of years, he might be sent to the countryside too. They won't spend money on me. Miao Miao added, my uncle also promised to lend me money. He only gave me 20 yuan, and I've saved 5 myself. I still need 50 yuan. I really don't know what to do anymore, sob. Alright, many women in this era had little status. Miao Miao finishing high school was already a good achievement. Lin Fan thought that even if Miao Miao told her the full truth about that matter, it was worth the 50 yuan. Otherwise, she might keep dwelling on it. I have 50 yuan. I'll lend it to you. Miao Miao immediately stopped crying. Really? Lin Fan, you're so kind to me. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. I'll write you an IOU right now, and I promise I'll return it. The two chatted for a while longer before heading to the library together. Miao Miao was reading downstairs, while Lin Fan went upstairs to find Director Huang. Lin Fan stood at the office door and knocked. Little Lin is here, huh? Come in quickly, she said, handing Lin Fan a desk lamp. This was sent over yesterday by Director Gua for you. Lin Fan looked at it. She originally wanted an exchange certificate, but now she had a lamp, which was a pleasant surprise. She could save money on buying a lamp, as lamps are quite expensive now. She smiled more sincerely and said, thank you, Director Huang. Please also thank Director Gua for me. Director Huang thought of Director Gua's somewhat intimidating face and said, if you want to thank him, just translate their books faster. Lin Fan replied, okay, I will. She thought if she didn't have a cheat space, could an ordinary person translate as quickly as she does? And if she went even faster, people might start to suspect her. She couldn't afford to cause trouble for herself. While packing the lamp into her small bag, the lamp's head was still sticking out outside the bag. Director Huang, I'll go find my classmate now.
She's here to look for me about a job.
Director Huang casually asked, is she the one who came here yesterday asking about you? Did you graduate together? Lin Fan said, yes. If I can't find a job, I might have to go to the countryside. Seeing Lin Fan's future achievements, Director Huang thought she wouldn't be mediocre and wanted to help her. So she said, our library will hire 2 temporary workers next Monday. If she wants to come, she can go see Xiao Deng to sign up. Whether she passes the exam depends on her. This information is not public. Lin Fan was happy to hear this. Today was truly a day full of good surprises. She quickly thanked Director Huang again. After going downstairs, she hurriedly pulled Fong Miao Miao to a quiet place and said, "Miao Miao, the library is hiring 2 temporary workers next Monday. I'm taking you to sign up now. Let's see if you can pass the test." This is not public information. I just found out myself. Fong Miao Miao was surprised and excited, jumping up immediately. Lin Fan, really? Really? I don't know how to thank you. Let's go. Hurry up and register. She took Fong Miao Miao to the 2nd floor to find Deng Honglian. "Hello, Sister Deng. Have you received my letter these days? Shaolin is here again. I haven't received your letter recently. Sister Deng, it's like this. Director Huang asked me to bring my classmate here to sign up for the temporary worker exam." Fong Miao Miao was a bit nervous and said, "My name is Fong Miao Miao." Deng Honglian looked at both of them and said, "Please fill out a form first." "Thank you, Sister Deng." Lin Fan took out a 5 yuan note from her bag and handed it along with Fong Miao Miao's form to Sister Deng. Sister Deng glanced outside to check if anyone was nearby, then quickly pocketed the money. Lin Fan asked Sister Deng, "Do you know what topics are usually covered in the temporary worker exams from previous years?" Deng Honglian whispered the main points to them. After thanking her again, the 2 of them left. At the gate, Fong Miao Miao still looked confused and took a while to recover. Holding Lin Fan's hand, she said, "I really don't know how to thank you." "Don't worry, I will return the money to you in a few days," Lin Fan smiled. "It's okay, take your time. Just go home and study more, try to pass the exam," she added. Fong Miao Miao made a firm decision, saying, "Even if I don't sleep these days, I will study hard." After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Lin Fan went to a quiet place and put the desk lamp into her space. She also went to the supply store to buy seasonings, planning to cook small meals inside her space. "Hello, I want 1 gin each of soy sauce, oil, vinegar, and salt. I didn't bring bottles, so please include the cost," she said, handing over the money. She also bought matches and other seasonings. After leaving the supply store, she found a quiet spot and quietly placed the items into her space. Today, Lin Fan was finally out and wanted to visit the scrapyard. She hadn't been there for a long time. Before going, she drew a simple makeup look for a woman. "Hello, I want to find some old newspapers and see if there are any useful items," she said, leaving 3 candies on the table. The old gatekeeper looked at her twice and nodded in agreement. Inside, Lin Fan searched through some books but found none useful. She picked out 3 books on mathematics, physics, and chemistry to set aside for Lin Yu, as exams would resume in a few years. She continued searching and found a thick book that looked like an ancient text, which she also set aside. She found some clean newspapers and kept them. Finally, she discovered many stamps and some foreign currency inside an old, damaged dictionary. She stored these items at her space and bought the broken dictionary. Then she moved to the scrap area, where she found several vases, some intact, some broken with chips. She also found a few broken pieces on the ground and quietly put everything into her space. "I went to check the area where the wood materials are stored. I looked around but didn't find anything special. I noticed a small box pressed underneath. When I was moving a broken-legged table, I felt the weight was unusual. It was just an ordinary piece of wood, not thick, so I was surprised it felt heavy. I opened the drawer, but it was empty. Maybe I was mistaken. I checked again, and then I heard the guard outside shout that the time was up. So, I didn't have time to look further. I simply decided to store this broken table along with other items in the space." Lin Fan carried a bunch of books, newspapers, and a broken vase to the checkout. The old man looked at her and said, 2 yuan. After paying, Lin Fan asked, "Old sir, do you have any old items here? I can trade for a live big chicken or a duck. Right now, wanting some meat without a ticket is very difficult. Some people might really want that, and this old man is one of those people." He looked at Lin Fan again and said, "A woman around 30. Maybe you have some connections to get chickens or ducks." Seeing her expression, he thought there might be hope, so he added, "There are also many eggs, and coarse grains are fine." Fortunately, The small chickens raised in her space have grown up and are laying eggs. The old man thought for a moment and said, "Bring the items over, so I can check them." Lin Fan looked at the sky. It wasn't too late. She said, "I'll bring them over in 15 minutes. 1 big chicken and 30 eggs." The old man replied, "Add 20 gene of coarse grains." Lin Fan looked at him and said, "Okay, but your goods must be good quality." Seeing that the old man nodded without changing his expression, Lin Fan took her books and left. After walking a few minutes, she turned into an alley. At a corner where no one was around, she entered the space. As soon as she went in, she examined the broken table. It felt a bit off. The only place to hide things was the drawer, but after searching, she found nothing, which was strange. Later, she took a kitchen knife and dismantled the drawer. To her surprise, there was a hidden compartment. Opening it, she saw it was shining with gold. Inside, there was a layer of large yellow croakerfish. In a corner, there were big rings with smaller ones inside, totaling 5 gold bracelets. She was thrilled. The large yellow croakerfish weighed 312 grams each, with 25 in a row. 4 rows were missing 5 fish, plus 5 bracelets. This was truly valuable. She calculated that the total weight was 29,640 grams. If sold in modern times, it could be worth over 10 million yuan. Adding the 5 bracelets, if she couldn't exchange them for money directly, she could trade them for several big houses. It seems the child in my belly will be a wealthy kid from birth, haha. Put all these away, on top of the gold bars I found last time.
Perfect.
The small treasury is growing again. Following the advice of my experienced predecessors, checking out the scrap yard is still very necessary. Lin Fan calmed her excited feelings and went to catch chickens. There are over 20 big chickens and more than 30 medium-sized ones. She caught the biggest chicken, which weighs at least 5 or 6 gene, about 2.5 to 3 kilograms. She tied its legs with a rope and placed it into a worn-out sack filled with 20 gene of potatoes and sweet potatoes. This was a gift from villagers when she visited the countryside last time. She also packed 30 eggs into a basket, holding it in her hand to save space. When she was close to the scrap yard, she took out the sack and carried everything together. The old man didn't expect her to really bring so many good things. "Old man, look at this. It's not easy to find such good stuff these days. What do you want in exchange?" The chickens are so fat that he can't help but swallow saliva, and the eggs are very large, probably raised in a big mountain area, he imagines. Then he led Lin Fan inside. At the very back on the left, there was a small room, likely where the old man stored his treasures. "Wait here. I'll go get them," he said. Lin Fan nodded. It turns out this old man keeps all the good stuff for himself. It seems that collecting scrap from ancient times can make you rich, she thought while standing at the door. Soon, the old man came out holding a pair of small jade bowls and a small cloth bag. Inside the bag were jade bangles, jade rings, jade earrings, and jade plaques. Lin Fan's mouth watered at the sight. These are definitely valuable items. She was dreaming of all these treasures being hers, and she would become rich. The old man said, "Choose one of these two." Seeing him holding the cloth bag in one hand, Lin Fan really wanted both. She wanted to have everything very much. So she asked aloud, "Can I have both?" The old man wanted this result. "You'll need to bring more things in exchange, at least 20 gene of coarse grains and 20 more eggs," he said. Lin Fan really wanted the items, but she knew she couldn't bring more today. It wouldn't be safe. It turned out the old man was deliberately showing her these treasures to tempt her. Well, she had to admit he succeeded. Feeling a bit distressed, Lin Fan said, "Old man, I can't get any better stuff today. These things depend on luck." The old man rolled his eyes. Of course he knew. If he hadn't wanted to give her such good items, even money wouldn't buy them. And these things aren't worth much now, if it were before.
Oh.
Never mind, I won't say anything. The more I talk, the more it hurts. Young sister, I'll keep this for you. When you find something good, come back and trade with me. In the end, Lin Fan chose a package of jade jewelry. She looked longingly at the 2 jade bowls before turning to leave the scrapyard. After stepping out, she took several deep breaths, feeling a mix of pain and longing. On the bus ride home, she thought, no wonder every dynasty had so many corrupt officials. They're hard to catch. These beautiful items are rare and hard to find. For some with special hobbies, they are a deadly temptation. But soon, she must come back again to take those 2 bowls. Sigh, earning money from that useless man is not as good as earning it herself. As she neared home, she entered her space to change her makeup back, carried a lamp, and caught a chicken to take to the Zheng family. Zhou Jie was jealous that Lin Fan wore pretty clothes every day and only came back at mealtime, thinking, who knows if she's out trying to attract other men. Otherwise, with so many good things, food, clothes, and accessories, there's no end to using them. They must have been obtained through improper means. What's there to be proud of? If the Zheng family finds out, they might skin her alive. She just has a charming face, that's all. Lin Fan sensed Zhou Jie's gaze was a bit strange, so she thought it was better to move out early. Too many people and too many issues. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, You're just in time for dinner. Oh, and where did you get that lamp? Lin Fan smiled and replied, The library gave it to me. They said it's a benefit for working overtime at night. Grandma Zheng beamed, They really have a lot of tricks. This lamp isn't cheap, and most importantly, you can't get it without a ticket. She thought to herself, this granddaughter-in-law is truly impressive. Compared to others' wives, she's 10 times better, no more. The young 4th son is really lucky to have such a wife. Old folks always say that couples are matched by heaven. The best man may not marry the best woman, and the best woman may not marry the best man. Don't listen too much to what they say. Your health is important. Rest well when you need to. And now you're pregnant, so take good care of yourself. Lin Fan nodded and replied, I listened to Grandma. Will the 4th son not come back for lunch? Lin Fan sat down and took a glass of water. She was so thirsty. She had forgotten to drink water all morning. It's all because of that old man, who disturbed her peace of mind. If he's fine, he probably won't come back. Old Zheng, the 4th brother, who was nagging her, arrived at their secret base after work. Little 6 reported to him, Boss, I talked to some of my brothers. They said Lin Guoqing stayed in the hospital for a day and then went home to rest, still owing hospital bills. His wife took their son back to her family, afraid someone might retaliate against their son. Old Lady Lin is also afraid of death. She hasn't gone out for 2 days. Early this morning, she sneaked out to buy groceries, but on her way back, she was caught and put into a sack. It seems her time is almost up. She wasn't beaten badly, mainly just scared her. Zhang Yujie nodded and said, Once she's better, we'll handle her. We don't want her to forget her pain. Little 6 promised, I'll make sure to keep a close eye on her. How is the investigation into the last incident going? Little 6 got angry when asked about this. We found out it was that dog Chin Ping. He was kicked out of his house before, ignored us, so he followed the boss. Now we hear that his family heard he's made some money, and he's come back. His mother even introduced him to a pretty girl, and they've been sleeping together for a couple of days. Our secret was accidentally leaked by him. We tracked him down, and he was still arrogant. Later, Dongzi checked the woman and found out she knew Ji Pingchong, a rival from the old neighborhood. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Because of this, we haven't dared to buy supplies recently, worried someone might find out. Many brothers are complaining about not having enough money now. Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and said, Tell Chen Ping to go to a small town nearby, or let him leave. Choose one. All storage locations must be changed and rechecked. We need to switch everything. From now on, he must not know anything. Little 6 felt the boss was a bit nervous. Boss, maybe you're overthinking. We know Chen Ping, he wouldn't do such things. From these 2 incidents, it's clear he's not very firm. If he softens and says something, do you understand the consequences? Everyone only has one chance to survive. Little 6 isn't very smart but is obedient. Okay, we'll follow your lead, boss. Once we find a good place, We'll reset the supply locations and times, cancel all previous fixed schedules, and do it randomly. Little Six thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to meet Jinping?" No need. People with different goals don't work together. Because he knows there are no forever friends, only forever interests. Someone who quickly reveals how to feed the brothers cannot achieve great things, nor should he risk everyone's lives for just one friend. That is not his style of doing things. In the end, he simply said, "Let Dongzi watch that woman. I'm afraid they're holding a big move." Someone who can risk exposing a woman's innocence is also a tough person. Don't let things turn against the woman later. Xiao Liuzi thinks the boss is overthinking, but he always obeys. He has avoided deadly danger several times just because he listened. When they bring out the good old items to the cellar in Pingan Alley, I will use the market price to count my share. Xiao Liuzi disagrees again. Those items that are not for eating or wearing now are kept secret, or big trouble will happen. If the boss wants, I'll help move everything over.
Don't worry about the accounts.
Who else would bother to carefully keep those things? Zhang Yujie thinks about how the women at home love these useless things. What can he do? He can't just take advantage of others. That dead woman always talks about money, or she likes houses and old items. Maybe in her past life, she was a miser, Zhang Yujie thinks. But he also likes her. Although she loves money, she's not just about spending. When she sees something she likes, she doesn't care about the price, only her preference. More than once, he thought she was a bundle of contradictions. Now, after sorting things out, no matter good or bad, no one will dare to say anything in the future. That's why Zheng's fourth son has a very long-term view. Just trust me. Otherwise, we'll end up arguing about everything later. Record all the converted money, and then distribute it. Xiao Liuzi still doesn't understand why it's not worth it for the boss. Doing that, the boss won't get much money. Seeing that his boss stays silent, he says, "All right, I'll do as you say. I'll personally move the stuff over." In his mind, Xiao Liuzi thinks that valuing things at market price is impossible. Maybe just count a symbolic amount, or use the price they paid. After all, nobody wants those items. Converting them into money would be a blessing for everyone. Lin's wall has already been plastered with a layer of whitewash. Once it dries, another layer will finish the work. Other walls, Zhang Wan also asked them to whitewash once. The money came from Lin Guiqing's monthly salary. Now she's worth it. Her daughter was right. Money gives confidence. When conditions allow, you should make your life more comfortable. The construction team is currently digging underground pipes for the bathroom. Once the pipes are laid, they'll build a small bathroom. It won't take many days. Lin Yu said, "Mom, when do you think my sister will come back? Our house is all ready." Zhang Wan smiled more and said, "Don't always worry about your sister. She's now married and has many things to do. Plus, she has work and writing to do, so she's busy. She'll come back once she's free. As long as she's healthy, it doesn't matter if she comes or not." Lin Yu pouted and thought to herself, "It's not the same. I just miss my sister." And she remembered her sister telling her to learn English. She had already finished the homework her sister assigned last time. In the afternoon, Lu Wenli came to visit her. "Juanzi, I have something to tell you that will make you happy." Zhang Wan smiled and asked, "What is it?" "So mysterious. Didn't I live very close to Zhang Damon's house? His wife told me that Lin Guiqing was robbed and had a bag put over his head a few days ago. Early this morning, when his mother went out to buy vegetables, she was also robbed and had a bag put over her head. Everyone is saying their family might have offended someone and is being targeted. Do you think this is something to be happy about?" She laughed after saying this. Zhang Wan felt relieved after hearing this. The heavy burden on her heart was finally lifted. She no longer had to endure the frustration caused by their mother and son. But then she worried that maybe her son-in-law was behind it and she didn't want to be caught in trouble. She thought if only Lin Fan would come back, I could ask him if anyone recognized her. Of course, I'm happy. I'd be even happier if that mean old woman was gone. Lu Wenli also said, "Who wouldn't be? I heard his wife is afraid of revenge, so she took the kids back to her parents' house, leaving only the mother and son." They don't have money to see the doctor, so they just stay at home crying every day. Zhangwan said happily, "That's what happens when you do bad things. Karma catches up with you. It would be even better if someone beat them up a few more times." Everyone in the workshop laughed when they heard this. Someone said, "Have you noticed? Juanzi is much more cheerful now. She smiles more. Yeah, it looks like her daughter married well. She seems to look younger than before." Zhangwan felt a little embarrassed and teased, "You all just like to make fun of me." "Not at all. Come on, tell us, do you really not plan to find someone? I have noticed for many years that Director Lee still seems to be very interested in you." Zhangwan quickly stopped everyone from talking further. "Please don't say such things anymore. It might ruin Director Lee's reputation. Besides, I don't want to jump into another problem. Now that I have my child, I am living very well. My eldest son said he will take care of me when I get old. I have everything I need now. I don't ask for anything else." After hearing her, everyone found it hard to say anything more. Nowadays, women value their reputation above all else. Zhangwa knows they are talking about Director Lee Bagua from the sales department, who has been chasing her for 5 or 6 years. He is also a man with a tough life. His wife died during childbirth, leaving a son. He has come to see her several times, saying he doesn't care if she can have more children or not. He wants to be with her, but she is afraid. Lin Guiqing, the biological father of her child, doesn't even like her daughter. She doubts that her new stepfather will treat her children well. Anyway, she can support 3 people with her salary, so there's no need to jump into another problem. Now she has money and free time. She doesn't need to serve men or in-laws, and she lives quite comfortably. Why would she want to ruin her life by seeking more trouble? Lin Fan also told Grandma Zheng, "Grandma, when I came back, I saw someone selling chickens. I bought a big one, kept it in the chicken coop outside. When you want to eat, just ask Aunt Lu to prepare it." "Oh, you bought a chicken?" "A few days ago, I asked Xiao Lu to buy one. I thought you both were pregnant and needed to nourish yourselves, but they said they couldn't find any. Didn't expect your luck to be good, and you actually found someone selling chickens." Grandma Zheng even went outside to look. It was a very large chicken, probably weighing over 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. This granddaughter-in-law is really generous. She's not stingy at all. She bought such a big chicken just like that. She smiled kindly as she went inside. "You bought a really big chicken. It looks lively. When do you want to eat it?" "I'll ask Xiao Lu to prepare it." Lin Fan said, "Grandma, you decide. I'm fine with anything. When we bring it back, everyone will eat together." "All right, then let's prepare it this afternoon and have it tonight. Everyone's back, and the family can enjoy a good meal. After dinner, you should rest early. You've been outside all morning and look tired." Lin Fan also felt tired. His baby in the belly is already 3 months old and starting to show. Some tight clothes can't be worn anymore because they make his belly bulge out, which might be noticed by experienced people. So he can only wear loose clothes. After a nap at noon, he got up and went into the space to translate some books. When tired, I read books in the library. Many of these books are much more advanced than those from this era, covering various fields. After reading for a while, I tidy up the space. I pick the mature cotton and vegetables, store the fresh ones, and prepare for the next harvest. In a few days, I can harvest more cotton. Rice and wheat take longer to mature. I also feed the chickens, ducks, and geese with some corn and sweet potatoes. They can peck the corn grains and eat them. I also collect the eggs laid by the hens. The 2 hens are still sitting on their eggs, incubating. Maybe I should think about selling some of the bigger chickens later. Seeing more and more eggs, Lin Fan thinks she should make some salted eggs to eat, or there'll be too many to finish. She isn't very good at making salted eggs, so she plans to ask Aunt Lu to do it someday. She wants to learn so she can make some herself in the future and bring them home to her family. The best eggs for salted eggs are duck eggs, but the ducks haven't started laying yet, so she figures chicken eggs should work fine. When the time is right, she leaves the space and continues working outside. Suddenly, she hears the back door open. She turns around and says, "You're back." Zhang Yujia smiles and says, "Come see what good things I brought back for you." Lin Fan notices he's carrying an old burlap bag into the room and has closed the door behind him. It's so mysterious. Could there really be good things inside? She stands up and walks over. She opens the bag and sees half a bag of old items. Her eyes light up. Where did you get these? What are they? She reaches out to look inside. Zhang Yujie quickly stops her. They're dusty. I'll take them later, so you don't get your clothes dirty. He takes out each item one by one. There are 2 pairs of blue and white porcelain, an antique soup bowl, and inside the bowl are several beautiful porcelain cups. They look quite old. Lin Fan thinks maybe she's lucky today. She found valuable jade at the scrapyard, and now this man has brought back many antiques. She doesn't care if they get dirty anymore. She picks each one up, admires them all, and would be so happy she might jump up and hug Zheng Laozi and kiss him twice. Just as she reaches out, she notices her hands are covered in dust. She says, "My husband is really amazing. These collectibles will surely increase in value by hundreds or thousands over time. I'll want to buy them back when I see them again. Thank you, honey." She smiles brightly, her eyes almost closed. This scene instantly flashes in Zheng Laozi's mind. There are still quite a few, but there's no place at home to hide them. "I brought some back for you to see first." Lin Fan gasped and started breathing faster. "How many more are there? What are they?" "You can secretly bring back what you can carry or hide somewhere, and take me to see it another day." She looked at him with admiration, like stars shining in her eyes. "Don't worry, I'm very good at hiding things. Only I know where I hide them. No one else can find them." Zheng Yujie put all the items into a cloth bag, carried it to the corner to store it properly, and then took her to wash her hands. "I need to hide these tomorrow outside, not at home, to avoid trouble." Lin Fan immediately said anxiously, "No need. I'll hide them tomorrow. You can rest assured." It's a joke if she saw them. How could she give them away again? Old Zheng, feeling annoyed, said, "You woman, your hobbies are so different from others. Look at your dirty hands. Go wash them quickly." "Aren't they dirty? All covered in mud?" After they finished washing their hands, Lin Fan suddenly remembered and asked him, "Where did you buy these? Did you dig them up from someone's grave?" Zhang Yujie rolled his eyes. "Do I look like someone who digs up graves? What are you thinking about all day?" Lin Fan said, "Then you bought them with money. How much did you spend? Are these things expensive? How much more do you want? If someone finds out about these, it could be dangerous." Lin Fan thought, "After you leave tomorrow, I'll put them into my space. I don't want you to find them. You'll never find them in your life. Don't worry, I'll hide them well. I promise." She also realized he didn't want to tell her where he got them from. Who cares? As long as he bought them, that's enough. She didn't need to ask about the source. If it's not expensive, buy as many as you want. If there's too much, just keep it in one place. Take me to see it another day, and I'll find time to hide it. She finished with a sly, lecherous smile, her eyes shining like a dog seeing a bone. Zhang Yujie couldn't stand it anymore. "Look at my mood. I'm going downstairs to eat." He led the way down. Lin Fan followed, mentally preparing herself. "Darling, you've worked so hard today. I bought a chicken today just for you, to help you recover. Eat more later." Zhang Yujie didn't turn around, feeling annoyed. "Woman, using charm just for old stuff. Are you sure you didn't buy it because you were craving it yourself? There is no way someone is so kind just for themselves. Anyone who believes that is naive." Lin Fan calmly said, "It's your baby who wants to eat. He feels sorry because his dad works hard to earn money. So, I bought it back for the baby's father to eat. Once he's full, he can work harder to support us." That unreasonable woman talks nonsense all day, lying without blinking her eyes, always saying whatever comes to mind. It's always about money or a house. Luckily, I don't rely on my meager 30-something yuan salary to live. Otherwise, she would look down on me. She might even scold me for being lazy. She dares to bring up the child. He's so young. He doesn't understand anything. As soon as she arrived, she smelled the delicious aroma of chicken soup. Brother Zheng and his wife came back with the child. Brother Zheng said, "Wow, are there chicken dishes today? Such a nice smell. I'm drooling just thinking about it." Xiao Hongying also said, I want to eat meat, I want to eat meat. Fourth sister-in-law is really amazing. She managed to find a place selling chickens. Xiao Hongying then said, thank you, fourth aunt, for buying me meat. Seeing how adorable Hongying was, Lin Fan smiled and said, okay, later we'll give Hongying a big piece of chicken. Even Grandma Zheng said, today the fourth family really thought of us. Tonight's dinner was eaten very quickly because the meat was so fragrant. Lin Fan also ate happily. She thought, the food from the space is so much better than outside. It's probably dozens of times tastier. She couldn't stand the smell of blood, or she might have killed a chicken herself in the space to enjoy. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, this chicken was brought back this morning by the fourth sister-in-law. It weighs 6 jin and 4 liang. Half is cooked with mushrooms and the other half braised with potatoes. This chicken is very fat and juicy. Brother Zheng said, then today, we can really indulge in eating meat. Everyone smiled happily when talking about eating meat. The neighbors living next door to Zheng's family were miserable. They could smell the food but couldn't eat it. The children were so tempted they cried, but for face, they didn't dare come over to ask for meat. Besides, nowadays, it's rare for any family to have 2 pieces of meat. Buying it costs money and requires tickets. No one is willing to give such precious food to others. Lin Fan thought about having to coax her proud man to bring her benefits, so she really spent a lot. As soon as the food was on the table, she grabbed a big chicken leg and put it in Grandma's bowl, and the biggest one went into Zheng Laoxi's bowl. She also served herself half a bowl of meat and half a bowl of chicken soup. Grandpa Zheng looked very happy and thought, the fourth family is very filial, thinking of Grandma when they have good food. Grandma Zheng saw the big chicken leg in her mother-in-law's and son's bowls and, surprisingly, had no objections. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, you kids, the chicken drumsticks should be yours. I eat so much meat that it would be a waste. Lin Fan replied, as long as it goes into my stomach, it's not a waste. Old Fourth Zheng looked at the biggest chicken drumstick in his bowl, feeling very happy inside. The woman still cared about him. His mood visibly improved, and his lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Zhou Jie saw her pile on a lot of meat and didn't want to fall behind, so she added some more, as if afraid of missing out. Everyone felt a bit embarrassed. Brother Zheng and his wife knew the chicken was bought from Old Fourth's family, so they didn't argue. As long as there was food, that was enough. With so much meat, the chicken was gone from the soup, and there was no more braised chicken either. Come here, Hongying. You're small, just have a little chicken drumstick. Grandpa Zheng said, I think having a bowl of chicken soup makes me feel much better. Next time Old Fourth's wife finds such a good chicken, bring it back, and the public will pay for it. Grandma Zheng also said, that's good. It's just right for the whole family to get some nourishment. Grandma Zheng thought, we can't keep relying on Old Fourth's family to support the whole household. If we do that, there will definitely be conflicts. Everyone ate happily. The family of 10 finished a chicken weighing over 6 jin, about 3 kilograms. With side dishes and condiments, everyone was full and content. After the meal, more than half of them felt too full and wanted to go outside to walk and digest. Sister-in-law Zheng thought about the little underwear her sister-in-law mentioned last time. Recently, she'd been itching to ask about it, but couldn't find the right time. She thought, Old Fourth's wife has such a firm chest. Maybe she's wearing a little underwear that a man wouldn't want to see. Fourth sister-in-law, you ate quite a lot today. Want to go for a walk in the yard to help digestion? Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. Sure, sister-in-law, let's go. Old Fourth Zheng saw his wife leave with sister-in-law without him and got angry. His face darkened again, and he lost his mood to go for a walk outside. He went upstairs alone, sulking. He kept thinking, unkind little one. She said she cared for him so much, but she just forgot about me in no time. Next time I believe her, I'll be a fool. Lin Fan and sister-in-law Zheng took Hongying to a quiet place. Sister-in-law Zheng asked, Fourth sister-in-law, what was that little underwear you mentioned last time? Lin Fan suddenly remembered she had wanted to develop sister-in-law Zheng into a salesperson for underwear. She had almost forgotten these past few days. Right now, Buying and selling openly was not allowed, but private transactions could happen without anyone noticing. Yes, I have a classmate who can make it. I gave her the design drawings. When a woman wears it, she can have a slim figure with curves. Most importantly, when walking or running, her chest won't bounce around. It can also support and prevent sagging, especially for women who have had children. Sister-in-law Zheng heard this and wanted one too. Fourth brother's wife. Can you bring me two? Money is not a problem. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, okay, but I can only get the foam in a couple of days. So he said, all right, but it will take a couple of days. I'll bring it back for you. Xiao Hongying also called out, Auntie, you said you would make me pretty dresses, remember? Sister-in-law Zheng immediately scolded her. Child, how can you ask Auntie for clothes? Never do that again, understand? Lin Fan smiled and said, it's okay. I promise to make her two pretty dresses. It's just that I've been busy these days and have no time. Xiao Hongying, when I have free time, I'll make a nice dress for you. How about a blue one and a red princess dress? Xiao Hongying jumped and cheered. Yes, I love red the most. Seeing Xiao Hongying so happy, it's clear that children are so easily satisfied. Lin Fan couldn't help but look forward to the baby in her belly. If it's a girl, she will definitely be as cute as Xiao Hongying. When Lin Fan returned, old fourth Zheng had already taken a shower and was lying on the bed pretending to sleep angrily. Husband, are you asleep so early? Were you very tired today? Not hearing any response, she thought he had fallen asleep. She took her clothes to shower. After finishing, she saw him turn over with his back to her. She also didn't hear his steady breathing. Even the slowest person would know he was angry and ignoring her. She thought for a while, wondering why he was angry. Did someone upset him? She recalled the day and reviewed everything in her mind, but couldn't find a reason for his anger. Could he be unwell or sick? She walked over, touched his forehead, then her own. She muttered softly, no fever. Could he have another illness? Old fourth Zheng almost laughed out loud at her actions. How could she not know what she did to make him angry? Why bother being angry? She is a selfish, heartless woman. Maybe if she made him angry enough, he would take the kids and remarry right away. Lin Fan pushed him gently and asked, Dear, are you feeling unwell? Do you have any illness? Should I call the elder brother to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Upon hearing her worried words, old Zheng felt a bit happier. Seeing her turn to go downstairs to call someone, he said unhappily, It's okay. I'm just tired. When Lin Fan heard that he was fine, he relaxed a little. Then rest well if you're tired. Sleep for a while, and you'll feel better. I won't bother you anymore. Go ahead and sleep. Lin Fan imagined that maybe he was upset at work because of his boss, and coming home in a bad mood was normal. After all, he's just a worker. Or perhaps he was really exhausted from a hard job, since many people work sincerely and diligently nowadays. Then he muttered to himself, Tomorrow I'll see if I can buy some bones to make soup for you. You work so hard. In the future, don't push yourself so much. Lin Fan thought he hadn't had soup in a long time, so he decided to buy some bones and cook it in his space. It would be good to share some with him. He also thought secretly, if he gets too tired and falls seriously ill, who'll earn money for me then? Maybe I'll have to support my children. Without free help, how can I relax? Zheng Yujie didn't know what she was thinking, or he'd be so angry he'd almost faint. He was a little happy, thinking that this woman cared about him, or she wouldn't be thinking of buying bones to make soup for him. He kept thinking and eventually fell asleep, feeling sleepy himself. Fong Miao Miao, since returning home, locked herself in her room and took out her books to review. She was determined to pass the exam to become a temporary librarian at the library, hoping she might get a permanent position someday. At noon, she hurriedly cooked some food and then went back to her room to study. When Fong's father and mother came home, they saw only a bowl of corn porridge and a plate of stir-fried potatoes, with no steamed buns. They started scolding her loudly. You useless girl, eating plain rice at home and not even bothering to cook properly. What good are you? Not working. Maybe if you got married, you could get some bride price. Or if you went to the countryside, you could save some food for the family. Always eating plain rice at home. You're so lazy. Hearing her mother's harsh words, Fong Miao Miao cried in anger. Other families try to find ways to keep their children in the city, buying jobs or asking around. But her family? They think she's worse than trash. The daughter is useless, but the son is the treasure. She decided she must earn her own job and find a way to move out. Otherwise, they'd eventually squeeze her dry. Maybe in the end, they'd even sell her for bride price to buy a job for her brother. Fong Miao Miao cried as she opened the door and said, "Someone helped me find a job, but I have to take an exam. Whether I pass depends on myself. If you want me to have a decent job, then stop bothering me all the time. These days, I can't do any chores except cooking. You have to wash your own clothes." Fong's mother immediately stood up and shouted, "You're rebellious. How dare you talk back to us, your parents?" Miao Miao also cried loudly, shouting, "Mom, I am your daughter, not your enemy. Can't you stand me? Now that I have a chance in front of me, do you want to ruin it for me?" She turned to look at her older brother and younger brother. "You guys don't treat me as a sister, but as an enemy. After all these years, I've washed your clothes and cooked for you. Did I feed the dogs?" Then she turned to Fong's father and shouted, "Dad, if the Fong family really can't accept me, then cut ties with me. I'll die outside alone, and I won't bother you anymore." After saying this, she ran into her room and cried loudly, feeling completely hopeless. Lin Fan's family has only a mother, yet she managed to raise her daughters so well. Why is my life so hard? What Fong Miao Miao doesn't know is that even worse things are waiting for her. After she entered her room, Fong's mother grabbed a stick, intending to beat the girl who owed money, but Fong's father stopped her. "Mom, wait a moment. These days, you wash clothes and let Miao Miao focus on studying for her exam." Fong's mother was furious. "Why doesn't that stubborn girl wash her clothes? I'll beat her to death.
She dares to talk back to me.
She only knows a few words and thinks she's better than us." Fong Haiping said again, "Mom, in a couple of years, Fong Chung will graduate. If he doesn't get a job, he'll have to go to the countryside." Fong's mother didn't understand yet. Fong Chung graduating has nothing to do with that stubborn girl? Fong Chung quickly understood. "Mom, Dad means that after I graduate, my sister will transfer her job to me, so I won't have to go to the countryside. Either I find someone to marry her, or she replaces me in going to the countryside." Fong's mother thought about it and said, "That's possible." So she said, "I'll let that stubborn girl go for now. If she doesn't pass the exam, I'll beat her to death. She dares to challenge me." Big brother Fong Daxiong also thought of something. "When I get married, Miao Miao can give her job to my partner so we can save on the bride price. A family of vampires, I tell you, none of them are good people." Lin Fan counted the days. Today, he could go to the foam factory to pick up the goods. He prepared the remaining 300 yuan in advance, got up early, had breakfast, and left the house. First, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and asked, "Hello, which items can I buy without a ticket?" They are pork bones and pig trotters. The pig trotters don't have much meat and aren't bought by many people. Also, the spare ribs don't require tickets. Lin Fan said, "Then I'll buy 2 jin of each, a total of 6 jin." The clerk looked at her, implying she wondered why she was buying so much. Lin Fan explained, "My brother is getting married and I want to set up 2 nice tables. Since I don't have enough tickets, my mom asked me to buy a little extra pork bones, which is the same." Sure, you can buy as much meat as you want, but bones are different. Sometimes you buy more, sometimes less. You can't just ask for exactly 2 jin and expect it. Lin Fan looked at the bones, which had little meat, and said, "Then weigh out more. It's okay to have a little extra, but please cut them into small pieces." In the end, Lin Fan bought 8 jin and 1 liang, counting as 8 jin. It only cost her 2.60 yuan. She then had a new idea. She would buy more bones to eat in the future. After leaving, she changed her makeup and took a bus to the foam factory. She gave the gatekeeper a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, which she bought for 0.35 yuan, and also needed a cigarette ticket. "Comrade Zheng has arrived." "Oh, uncle, you still remember me?" The gatekeeper sniffed the cigarettes, which smelled good, and smiled, saying, Only a few people come here regularly. You're the only new face I've seen, so it's hard not to remember. Please go in quickly. Is Director Lin at the factory? Lin Fan thanked the gatekeeper and entered alone, following her memory. She knocked on Director Lin's office door and said, "Good morning, Director Lin." Director Lin liked reliable partners who kept their promises. Comrade Zheng came so early. Lin Fan took out a stamped contract and completed the paperwork with Director Lin. This stamp was carved by a carrot she found in her space, with the words Red Star Clothing. She also gave Director Lin a letter of introduction from the factory, a purchase certificate, and the remaining 300 yuan. Director Lin called the finance department to deposit the money and issue an invoice. The process was quickly completed. Lin Fan signed her name, Zheng Yu, on the contract and receipt. Director Lin asked, "Can you find a vehicle to help me deliver the goods to the intersection next to the park in front of the factory? Our factory's vehicle can pass through there, saving time." "Don't worry, I'll pay an extra 5 yuan for the transportation." Originally, Director Lin wanted her to drive the vehicle directly into the factory to unload, because foam, although not heavy, is somewhat bulky. But as soon as he heard he could earn an extra 5 yuan, he was willing to do anything. He decided to give them 1 yuan as overtime pay, and he would keep 4 yuan for himself. Director Lin thought, "This comrade Zheng Yu is so generous. If I build a good relationship with her, I might get more benefits in the future. Okay, I'll find a few people to help Comrade Zheng move things out. Just use a cart. It's not far and not heavy." Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Thank you, Director Lin. Next time I have a chance, I must invite you to a meal." Hearing this, Director Lin's face smiled more like a sunflower. "No problem, no problem." Soon, Lin Fan followed 5 carts, carrying a large pile of foam outside. "Sir, I'll take the goods to load onto the truck first. Next time, I'll bring you some tasty food." The old man also smiled, showing his teeth and eyes. "Good. Welcome back, Comrade Zheng." Note: the old man's teeth are almost all gone. Lin Fan followed them for nearly 10 minutes until they reached a quiet corner near the park. "Comrades, this is fine. Just leave the goods here. Later, our truck will come by, and loading here won't block anyone's way." While moving the goods, they thought that Comrade Zheng was very kind, worried that his foam might block the road or take resources from the public. After unloading, a worker kindly asked Lin Fan, "Comrade Zheng, when will your truck arrive? Do you want us to help load everything before we go back?" Lin Fan took out 5 2-mao coins and handed them over. "Comrade, thank you for your hard work. You can buy a bottle of soda with this. Hurry back. We have enough people on our truck." "Thanks, everyone. Comrade Zheng, our director already paid us overtime." "You." Lin Fan interrupted. "The director pays the overtime. I'm giving you money for drinks. Hurry back so the director won't have trouble finding you." He then handed the money to one of them. They quickly left, and once they were out of sight and no longer at the intersection, which rarely had cars passing through, Lin Fan packed the foam into the space. He also went inside to change his makeup and prepare to catch a ride home. Now, he felt at ease. The next step was figuring out how to start earning money. Thinking about the large amount of money coming soon, Lin Fan felt happier than ever. It looks like he will visit his mother tomorrow to see if the house repairs are finished. If they are, he will teach Lin Ma how to make bras. But for today, he would go home first, make a few sample designs in different styles and colors, and prepare a prototype. When she returned home, it was still early. Except for Aunt Lu, no one else was at the Zheng family house. Aunt Lu opened the door for her and said, "Xiaolin, you're back so early." "Yes, I finished my work and came back." "Aunt Lu, thank you for your help. I bought 30 eggs. I want to make salted eggs. When you have time, can you help me? I'll come back later to learn from you." "It's no trouble. I'll start pickling the salted eggs soon, and they'll be ready in a few days. Living at the Zheng house is much more comfortable than farming back home, and I still get a salary." "Aunt Lu, I'm a bit tired. I'll go upstairs to rest." "If you're tired too, take a break before working again." When Aunt Lu heard she was tired, she knew she was pregnant, so she said, "Go back to your room and lie down for a while. I'll wake you when it's time to eat." Lin Fan went straight upstairs to find her drawings, then cut fabric, sponge, and rubber bands according to the plans. She cut each piece in different sizes, then sat in front of the sewing machine, which started to hum as she sewed. She finished a small-sized one, locked the door, took off her clothes, and tried it on. It wasn't as comfortable as some high-end brands in later generations, but it was the best she could do in this era. It was a success. She made the others too. She made 3 sizes, large, medium, and small, and also created a bright red one and a black one. Lin Fan thought, I didn't expect I'd be so talented.
I can make these myself.
Tonight, I'll wear one for that scoundrel to see if he likes it. She washed the new clothes in the Space's washing machine and then dried them. At lunch, Grandma Zheng said, Xiao Fan, Xiao Lu said you bought more eggs. Lin Fan smiled and replied, Yes, Grandma. I think the porridge in the morning is a bit bland. It would be better if Aunt Lu pickled some salted eggs. I also want to make some spicy cabbage. Grandma Zheng laughed and said, Whatever you want to eat, just ask Xiao Lu to make it or buy it. Lin Fan responded happily, okay. She thought that Aunt Lu wasn't very good at making side dishes. She only knew how to make salted vegetables which had no flavor, just salt. It was almost like eating salt alone. After eating, Lin Fan went into her space again. She made a big bone soup with red dates and peanuts using the nourishing pot. She could eat it whenever she wanted because it was already cooked. She also cooked some bone porridge in the rice cooker, so she could have a bowl as soon as she woke up. Later, her dear husband could also enjoy a bowl of bone soup. Then, she took out a few large white radishes and Chinese cabbages. When she woke up later, she planned to take them to the downstairs kitchen to make spicy cabbage and pickled radish to eat. In the afternoon, after waking up and reading a book for an hour, she looked at her watch. It was 3:30 p.m., and everyone else was already not at home. Lin Fan went down to the kitchen with the vegetables. First, she cut the radishes into small strips and salted them for half an hour. Then she washed the cabbages thoroughly and salted them as well. Next, she prepared ingredients like scallions, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and sugar. There was no vinegar at home, so Lin Fan went out to the supply store to buy a pound of vinegar. At that time, there were no bottled vinegars for sale, so she bought a bottle and filled it with loose white vinegar. Seeing some pickled vegetables for sale, Lin Fan bought 2 jars of pickled cabbage, thinking she would stir-fry them or cook them with pork bones and vermicelli later. She couldn't help but drool at the thought. She had lived 2 lives and never imagined she would crave pickled vegetables so much that she would start salivating. She felt embarrassed just thinking about it. She hurried back home. She washed the radishes thoroughly, added the ingredients, poured in plenty of vinegar and sugar, and soaked everything together, about half a wash basin's worth. Soon it would be ready to eat. Then she went to the living room, found the only apple, ate half of it, mashed the other half into apple puree, and took a chopped onion, scallions, garlic, and chili from the space. She washed the large cabbage, drained the water, and started layering the cabbage, chili, and apple puree in a jar, sealing it tightly. It would be ready to eat in a couple of days. After finishing, she went upstairs and ate a bowl of bone and red date porridge. She then started working again. When the time was almost right, she took a large bowl of bone broth, covered it with a plate, and placed it on the coffee table in her room. Honestly, Lin Fan didn't like eating in her room. There was a smell, but she had no choice. She couldn't eat in the living room. If she wanted to eat, she would go to her space and finish eating there before coming out. Zhang Yujie returned home, entered the room, and smelled a meaty aroma. Hubby, I'm back.
Close the door.
I made you some bone soup. Hurry and drink it. Zhang Yujie didn't expect her to actually cook the soup she mentioned last night. Where did it come from? Lin Fan rolled her eyes dramatically. It fell from the sky, just happened to land in my hands. Do you believe that? It didn't come from anywhere else, her mother cooked it. Did you think some other beautiful woman sent it to you?
Come on, eat.
It's still over an hour before dinner. I've already had some. She then leaned in front of him. How is it? Is it good? I also made pickled radish in the kitchen. We'll eat it during dinner tonight. There is also spicy cabbage. We will eat it in a few days. After saying that, She looked at him with her big, starry eyes, almost saying, "Praise me, I'm so wonderful." Zhang Yujie felt his throat tighten and coughed a couple of times. "It's very tasty. Do you want to have some more?" "No, I want to save some for dinner tonight. Otherwise, I'll be hungry and won't sleep later."
You owe me for that.
She stared at him closely. This man looked pretty good. He used to seem average, but now the more she looked, the more attractive he became. Maybe this is what people call a couple's look. If only the baby could inherit both of our good qualities, we'd be a perfect match. She couldn't help but let her mind wander freely, imagining all sorts of things. Zhang Yujie felt her gaze turn his face slightly red. Just as he was about to tell her to step back a little, he realized she was staring at him blankly, lost in thought. Could she be thinking about another man? Maybe a classmate from school? The thought made his heart feel very uncomfortable. The delicious bone soup he had just enjoyed now didn't taste good at all. With the air conditioning on full blast, perhaps the cold air in the room made him feel more uneasy. Lin Fancy's mind snapped back, and she saw the serious face of this stubborn man, as if someone owed him 100 or 200,000 and hadn't paid him back. Zhang Yujie asked in a deep voice, "What were you just thinking about?" "I called you a few times, but you didn't hear me." Lin Fancy thought for a moment. Did you call me?" "I didn't hear anything. I was thinking about making tonight a feast for your eyes, something you'll never forget." Just as Zhang Yujie was about to ask what she meant, she said, "Hurry up and drink it. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. I simmered it for several hours." After saying that, she sat back at her desk, focused on writing her characters. Zhang Yujie found a way to smooth things over. This woman clearly wasn't someone a normal family could support. Only he could take good care of her. Well, he needed to earn more money. After finishing, she even washed the bowl herself. He noticed it didn't seem like a bowl from their home. Where did she get it from to serve him soup? He kept feeling that this woman was always mysterious and secretive. Zhang Yujie saw that dinner was still a long way off, so he placed the bowl on the table, gently closed the door to his room, and went downstairs. When he reached the bottom, Aunt Lu said, "Fourth brother, you're back." The security guard said there are quite a few letters and remittance slips for the family. Zhang Yujie thought for a moment and guessed it might belong to Lin Fan. So he rode his bike out and came back with 2 money transfer slips, one for 13 yuan and the other for 86 yuan, which indeed belonged to Lin Fan. He also found a few letters and a package slip. He took all of these upstairs. "You have several letters and a package?
Who sent them to you?"
Lin Fan thought for a moment but couldn't remember who might have sent her anything. She took the package slip and looked at the address. "Oh, this is something my classmate in Haisher bought for me when I was working in the countryside." Zhang Yujie wondered if it was a classmate who liked her sending her things. Lin Fan also looked forward to seeing what Xiao Dongyuan had bought for her. "Is the post office closed now? Can I still pick up the package?" Although she was reluctant, she didn't say much. "Not yet. Do you want to go pick it up?" Lin Fan said, "Yes, there's also the money transfer slip. If I have money, I should go get it. Let's go. I'll ride my bike and take you." So Lin Fan packed away her English book from her desk, opened the wardrobe, and put it inside, actually into the storage space, where there was no safe space. She didn't look at the letters and put them away too, worried that the post office might close. First, she wanted to withdraw the money, then go for the package. Thus, the couple went out together and met old Master Zheng, who had just returned. "Grandpa is back," they both called out, then headed outside. Old Master Zheng stopped them. "Fourth, dinner is ready. Where are you going?" "We have a money transfer slip and a package. We're going to pick them up. If we go late, the post office might be closed." They rode away quickly. Zheng Dage's family of 3 also returned and saw Grandpa standing at the door, lost in thought. "Grandpa, what are you standing here for?" "I just saw Fourth and his wife go out." "Is something wrong?" he asked as he locked his bike and went inside. Old Master Zheng followed them into the house. They said Fourth's wife received another money transfer slip, so she's going to withdraw the money. Zheng Dage's wife said enviously, "Fourth's sister-in-law is really capable. She gets money transfers every month, several times." Zheng Dage also said, that takes effort. Think about it. Fourth's wife spends all day writing. It's not an easy job. Not everyone can do it. That's true. Hard work always pays off. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, people are like that.
You see me, I see you.
We all think others have it easier or are doing better than us. But if you change your perspective and swap jobs with someone else, going to their good job, everyone would think their own is the best. Brother Zheng smiled and said, yes, I see through it too. Zheng Yujie and the others arrived at the post office. Comrade, we are here to pick up the remittance slip and a package. Why are you coming so late? We are about to close in a few minutes. Lin Fan said, sorry, we just finished work and only now have time to come. Sorry for the trouble. Each person placed 2 candies on the counter. The 2 staff members were initially a bit annoyed that they came so late, but seeing how cooperative the comrade was, they happily processed their requests. Comrade, is this money sent from the newspaper agency? Are you submitting articles? Lin Fan smiled and said, yes, I write as a hobby. Earning a little extra income is good. While she was collecting the money, Zheng Yujie went to pick up the packages. The postal worker asked, what are you sending from your home? 2 big packages, heavy, and they smell a bit fishy. Zheng Yujie replied, a friend sent some local specialties. I'll find out what they are once I see them. Soon, he brought out 2 very heavy-looking packages. Comrade, would you like to open a savings account here? You can save money you don't need now and earn some interest. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, next time. We still need the money at home. Seeing Zheng Yujie carrying the packages, Lin Fan said, oh no, I wish we had brought more bikes. Otherwise, it's hard to carry everything back. If I can't, I'll walk back alone. You can tie the packages to the back of the bike. Zheng Yujie said, no need. I'll just put the packages on the front bar. Let's go home. He turned the bike around, placed the packages on the front, with his arms holding both sides securely. Get in the car. Lin Fan thought, this BMW is quite versatile, can carry people and goods. They returned to Zheng's house. Zheng Yujie directly carried the 2 big packages upstairs. Brother Zheng asked, does the 4th brother want to help? Zheng the 4th said as he went upstairs, no need. Thank you, 3rd brother. They're not too heavy. But only he knew whether they were heavy or not. Each package weighed about 70 jin. Zhou Jie muttered in her mind, this 4th couple is so selfish. They hide good things in their own rooms. They don't share anything with the family, not even respecting the elders. They really have no conscience. Just as she was about to speak and try to cheer him up, Zheng the 3rd shot her a glance, and she closed her mouth. Zheng the 3rd thought, no one in the family is saying anything. This one with shallow eyelids always wants to get cheap deals. He truly regrets marrying this troublemaker. My husband opened it up to see what it was. I didn't feel very comfortable with the smell, Lin Fan said. Then he mentioned opening the door at the entrance. They were all wrapped in paper, 1 package after another. Zheng Yujie took them out and placed them on the ground, then opened them to show her. She stood far away, not knowing when she put on a mask to cover her face. Wow, there's sea cucumbers, abalones, sea shrimp, dried conch meat. Zheng Yujie exclaimed each time she saw something. Inside, Zheng Yujie was also excited, wondering how this small woman, who had never left the city, knew so much about these seafood products. Some she had never seen before, yet she could easily name them. It showed her wife was truly extraordinary. I really don't have good luck with food. Now that I'm pregnant, I can't stand the fishy smell. Later, you can pick some to take to the kitchen downstairs for everyone to eat, Zheng Yujie said. We rarely see these things. If you don't know how to cook, it might not taste good. Lin Fan said, first soak them in water. Sea cucumbers are great for making porridge very tasty. Conch can be made spicy or fragrant, and stir-fried with garlic and chili is delicious too. This kelp is quite a lot. You can make bone soup with it. Kelp is high in iodine and can help treat goiter. Zheng Yujie heard her say how delicious it was and unconsciously swallowed, as if she had eaten it many times before. With so much, what are your plans? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, I don't have any plans. I just sent him 20 yuan. I didn't expect him to buy so much. I can't eat it now. I only wanted to try it earlier, so I asked my classmate to help buy it. I'll just keep it for now and send some to my mom later. Zheng Yujie said, "These things don't smell very good. Are they really as tasty as you said?" Lin Fan rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't you come back early tomorrow? I'll teach you how to cook. I'll watch from afar, and you'll see for yourself." But some people are allergic to seafood, so they can't eat it. Zheng Yujie took some of each item and wrapped them in newspaper, planning to take them downstairs later for everyone to eat. She packed the rest into her bag and took it to the second room. He was thinking, if these are really so delicious, maybe he can have someone collect more of the seafood and sell it, or let Xiao Lu and the others sell it. The two of them went downstairs and also carried a big bag of dried seafood wrapped in newspaper. "Grandpa and Grandma, these are some dried seafood bought by Fan Fan from her hometown when she was helping out there. Later, they decided to try cooking and see if it tastes good. Grandma Zheng said, you need to know how to cook well to make it tasty. I tried it when I was young, and it was very delicious. I don't know if little Lu can cook. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu can soak some ingredients in advance. I'll come back early to try making it and see how it tastes." Mom Zheng immediately scolded, "What is a grown man doing in the kitchen? Wouldn't that be embarrassing to tell others?" Lin Fan pursed his lips and thought, why not say men don't need to eat, only drink water? Fourth brother Zheng said, "Look at the male chefs at state-run restaurants. Who says men can't go into the kitchen? When there's no woman at home, do we have to starve?" Second brother is in the army. When on a mission outdoors, does he carry a woman along to cook for him? Mom Zheng was furious. "I say one thing, and you reply 10 times. Are you trying to make me angry? Why do you need to cook? What is your wife for?" Lin Fan thought to himself, even sitting here, I could get blamed. It's more unfair than being falsely accused. Zheng Yujie didn't understand why his mother suddenly acted like this. She kept pulling his wife into her complaints, even when there was no reason. "Mom, she's pregnant. She can't stand the smell of seafood. Besides, I cooked for everyone. Why does she have to do it? And you think your son can cook just fine?" Mom Zheng's eyes turned red with anger. "If you want to cook, go ahead. There's no point in eating bitter, tasteless food. It's like you married and forgot your mother." Lin Fan went to the kitchen and brought out the sour radish he made earlier to eat together. Tonight's dinner was unusually quiet because of their argument, with a tense atmosphere. But that didn't stop Lin Fan from eating the sour radish, crunching loudly. The table was silent except for the sound of chopsticks clinking, making his eating sound particularly loud. Everyone watched her enjoy her food happily. Grandma Zheng asked, "Is this sour radish tasty?" Lin Fan took another bite and said, "Very tasty. I added a lot of sugar, so it's very sweet. I can eat more than half a bowl with this. I also made spicy cabbage, but it'll be ready in a couple of days." Hearing how delicious it sounded, Grandma Zheng also took a piece and bit into it. Her whole body shivered from the sourness. Her eyes involuntarily squinted into a line, and she stared upward. The whole family watched her reaction after taking that bite, then couldn't help but secretly laugh. Zhou Jie thought, this fool, eating so much sour, oil-free, salt-free food. How quickly will she digest it? She'll be hungry again by midnight.
What can she eat then?
Grandma Zheng quickly ate 2 large bites of plain rice to suppress the sour taste, but then her teeth became soft and uncomfortable. It was hard to describe. Is your food not sour enough? Are your teeth soft? Lin Fan took 2 more bites. No, I think it's sweet. Tomorrow I'll make a dish with less sugar and more vinegar. She then chewed loudly. Grandma Zheng and Zheng's mother exchanged a look. Both said that girls are spicy and boys are sweet. It seems that the 4th family's next baby is a boy. Thinking of this, Grandma Zheng felt happy again. It's good to have a boy. Until now, the Zheng family hasn't had a single boy born. Zheng's eldest sister-in-law also guessed Grandma Zheng's thoughts and felt a bit upset. She also wanted to have a son. So Lin Fan ate her bowl of rice and shared half with her husband, then finished a plate of sour radish. Zheng's 4th brother reminded her, "Eat less. If you eat too much sour food now, your stomach might not handle it. It's okay to eat it tomorrow." Lin Fan said, I bought pickled vegetables. Tomorrow I can cook them with big bones. It'll be very tasty. If we have meat, we can also make a meal of pickled vegetable dumplings. Oh, she couldn't stop thinking about it. She just wanted to eat now. Zheng's fourth brother saw her expression and thought, she probably wants to eat meat. I'll see if I can buy some tomorrow. If I can, I'll ask Aunt Lu to cook it for her. After dinner, Lin Fan mysteriously called Zheng's eldest sister-in-law over. Big sister-in-law, I have something for you.
Come with me to our room.
Everyone looked at Zheng's fourth brother with confusion. He shook his head, indicating he didn't know what it was either. This was the first time Zheng's eldest sister-in-law entered their room. There were 3 large wardrobes, a tea table with a teapot and cups for tea, and a big sofa that looked very comfortable. There was also a desk with a lamp that might be hard to buy even with a lot of money. The fourth brother and his wife were the most comfortable among the 4 brothers, she thought. Lin Fan didn't realize she was thinking so much. She took out a set of modern-style underwear she made today, along with a small pair of underwear she hadn't worn before. She went over, locked the door, and placed the underwear on the bed. Big sister-in-law, look. This is the kind of underwear women wear. Grandma Zheng was caught off guard. The fabric was very little, and she wondered how it could be worn outside without embarrassment. Lin Fan picked a medium-sized black one for her. Come on, sister-in-law, take off your clothes. I'll teach you how to wear it once, and you'll see how wonderful it is. Sister-in-law Zheng tightly grabbed her clothes, as if afraid that her younger brother-in-law would forcibly pull them off at any moment. Lin Fan waited for a while, noticing she hadn't moved, so he guessed she might be shy. He said, Sister-in-law, I'm also a woman.
Let me tell you, do you want her to sag so young?
Think about how, on hot days, sweat makes your clothes see-through, revealing everything. But with this on, nothing can be seen, she replied, proudly puffing out her chest. Hurry up and put this on. Once Big Brother sees you like this, he'll be so enchanted he won't be able to look away. Hearing her younger brother-in-law's flattering words, sister-in-law Zheng blushed so much she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She felt so shameless. Somehow, Lin Fan managed to coax her into taking off her clothes, including an old-fashioned inner shirt. Sister-in-law, isn't it hot wearing 2 layers in this weather? She wanted to say she wasn't hot, but she knew she had to wear them, or she'd look strange. Come on, sister-in-law. Put your hands through these 2 holes. Do you see these straps? Just pull them to the front and tie a knot. After helping her put it on, he reached inside her to gather her tissue into the cups quickly, so fast she didn't even realize. When she finally noticed, she exclaimed loudly, realizing her younger brother-in-law had touched her chest.
Ah!
She shouted. Oh no! She felt like she was being taken advantage of. What should she do? All right, sister-in-law, from now on, when you dress, do it like this. Touch all the flesh with your hands. That way, your won't sag and will look firm and feminine. He then pulled her in front of a mirror and opened it for her to see. Look, sister-in-law, isn't this better than what you wore before? I tell you, a woman's body needs care. After she put on her outer clothes, he said, Sister-in-law, now jump a little. You'll find you don't sag at all. Her mind was blank. She did exactly as Lin Fan said. To her surprise, her didn't shake unattractively when she jumped, and her clothes looked even better on her. Lin Fan pulled her back to the mirror again. Stand up straight. She looked at herself and saw a different, more confident version of herself. Lin Fan then said, I'll give you 2 more sets. You can switch between them. I also have some new small underwear for you, never worn before. Then she took a pair of Zheng Yujie's and used underwear. From now on, make your big brother's underwear like this. Men will feel more comfortable wearing it. Big Sister Zheng saw the men's underwear and blushed, lowering her head. Lin Fan wouldn't give her men's underwear. It wouldn't look proper. Seeing her embarrassment, she didn't say more. Whether she wanted to do it or not, she had already reminded her. Big Sister Zheng wondered where her younger sister-in-law learned these things, making such shy clothing. But she also had to admit, wearing this kind of underwear felt really good. She quietly asked, Do you wear this kind of clothes every day? Lin Fan replied, Yes. If you have time, go to the overseas Chinese store. Foreign women, And men wear this kind of clothing too. It's just that others can't see it inside. Haven't you noticed that foreign women have bigger chests than Chinese women? If you don't keep it tight, what would it look like? Big sister Zheng thought, so she learned it from foreigners. No wonder her younger sister-in-law's English is so good. She found a newspaper, rolled up the underwear, and Lin Fan gave her, along with her own changed clothes, and then left after greeting her. Lin Fan thought, let her wear it for a few days. Once she gets used to it, she can tell her to introduce it to friends. After big sister Zheng left, Lin Fan took out some letters to read. 2 were from the newspaper, including articles published, encouraging her to write more before submitting. Another letter was from Xiao Dongyuan, describing his rural work in Haisher and the situation of most young workers there. There was also information about the source of dried seafood and the prices at the youth work points and the team leader's house for buying dried seafood. Lin Fan, do you think you can find a place in Beijing to ship from? That way, more young workers can earn extra money, and people in Beijing can enjoy Haishi's specialties. Lin Fan also thought about this, but knew she wasn't suited for this business. When Zheng Yujie returned to his room, she showed him the letter and asked, do you have any ideas? Originally, Zheng Yujie wanted to ask why she called his sister over or what she gave her. But she interrupted him, so he forgot. He asked her, what do you want to do? Lin Fan patted her small belly. Daddy of the baby, what do you think I can do with your seed? Besides eating and sleeping, what else can the two of us do? Zheng Yujie thought to himself, if she didn't want to do anything, why would she show me this letter? She's really a clever little fox. Zheng Yujie said, tomorrow, Aunt Lu can soak some dried seafood. We'll make it ourselves and see if it's tasty. If it is, I can introduce you to someone to buy it. Lin Fan knew he knew many people. Anyway, whether it works out or not, there's no real loss. This time, my classmate didn't earn a penny from us. We might even have paid for the shipping. Do you think we should send him some money or return a favor? That way, it will be easier to ask for help from him in the future. Zheng Yujie looked at her steadily for several seconds, trying to see if she had feelings for this male classmate or if she just wanted to thank him. After watching for a while, he couldn't tell anything. What do you want to send? Lin Fan replied irritably, I just didn't know, so I asked you. Zheng Yujie said, send him some local specialties from Beijing along with a little money. Okay, I'll leave this to you, my good husband. I won't worry about it. Hurry up and boil some water. I want to take a shower. Afterward, I have something nice to show you. What's so special about this nice thing? He felt this woman was becoming more and more mysterious. He didn't know where she had hidden the old items he brought back yesterday. He looked everywhere but couldn't find them, including the bowl on the table, different from the one used at home, and now he didn't know where she had hidden it. Now she was talking about something good again, and he wanted to see it after his shower. But he still obediently went to boil water for her. After Lin Fan finished her shower, she hurriedly urged him to wash quickly. Thinking that she was already 3 months pregnant, she decided to go with the flow. When he finished and came back, he opened the door to the room and saw a woman sitting on the bed. No, a woman only covered by 2 small pieces of cloth hiding her key parts. He quickly closed and locked the door. He was completely at a loss, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out. His nosebleed started uncontrollably, and he didn't even notice. At first, Lin Fan was quite pleased with his reaction, but then she saw him nosebleed. She quickly got up from the bed. Oh my! The impact was even greater now, like a fairy stepping out of a painting, wearing a red and tiny underwear made of a piece of cloth smaller than a palm. Wearing less made her more tempting. She wanted him to die from the temptation. What was going on? The only thought in her mind was to pounce and do something bad. Just as she was about to move, she heard, "Oh dear, my love, your nose bleeding. Hurry and stop it. Maybe you've eaten something too spicy." Zheng Yujie looked down and saw that he was bleeding quite a lot from his nose, with blood staining his clothes. After a flurry of hurried actions, the bleeding stopped. "Your clothes are covered in blood. Quickly take them off. Don't get blood on the bed." His slow-witted mind obediently followed the order and took off his clothes. As a result, Lin Fan saw her man, thin but strong, with several muscles on his chest and abdomen. She didn't know if he had 8-pack abs, but she was very tempted. She thought about it and, with small hands, reached out to touch him. Just after Zheng Yujie took off his clothes, two delicate, boneless little hands kept touching him. Oh no, the nosebleed was about to start again. So, he moved quickly, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her onto the bed. He grabbed those mischievous little hands and held them above her head, then pressed down. Things naturally developed from there. In the final moment, he hoarsely and gently asked, "Is that okay?" Lin Fan really wanted to roll her eyes. "If I say no, will you give up? The doctor said I should be careful for 3 months, but I can do it."
And so,
After twice, Lin Fan was exhausted and fell asleep. She had wanted to do it again, but saw her belly bulging with a small bump. She put on a shirt, hurried to the bathroom to wash, cleaned her up, then spent half an hour rinsing cold water. When she returned, she held her and fell into a deep sleep. She even dreamed all night and woke up with her underwear wet. In the morning, after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she kept thinking about last night, about that woman seducing him. What was he wearing? She didn't know where he learned those seduction tricks. When she went downstairs for morning jogs, Old Big kept turning to look at her several times, making her feel uneasy. "Big brother, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Zheng Dage thought about the little lingerie his wife wore last night. The couple had experienced an unprecedented, harmonious night. Later, he found out it was a gift from his fourth brother-in-law, so he wondered if the fourth brother was also like him, helping his wife undress every night. It wasn't surprising that the usually carefree fourth brother, after marriage, protected his wife so fiercely. "It's nothing, just wanted to ask how the underwear your fourth sister made for you feels when you wear it." So it was about this. He thought his older brother had some other problem. He still had 2 new pairs of underwear that he hadn't worn, but they were handmade by his wife. He couldn't give them to his older brother. If others found out, it would be embarrassing. After returning home, I need to discuss with my wife how to handle this matter. These underwear are much more comfortable than before, and they won't chafe. Brother Zheng also thought it wasn't a good idea to ask his younger brother's wife to teach his own wife how to make underwear, so he didn't bring it up again. The 2 brothers went home together. Grandpa Zheng said, "You 2 left so early today. You must be trying to exercise more." Last night was very tiring, and this morning Lin Fan was even harder to wake up. Just as Zheng Yujie was about to give up and let her sleep a little longer, the phone in the living room rang. Soon, they heard Brother Zheng calling from the corridor, Fourth, wake up your sister-in-law. Someone's calling her." Zheng Yujie stepped out of the room. "Fourth, someone just called for your sister-in-law, and they said they will call again soon. Hurry and come downstairs." Unable to do anything else, Zheng Yujie went to wake her up, pinching her nose until she woke up and got kicked in return. Lin Fan was exhausted, and this stubborn man still wouldn't let her sleep. Last night, after feeding him, he started bothering her again. She wondered if she should let this man touch her again in the future. "Wife, someone called earlier looking for you. They said they will call again later. You need to get up quickly." "To with them. I want to sleep," she said, then lay back down and closed her eyes. "The world is big, but my bed is the biggest." Zheng Yujie felt a bit guilty and reluctant. He then said, "Grandpa asked your older brother to wake you. Do you want to get up and see what's going on? If it's not important, you can go back to sleep." He kept trying to reason with Lin Fan. Her ears were buzzing so loudly she couldn't sleep, so she got up and kicked him twice to vent her frustration. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she came downstairs. The phone rang again. Grandpa Zheng said, "It seems to be Minister Gua calling. Maybe he has something for you." Lin Fan went to answer the phone. "Hello." On the other end, Minister Gua's voice came through. "Shaolin, I'll have a car come to pick you up soon. There's something I need your help with." Hearing this, Lin Fan replied indifferently, "No, I won't go." Minister Gua was furious. This girl had no spirit of dedication to the country at all. "It doesn't matter whether you want to or not. Come over and take a look. If you can help, there will be a reward." Lin Fan responded nonchalantly, "No." Then, from the other side, came an anxious yet restrained voice. I'll send you a bonus. Seeing Lin Fan remained unmoved, Minister Gua said, Tell me what you want most. Only I can make it happen. I promise to help you get it. Lin Fan's mind was still not fully clear, so she blurted out, I like courtyard houses the most. The Zheng family heard her talking on the phone and immediately wanted a courtyard house, acting as if it was a big deal, and wondered if she was crazy. A few seconds later, just as Lin Fan was about to hang up, the call came again. All right, come over. If you can help us solve this problem, I will definitely help you get a courtyard house. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought, is there really such a good deal? You can really give me a courtyard house, transfer it to me, and put it in my name? Minister Gua clenched his teeth, cheeks puffed out, clearly angry and upset. Yes, you really have the ability. I will definitely give you a courtyard house. Lin Fan, feeling more awake, said, Then it needs to be in writing, so you can't deny it later. All right, the car will pick you up in half an hour. Lin Fan replied, No, at least an hour and a half. I have something to do. She thought about going inside to sleep. She couldn't do it now. She was still groggy and couldn't think clearly. She needed to rest first. Since time was tight, she decided to sleep in the space. Outside, an hour would be 4 hours inside, which was enough. Minister Gua was so exhausted from her attitude that he lost his temper. People with real ability have the confidence to be proud. Fine, then 1 hour. Meet at the main gate of the courtyard. After hanging up, she turned around and saw the Zheng family members watching her with their eyes. Minister Gua has something to discuss with me. I'll go sleep for a bit more. I won't have breakfast. You can eat by yourselves. Then she turned to her husband and said, You finish breakfast and go to work directly. I'll lock the door and sleep. Ignoring their strange looks, she went upstairs directly. She locked the door, brought her bed into the space, and everything was done in one smooth motion. But she was afraid of oversleeping, so she set an alarm for 3.5 hours later. Grandpa Zheng looked at the young Fourth with questioning eyes. Fourth shook his head. I don't know what she's doing. I only know she's working for the country. There's no need for you to say anything. When Minister Gua came to the house last time, he saw his ID, and Grandpa Zheng already knew. Mom Zheng also asked, What's the deal with the courtyard house? Can Zheng Yu just say his wife wants to move out? No, he definitely can't say that. Otherwise, the family would have a big fight. Basically, I should come up with a better excuse to explain myself. I can't just put my woman in a difficult situation. She just prefers houses and wants to own a place in her name. She once said that once she saves enough money, she'll buy her own house. Today, she probably wasn't fully awake and just said something random. The Zheng family isn't entirely foolish. It seems someone clearly approached the fourth brother's wife today, and her condition was to get a courtyard house. My goodness, how much does a courtyard house cost? And the fourth family dares to ask for one. Really brave and fearless. But after today, everyone sees Lin Fan differently. She even boldly went back to her room to sleep. Even old Master Zheng looked speechless. After breakfast, everyone went to work with their own thoughts, leaving only 2 old folks at home. Even Zhou Jia went out again to gossip. With her around, there are no secrets in the Zheng family. When Lin Fan woke up in the space, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and ate 2 bowls of preserved bone porridge from the space. Then she went downstairs. Today, old Master Zheng didn't go out. He stayed home reading the newspaper. Little Lin, breakfast is ready, and the pot is warm.
Good morning, Grandpa.
I just had 2 cookies and a glass of milk, so I'm not hungry. I have something to do today, so I won't be back for lunch. Old Master Zheng nodded and watched her leave. At the gate of the courtyard, there was a jeep, a guard from Minister Gua's team. Lin Fan had seen him twice before. When he saw Lin Fan come out, he got out of the car to open the door for her, and she sat in the back seat. About half an hour later, they arrived at a building in the countryside. Soldiers with rifles stood guard at the entrance. The car was stopped for inspection, and then Lin Fan had to register her details before they let her in. Inside, she saw a sign that read Military Industrial Research Institute. She was taken to another separate building. Once inside, the guard closed the door and stood guard outside. Lin Fan thought, soldiers really have it tough. Inside, there were two people, Minister Gua and an older man who looked quite stern. "Good morning, Minister Gua," she said. Then she turned to the old man and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Fan." Director Gu said, thinking, "I heard she's a young girl. I didn't expect her to be so small, really impressive for her age. Looks like I can't afford to be old and stubborn anymore." The old man smiled and said, "Hello, I am Gu Chongping, the director of this institute." Lin Fan then said to the old man, "Hello, Director Gu." Minister Gu still had a stern face, showing no emotion.
"Come over and sit down," he said.
Lin Fan was not polite to him. "Minister Gua, if helping you means I get a courtyard house, is that true?" Old Director Gua chuckled happily. "Yes, of course. I can guarantee it, but you need to help solve the problem." Lin Fan wasn't worried about them refusing to fulfill their promise because they would need her help eventually. Old Director Gua and the others had indeed applied to higher authorities. If Lin Fan truly had the ability, she was an important talent for the country. It wouldn't be a big deal for the country to give her a house. Minister Gua said irritably, "Don't you have the sense of being a Chinese?" Lin Fan responded confidently, "I wouldn't have come if I didn't. But isn't there a fair exchange for my help? I'm not an employee of your organization. I'm just temporarily assigned to help. So why can't I ask for my reward? You can't expect the horse to run without feeding it." Old Director Gua, worried they might argue, quickly changed the subject with a laugh. "Focus on work first. Material things aren't important. Comrade Lin, if you really have this ability, you deserve a good house." Lin Fan didn't argue further. She picked up the documents in front of her and started to look through them. She couldn't understand some of the technical terms. She flipped through the pages and asked, "What do you want me to do? I can't understand these." At this, old Director Gua was stunned. Isn't she a genius? If she can't understand, why did they invite her? Isn't that nonsense? Minister Gua calmly said, "Whether you understand or not isn't important. Just mark the parts you think are wrong with a pencil and write down what you think is correct." Old Director Gua was shocked. How could someone who can't understand the content still identify right from wrong? For the first time, he doubted Minister Gua's decision. Is this research or just playing house?
"Oh my."
His old heart almost couldn't handle the stress. Lin Fan didn't notice old Director Gua's expression. "All right, let's see what it is." She opened the file. It was a military wooden gun with numerical control. Its range didn't meet the standards. She skipped the text and flipped further. She stopped at a section with many formulas, calculations, and diagrams. She took out a piece of paper and recalculated the formulas based on what she had learned in her later years. To her surprise, she found the mistake she had made earlier. She also marked some parts that she didn't understand well. It seemed she remembered that the bookshelf in the space had related books. So she used her mind to search and surprisingly found the relevant books. She opened them with her mind and looked through, finding content related to the documents in her hand. Director Gu sat nearby, not daring to breathe loudly. Seeing Lin Fan deep in thought, he didn't ask questions, afraid of interrupting her train of thought. The improved version of the device was much more advanced than the current one. She didn't bother to think about it and simply pulled over some paper to copy the content. She also copied the new formulas. Seeing tools on the desk for making drawings, she picked them up and started working. Half an hour, then an hour passed. Lin Fan wrote on a piece of paper, filling it with numbers and symbols. She stopped after writing 6 sheets. She put down her pen, stretched lazily, and said, "Oh, I'm exhausted. This work really isn't for humans. People working here have their lives shortened by several years." Then she stood up, took a sip of spiritual spring water from her bag, and moved her hands and feet to stretch. Minister Gu, used to such scenes, only looked on without surprise, but Director Gu was shocked, which shattered his worldview. He smiled and said, "You must be tired. I'll go find some food for you. You can rest for a bit." Soon, he brought in a glass of malted milk and a plate of pastries. Lin Fan took them casually. "Thank you, Director Gu." She then ate and drank without hesitation. She kindly invited, "Minister Gu and Director Gu, please join me?" Although Minister Gu suspected she might surprise him, He didn't expect such a big surprise. Some of what she wrote was beyond his own thoughts and attempts, something he needed to learn from. A young girl like her, who couldn't understand the data, yet could produce such advanced technology. Amazing, a genius, a prodigy. Minister Gu's dissatisfaction with her disappeared completely.
Eat. Take your time.
If it's not enough, old Gu can find more for you. After eating, she spun around inside the room. Outsiders saw her as thinking, but in reality, her mind was viewing data in the space. Her gaze was unfocused. She had eaten and drunk a lot, so it was good to walk around and digest. Sitting too long wasn't good for her baby. So she worked for a while, then took a walk, not talking to anyone, seeming to be in her own world, fully focused. During this time, Director Gu and Minister Gu exchanged glances. Director Gu gave him a thumbs up, meaning Minister Gu had good judgment. Minister Gu also showed a proud and slightly shy expression. Of course, what else would you expect? My judgment is never wrong. But this girl has a bit of a bad temper and a rebellious streak. Director Gu said, that's already quite good. Talented people often have a bit of a temper. We don't focus on the process, only on the results. After more than an hour of work, Lin Fan looked at his watch. It's past 12:05. I'm done for today. I'm going home. I'm tired to death. Minister Gu wanted to say, didn't you just eat a big plate of snacks? How are you already hungry? But Director Gu quickly stood up and said, I'll bring the food over. No one should let our little Lin go hungry. He acted like a loyal follower, very different from the person Lin Fan saw at first glance. Soon, he brought over 3 lunchboxes. The food was pretty good, braised pork and stir-fried pork with green peppers. Director Gu asked little Lin, have you thought about coming to work at our place? Lin Fan immediately refused, without hesitation, no. Just joking, working here all day is mentally exhausting enough. If I had to stay somewhere like prison every day, who could handle it? It definitely wouldn't be me. Director Gu tried to persuade her again. Tell me what kind of treatment you want, and I'll help you apply for it. Lin Fan was straightforward, no need.
I have no plans for that now.
Her current life was already good enough. Once she set up her business, she planned to relax and take it easy. Minister Gu said, you have no ambition. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Minister Gu, everyone has their own preferences. After finishing her meal, Lin Fan said, I need to rest for an hour and a half, or my mind won't work. Minister Gu thought to himself, you really have a lot of things to do. Director Gu said, all right, there are 2 rooms here. I'll take you there. In a small room, there was only a bed with a blanket, a table, and a chair, nothing else. It was very simple. Lin Fan locked the door and rested, but she didn't dare go into the space. Who knew if there were eyes watching in the dark? Her life was at stake. Overworking her brain, she was truly exhausted and soon fell asleep. After waking up, Lin Fan drank a sip of spiritual spring water, and her mind became clearer. She came out to see Minister Gu and Director Gu still sitting there. You guys went to rest so early. She took a deep breath and then started to work hard again for her courtyard. She got up and walked around 4 times in the middle of her work, each time just to look through a book in her space and then sit back down, only letting her mind enter the space. She hurried to finish before 4 o'clock. She pressed her temple with her hand and stood up tiredly, saying, wow, that was not easy. Finally finished the task. I'm exhausted, my back and waist hurt all day. If it weren't for my courtyard, I wouldn't risk my life for this. Minister Gu curled his lip and said, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Lin Fan rolled his eyes twice and replied, of course not. I'm just being enslaved by you all day, okay? If you would just stop being so greedy with your words. You're the typical person who wants to tear down the bridge after crossing the river. Minister Gu, do you want to argue with me? Director Gu also knew that Lin Fan was a rare talent, so he couldn't offend him immediately. He quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Finishing the work is a big happiness. We should all thank Comrade Shaolin. Still, the director has a kind heart. He knew this matter had been delayed for a long time, taking up a lot of time and effort. Now that they finally had a new plan, they couldn't afford any more mistakes. Minister Guo remembered the translated book they urgently needed and asked, "Have you finished translating that book?" Lin Fan didn't want to give it to them so soon, so he said almost. "You took my desk lamp and aren't being more active. I've been working for you all the time except when eating and sleeping." Minister Guo rolled his eyes again and said, "I don't believe your lies. All right, arrange a car to take me back. It's been a whole day outside." Director Gu also didn't want Lin Fan to stay too long, worried someone might notice her. Now she was just an ordinary person for safety. He hurried out to find someone to drive her away. Thus, Lin Fan finished her day's work and waited to receive her courtyard. When she got home, she remembered she wanted to teach Zheng Yujie how to cook seafood. Aunt Lu smiled and asked, "Shaolin is back. Are you tired?" Lin Fan was indeed a bit tired. "Aunt Lu, did you help soak some dried seafood?" "Yes, I soaked some conch meat, shredded squid, and a big fish, cutting a piece and soaking it in water." Lin Fan really wanted to rest first. "All right, thank you, Aunt Lu. If you have space, prepare more garlic and chili." After saying that, she went upstairs, changed clothes, and lay on the bed to rest. Zheng Yujie knew Lin Fan went out today, so he came back early, hoping to see if she had returned. "Aunt Lu, has Lin Fan come back?" Aunt Lu looked up and said, "Fourth brother is back. Shaolin has been home for half an hour. I saw she looked a bit tired, so she probably went upstairs to rest." Zheng Yujie didn't realize he was feeling anxious and hurried upstairs. When he reached her, she was asleep. Seeing she was pregnant and tired after a whole day, he felt a little worried for her. He let her sleep for another half hour, waiting until everyone else was almost back before waking her. After an hour of sleep, she felt much more refreshed. "You're back. What time is it?" "Just now. If you're tired, you can sleep a bit more. It's okay. I also slept nearly 2 hours this afternoon." Lin Fan got up, changed clothes, washed up, put on a mask, and carried a small bag. Then she followed Zheng Laosi downstairs. These dried seafood can be made into garlic or 5 spice flavors, and spicy tastes are also delicious. Prepare more garlic and chili. For 5 spice, add star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and so on. For a spicy flavor, add more Sichuan peppercorns and cumin seeds. Zheng Laosi said, "You can't smell this. Stand a bit farther. Just tell me if I can hear you." Lin Fan took out 2 bottles from the bag. "This is my homemade 5-spice seasoning powder and Sichuan peppercorn and cumin powder." She then asked him to wash them well. Add plenty of oil. First, fry the in garlic until fragrant, then add the snail meat. So, Zheng Yujie listened step by step to Lin Fan's instructions. She told him what to add, how much to add. In the end, she used some cornstarch to thicken the sauce and took the pot off the heat. The spicy snail meat was ready. Aunt Lu also stood nearby, learning. She had never seen such large snail meat before. She was used to small pond snails, which were tiny, fishy, and not tasty, so no one ate them. She had never seen seafood from the sea before, let alone cook it. But today she learned how. People who already know how to cook can pick it up quickly. "Wow, it smells so good. What did you make?" "I could smell it as soon as I entered the yard," said third brother Zheng. Lin Fan always felt a bit queasy smelling this, and she wasn't sure if Yujie's cooking was good or not. Then, third brother, try it and see if he did a good job, she said. Aunt Lu thought that must use a lot of oil and seasonings. Ordinary families can't afford that. Third brother Zheng picked up a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Tastes good, but it's a bit salty and very spicy. Fourth brother, how much chili did you put in? I'm sweating, but it's really addictive. The more I eat, the more I want. Zheng Yujie also tasted a few dishes himself. They were quite good and very tasty. Next, he made 5-spice squid. He followed Lin Fan's instructions on how to cook it, and soon it was ready. However, the squid was a bit tough because it was cooked too long. Then he made pan-fried fish. Brother Zheng San had not left and was waiting to try the food. Everyone agreed it was very delicious. Lin Fan couldn't smell the aroma, so she went outside for a walk. She also saw several people asking her, fourth sister-in-law, "What good dishes does your family make? It smells so nice." Lin Fan confidently said, "A relative sent some dried seafood. It's the first time I'm making it. Let's see if it tastes good." Some people saw Grandma Zheng returning and asked, "Aunt Zheng, what dish are you making? It smells so good I'm drooling just passing by." Grandma Zheng didn't know what was being cooked, so she said, "I haven't gone back yet. I don't know if one of the kids brought something home to cook. I need to check." Zheng Daiseo's family of 3 returned and asked, "What dish smells so good?" Zheng Laosen said, "It smells nice and tastes great. You wouldn't guess 4th sister-in-law has a talent for cooking. We added a lot of chili. Little Hongying can't eat spicy meat." Hongying looked like she was about to pout. When Grandma Zheng returned, she heard Zheng Laosen speaking. "I think you should tidy up and go tease Hongying." Zheng Laosen said again, "Uncle San was wrong. Your 4th uncle said we need lots of chili to cover the fishy smell. One day, your dad will buy you some meat to eat." When Zheng Yujie returned, he brought a kilogram of pork bones, bought after work at noon. He remembered his wife saying last night she wanted to eat pickled vegetable soup and looked like she was drooling. "Aunt Lu, make a big pot of pickled vegetable and pork bone soup. Lin Fan wants to eat it." Aunt Lu thought it was for making porridge tomorrow, so she said, "Okay, I'll make it together." At dinner that night, the 3 dishes were placed farthest from Lin Fan. Brother Jing ate and said, "I didn't expect even the fishy snail meat could taste so good. This will last several days." Zhou Jia also ate and said, "They added so much oil. Even shu sols would taste good when cooked." Zheng Laosen ate the most. "If you can't stand it, you don't have to eat." Zhou Jia ate faster than everyone else, like a starving ghost, not caring about the saltiness or spiciness, her lips thickening from the spice. "Why wouldn't I eat? There's so much oil and water. This meal is worth 5 of Aunt Lu's." Hearing this inappropriate comment, Zheng's mother said, "If you think our Zheng family's food isn't oily enough, you can go back to your Zhou family to eat. Don't embarrass us," she added, giving Zheng Laosen a sharp look. The things with shallow eyelids, like someone who hasn't eaten in hundreds of years, made her frown. Old 4th Zheng gave Hongying a piece of fragrant pan-fried fish, simple and tasty, with just a little garlic and soy sauce. It was boneless. "Thank you, Uncle 4th. This meat is very delicious." Old Master Zheng, who likes spicy food, said, "4th, you brat, can't you put less chili? Who do you want to make cry from the spiciness?" 4th Zheng replied calmly, "You're getting old, so eat less spicy food. Here's a non-spicy fish, have another piece." He then gave a large piece to Old Master Zheng and another to Grandma Zheng. Grandma Zheng sighed, "I didn't expect 4th to have such talent." 3rd Zheng said, "It's because Sister 4th was teaching him in the kitchen, or he wouldn't even know if salt and sugar are different." Grandma Zheng added, "Our little Fan is even more impressive. She knows so much. From now on, this kid will be the head of the family. He's very lucky." Lin Fan didn't care about their chatter. She was holding a bowl of sour vegetable and bone soup, eating happily. She was thinking that next time, she should add more vinegar because it wasn't sour enough. Fresh seafood from the sea is delicious just steamed with a little soy sauce. Once dried, it needs more seasoning to balance the flavor. Using sea cucumbers for soup or porridge is also very tasty. Big Brother Zheng suddenly asked, "Did Sister 4th go to Haisher? She knows a lot." The Zheng family also thought Big Brother Zheng had a point, so they all looked at her. Lin Fan suddenly remembered she might have said too much. She said, "I read in a book that only lazy people don't know how to cook." Mother Zheng saw that Lin Fan had eaten several bones and asked, "Did someone buy bones today?" Everyone stayed silent. 4th Zheng said, "When I came back, I saw some for sale and brought home a pound." Only then did Lin Fan realize she had eaten almost half and felt a little embarrassed. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, "Eating well is a blessing. You're double blessed now, so eat whatever you want. One person eating 2 is like nourishing 2.
"Thank you, Grandma."
After dinner, 4th Zheng wanted to take Lin Fan for a walk and ask about today's events. But before he could speak, Zheng De Saw pulled Lin Fan away. "4th sister, the dishes 4th made today smell so good. Tomorrow morning it would be even better with porridge or noodles. Careful not to overeat." Let's go for a walk and help digest. Lin Fan could tell she had something to say, so she agreed and went out with her. Grandmother Zheng watched them walk away and thought, when did the older brother's family and the youngest sister's family become so well off? He doesn't seem to know. Grandmother Zheng also told Zhou Jie, third brother's family, if you have nothing to do, you can go for a walk. It's good to get some fresh air. Zhou Jie dismissed her and said, Grandma, I don't want to go. It's hard to eat so much and then walk it off. If I do that, I won't have dinner later and I might stay up all night. In her mind, she thought, only a fool would go for a walk to digest. She wanted the food to stay in her stomach longer. Grandmother Zheng knew that pregnant women get hungry quickly, so she kindly advised, if you're worried about being hungry, buy some cookies or snacks and keep them in your room. When you're hungry, just eat a few. Zhou Jie pouted and said, Grandma, I want to, but we don't have money or tickets. How can I buy anything? Do you think we can be as rich as fourth sister-in-law, who can eat whatever she wants? Grandmother Zheng was really speechless. All 3 grandchildren were married, and each only contributed 5 yuan a month. The rest was used by her, her husband, and their son. How could they not have enough money for 2 jin of cookies? Every son's workplace issued tickets, didn't they? Where did all the tickets from third's workplace go? Zhou Jie felt embarrassed to answer. Could she say she bought pastries and cookies to send back to her family for her little nephew to eat? Certainly not. If third found out, he would definitely scold her. And how could she, as an adult, compete with children for snacks? She thought everyone was like fourth's family, a lazy, greedy woman who wanted to eat everything. Third didn't get many tickets either. Grandmother Zheng, having lived for decades, could see through this. She was sure they were still supporting her family. If third didn't manage the money well, they would suffer later. Grandmother Zheng said, then I'll tell third that from now on, the tickets he receives will be bought back by you for your own use. Don't keep staring at others. They are all brothers, and others might mock him. You should think more for third. Zhou Jie was anxious. This couldn't happen. If that was the case, how could third give her tickets and money? Grandma, I will talk to third myself. You don't need to worry. She originally wanted to bring some pastries back from her family, but now she didn't want to lose her only monthly benefit. That wouldn't do. As her sister-in-law from her family said, the richer families are often more stingy. She really wasn't wrong. Her family didn't know what was happening. After they walked a little further in a quiet place, Anshin quietly said, my younger sister-in-law, today I wore the little dress you gave me to work. Several colleagues asked me what was going on. 2 of them even asked where they could buy it. Lin Fan didn't expect business to come to his door just by sitting at home. He didn't fuss and said, not available right now. My classmate said the materials aren't enough, so it will take a few days. Aunt, you saw the materials are very good, so it's not cheap. 3 yuan per piece, 4 yuan for a set. If you want 2 sets at once, it's 7 yuan. There are 3 sizes. You wear the medium, I wear the small. If someone is a bit bigger, they need the large. Maybe you can ask them to consider it. Also, my classmate said someone helps sell a set and gets a 20-cent commission. You know I don't know many people, so I can't earn that money. Aunt Jing knew it wouldn't be cheap, but didn't expect it to be so expensive. Many people earn only a little over 20 yuan a month, and now it costs 7 yuan. Most would find it hard to spend that. Lin Fan understood Aunt Zheng's thoughts. She just didn't want to spend money. Since private businesses aren't allowed, they can't be too obvious. They can only go for custom or high-end products. People without enough money or who are struggling to eat might not buy, and they might even be jealous and report them. Big sister-in-law, if it were you, would you be willing to spend a few yuan to keep your marriage happy, stay healthy, and look more beautiful and confident? If you take good care of it, you can wear it for several years. Would you be willing? Aunt Zheng was also asking herself, if it were her, would she be willing to spend that money? Spending 7 yuan at once might seem a lot, but buying a set each month costs only 3.5 yuan, which isn't much. If she didn't want to spend that much, she could just buy the little dress for 3 yuan. She might still be willing. So, younger sister-in-law, maybe I'll talk to them again tomorrow. Lin Fan didn't mind. Later, come to my room and pick a sample set.
You can secretly show it to them.
If they want to try it on, that's fine. If not, it's okay too, just don't upset Aunt. If Aunt Zheng introduces it, the 20-cent commission per set will go to her. Aunt Zheng was anxious.
How can that work?
I can't take my sister-in-law's business. No, I won't do it. Lin Fan smiled and said, Big sister-in-law, listen to me. I don't know many people, and I'm not the type to sell this. If you don't earn, others will. For others, it's just a 10-cent commission per set. I am not going to introduce myself at all, but I am very happy that I can help my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Zheng thought about her younger brother's work and wondered who would agree to give her a room. Maybe her younger brother's wife really didn't see the 2 cents involved. So she asked again, Are you really not going to introduce? That's 2 cents. If 5 people buy 10 sets, that's only 2 yuan. Lin Fan smiled and said, Sister-in-law, people do all kinds of jobs. Not every job is suitable for everyone. But you can't tell others about this money. They only give 1 cent for each set to others. Sister-in-law Zheng said, Wouldn't that be bad for you?
Could it have any impact? You are my sister-in-law.
If you don't tell anyone, who would know? Sister-in-law Zheng did some quick math and thought if she did well, she could make a lot of money. Then she asked, Should we give 2 sets to our mother-in-law? If she finds out from others that we have good things, but don't give her any. Lin Fan had no problem with that, but she didn't want to argue with her proud mother-in-law. So she said, Sister-in-law, next time I have stock, I will pay for the gift for mother-in-law. You can deliver it to her, and if she needs anything, she can come to you.
Well,
Lin Fan didn't give Zheng's sister-in-law a chance to refuse and said, It's settled then. After returning home, Lin Fan actually gave Zheng's sister-in-law a set of black underwear. Sister-in-law Zheng whispered, Younger sister-in-law, isn't black a bit unlucky or inauspicious? Lin Fan thought that people's tastes really differ. Sister-in-law, don't you think that wearing black is more attractive to men than red? She saw Zheng's sister-in-law blush like a monkey's and burst out laughing. It's okay, sister-in-law. Let them be a little playful first. There are skin-colored ones like what you wear as well as red and blue. Now there are no black ones, but in the future, there will be black and pink ones. I heard they will be more expensive then. Young sister-in-law, I'll take these and go now. She ran downstairs as if chased by a dog, heading back to her room. Lin Fan watched her go and laughed again. Soon, Zheng Yujie asked her, What are you laughing at? What happened with sister-in-law just now? I saw her call you on the stairs, but she didn't answer. Lin Fan leaned in close and looked at him with her expressive eyes, saying, Do you really want to know? Zheng Yujie saw her expression and knew she wasn't up to any good. He wanted to turn around and leave to avoid being tricked. But Lin Fan wouldn't let him leave easily. She smiled and said, I just gave my sister-in-law a little outfit, so tonight she will make our big brother fall for her completely. Zheng Yujie, with sharp ears, blushed again and said, You woman, how can you say such things? From now on, these words can only be spoken inside the room. Lin Fan pretended not to understand and said, I was just talking in our room. I even told her. Zheng Yujie covered her mouth to stop her from saying such embarrassing things. Lin Fan stuck out her tongue and licked his palm. A jolt of electricity shot through Zheng Yujie's mind, and he quickly let go of her mouth. His face turned red again. Playfully, she tiptoed, looked up, and gently bit Zheng Yujie's chin. He felt his mind stop working. Just as he was about to hold her, Lin Fan took a few steps back and burst out laughing. Zheng Yujie felt he was being teased and flirted with, and he was both angry and shy, so he turned and ran out. As he closed the door, he heard her say behind it, My husband is so cute. This stubborn woman, one day he would get back at her. No wonder people say, even in death under a peony flower, one can still be charming. Seeing this mischievous woman, he couldn't control his feelings. Sigh, this wicked woman almost made him nosebleed again. But when he thought about her being pregnant, he felt helpless again. One day, he must wash away the small universe inside her, no matter what. He thought bitterly. That night, lying in bed, he kept his distance from Lin Fan, feeling grateful he had made the bed big enough. Otherwise, he might have to go to the bathroom to cool down again. Just as he thought she was asleep, suddenly her voice came through. Do you think if I send 2 little outfits to your mom, she might call your dad back and have another brother for you? Zhang Yujie sat up abruptly. What did you say? You woman, how can you say such things? Even my parents are involved now. Lin Fan rolled her eyes in the dark. If your parents don't sleep together, and they don't do that when they do sleep, how did you 4 brothers come about? You. See, no more words. There's nothing to entertain here. Men and women go into bed as soon as night falls. No wonder the birth rate is so high. You. He was both anxious and angry. Dear, don't say you're not attracted to my body. This really made that stubborn woman right. I am indeed very attracted, but I can't act on it because she's pregnant. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't teach the child bad habits. I always lose arguments with her, so I cover myself with the blanket and pretend to be dead. I keep silently reciting a calming spell in my mind. Lin Fan is indeed tired. Soon she falls asleep before he does. Zhang Yujie loves and hates her at the same time. Wait, do I really love this bad woman? When did I realize this? After Lin Fan leaves, Minister Gu and the others get the revised materials. They call the team members working on this project for a meeting. When Defin sees the documents, his eyes widen in shock. Minister Gu, you still have this talent? Why didn't you say so earlier? We almost went the wrong way with our data. We've repeated this so many times, and I've lost hair trying to verify it. Oh my God, so that's how it is. I didn't think of this before. I kept doing the calculations wrong. I didn't realize it was a reverse calculation. I'll try again. Director Gu sees their reactions and knows how valuable this information is. Tonight, these crazy people definitely won't sleep and will work overtime again. He doesn't know how Shaolin managed it, but he saw that Shaolin wasn't even paying attention to their plans or project details when reviewing the data, yet he corrected some mistakes in the project, some even more clever than theirs by 10 times. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Unfortunately, she doesn't want to join the research institute. What a loss for the country. No, I must report her achievements and get her rewards approved. This girl is also interesting. What she doesn't like is just the house. Isn't money and a stable job better? Well, everyone has their own goals. Sister-in-law Zheng waits until the children are asleep. When her husband goes to take a shower, her mind keeps echoing her younger sister-in-law's words. The black little dress makes men more crazy and irresistible. She doesn't see much difference. She even thinks black doesn't look good. Don't most people prefer red? It's already quite expensive at 3 yuan each, and they say black will be more expensive later. Will it sell? Maybe she should try. So she changes into it to give it a try. But just after putting it on and turning around twice to admire herself, the door opens. She nearly screams in shock, quickly covering her chest with her hands. Her reaction only fuels the man's desire even more. Brother Zheng didn't expect that after taking a shower, he would see such a scene that made his blood race. His mind was overwhelmed, and he quickly locked the door. His hands and feet moved faster than his thoughts. He immediately embraced his wife and started kissing her. Wow, Qiuxia, did you do this on purpose to me? If you really want to have a baby, I'll help you. I'm not.
You.
His words were silenced by her, and then an intimate scene unfolded. Like flipping a pancake, Sister Zheng was turned over and over. After so many years of marriage, they had never experienced such wild excitement. They made love several times, until Sister Zheng was too tired and fell asleep. In the morning, she didn't get up right away. When she saw the small black dress on the pillow, the man was already gone. Thinking of last night's embarrassing scene, her face turned red as if it might bleed. She quickly put away the small dress. She wondered if her younger sister-in-law was also wearing something like that. She was pregnant, and if they got too wild, it might hurt the baby. That made her worried. Oh no, she had promised her sister-in-law to deliver something to her mother-in-law. Would her in-laws think she was not proper if they found out? Why did she agree? She felt like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Just then, Brother Zheng came back. Wife, You were so passionate last night. Tonight, wear that again for me. Before he finished, Sister Zheng pushed him out and closed the door. You're still shy? Last night, you were the one who seduced me, Zhengge thought mischievously. Lin Fan slept early and well last night, so she felt very energetic today. She was thinking about visiting her parents at noon to deliver some materials, so her mother could make her some underwear.
Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma. Good morning, Mom.
Big sister-in-law, so early. Hearing this, Sister Zheng lowered her head to hide her embarrassment while eating breakfast. She felt guilty and dared not look at anyone. Lin Fan glanced at her usually steady sister-in-law. Today, she seemed to be avoiding her gaze, which seemed suspicious. There was definitely something going on. Her eyes scanned back and forth between her older brother and his wife like radar. Could it be that the sister-in-law wore that black underwear for her brother to see? Would that cause a big explosion? It seemed she was right. Seeing her acting strange early in the morning and giving a lecherous smile, Brother Zheng quickly pulled her clothes. Then he put a sour radish into her bowl. Eat quickly. What are you thinking about?
Oh.
I thought of something fun. When Aunt Zheng heard this, she quickly finished her food and ran away as if fleeing. Today, I want to visit my mom. Will you come pick me up this afternoon? Old Zheng also realized that he had been busy these days and had forgotten about his mother-in-law's matters. Let me take you there now. No need, I can't go so soon. Besides, my mom still has to work. I'll go after I finish my shift at noon. Then she turned to the elderly couple and said, Grandpa, Grandma, today I'm going back to my parents' house. Let Aunt Lunat cook for me later. She wanted to bring some vegetables and catch 2 chickens to take back so her husband could also have some. Grandma Zheng smiled and said, All right, be careful on your way back. After returning to her room, Lin Fan finished translating the remaining English books. She then drew 2 bras on paper, one she was wearing now and another made with silk thread with a small lace trim on the edge. It looked more high-end. These are custom-made only. She tidied up the space, picked up the eggs and then the vegetables. The chickens had grown to about 20, with dozens more nearly ready. The ducks also started laying eggs, but only one duck laid an egg. Where was the male duck? She gathered the vegetables to take to her parents' house later. She also planted cotton in the empty space. Everything was almost ready, so she set off. Near her parents' house, she carried a chicken and a basket of vegetables. On the way, everyone greeted her warmly. It made Lin Fan feel a bit like she might have taken a wrong turn. Shaolin is back, and you brought a chicken today. Your mom is really lucky. Yes, good morning, Grandma Lu. Shaolin is back, and you're looking more beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Aunt Lin, I came to visit. Is that the eldest daughter from Zhuanzi's family? I didn't dare recognize her just now. She looks completely different from before. Her novel is so good. We buy the newspaper every issue. My granddaughter even cut out the stories she finished reading and glued them into a notebook. She also brought back a big chicken. It looks like it weighs several pounds, and it's so lively. Lin Fan thought to herself, am I that famous now? In the past, when I walked past these people, no one would even greet me. When she got home, the door was locked. Several days had passed, and the bathroom was repaired. Lin Fan looked around. It was good, just a cement floor. It was the best in this era. Inside the bathroom, Mother Lin bought a wooden bucket and filled it with water. She also bought a gourd scoop to use for flushing the toilet. She didn't expect it to be so quick. She thought she hadn't finished yet and even considered coming back to pay for her work. When she returned, she boiled a large pot of water and released 2 chickens. Soon, Mother Lin would help her clean them, and she planned to keep one in her space to eat slowly. She also prepared quite a bit of vegetables and 30 eggs, which was perfect since only 2 eggs remained at home. She checked inside the room and saw that her mother and little Yu had moved back to their room. Even her previous room had been freshly painted white, making it look much brighter. The room was very tidy, especially the sewing machine, which was spotless. It was clear that Mother Lin treasured this machine, cleaning it several times a day. She also took out some fabrics, rubber bands, and sponges and placed them in Mother Lin's room. She cooked rice on the small stove and washed the vegetables, waiting for Mother Lin to come back so she could stir-fry the food and eat. She brought out 2 newspapers she had brought with her, each containing her articles. She had only read the newspapers for less than half an hour before Mother Lin returned. On her way back, someone told her that Fan Lin had come back. "Awan, you're really lucky. Your daughter is back, carrying big bags and even a fat chicken," someone said. "Yes, I saw a basket of vegetables too," another added. "Awan, I wonder if your daughter's family is okay with her bringing so many things back from her husband's house," implying that Fan Lin was a troublemaker for her family. Zhangwan was worried that these words might spread and reach her in-laws. So she said, "Fan Lin told me last time that she has a classmate from the countryside. They have chickens at home, and she traded one for food." "Oh, I should ask if she can trade for another one." "If I could get one, I'd want it," someone said. "I think life in the countryside is better. Everything can be grown and chickens and ducks can be raised," another added. Everyone had different opinions. But Zhangwan knew her eldest daughter was back, so she hurried home. When she heard the door open, she called out, "Mom, I'm back. I have some free time today, so I came to visit." Mother Lin was surprised to see so many chickens, eggs, and vegetables in the kitchen. "Child, why did you buy so many chickens all at once? Just buy one if you want to eat. How much did that cost?" she asked. Old saying, "You won't go hungry if you eat well and dress well. If you don't plan carefully, you'll be poor. Can't you save a little more?" she added. "Didn't I see you spending so freely before?" Mother Lin said, shaking her head. Fan Lin listened to all this, feeling like her ears were getting sore. So I replied, "You also didn't have money for me to spend before, right?" Mom Lin was even angrier. "Do you think you're right now?" She felt both worried and happy. Lin Fan walked over and leaned against the doorframe. "You didn't even ask me why I bought so many chickens before you started arguing." Zhangwan immediately asked, "What else could be the reason?" "You just want to eat, and you want us all to eat more. What other reason could there be?" Zhangwan thought to herself. What other reason? It must be because she cares about her mother and sister. There are no other reasons. She just doesn't want to see us upset. Lin Fan said, "After you finish eating, pack away 2 chickens first. Later, I'll take one home secretly for extra snacks. One will be eaten today, and your son-in-law will come over to eat tonight. There's another chicken. You can raise it for a few more days before eating." I can't stand the smell of blood. Their family is large, and one big chicken isn't enough for a meal. Zhangwan also thought about her pregnant daughter. Their big family always wants more, and meat is hard to buy now. She decided to give her some extra, so she didn't complain anymore. "All right, I'll prepare it now so you can eat it at noon." Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Don't bother now. I want something sour for lunch. Just stir-fry some pickled vegetables for me." Then she pulled her back into the room. "Wow, you brought all these back. So much stuff. What are all these?" Lin Fan took out 2 bras and a sample piece that hadn't been sewn yet, then showed her the design drawings. "Mom, I started a small business. I brought these home for you to make small clothes. When you finish, someone will buy them, and you'll earn money. Are you trying to cheat or do illegal stuff?" "Mom, you're thinking the wrong way. It's just that your sister-in-law's friend's colleague asked for them privately. They're sold for 3 yuan each. We've already ordered a lot. If you make one for 2 mao, ask if you want to do it. If not, find someone else." Zhangwan looked at the items. With so little fabric, does anyone want to buy them? Actually, she wanted to ask if anyone would dare to wear such little fabric outside. Seeing it now, she felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Lin Fan was speechless. "Is that what you're worried about? Just tell me if you're willing to make one for 2 mao. Whether you can do it or not, just say if you're willing." Zhangwan picked up the design drawings again and looked at the semi-finished product. "I can do it. It's not hard. I can definitely make it. Who are these people who came up with this? If others find out, they might try to criticize her." She was a bit worried, but she heard that earning 2 cents was enough, so it was okay. "You mean I can make 2 cents per item, so 10 items make $2. Lin Fan nodded. "Then I can make 20 items a day and earn $4. Lin Fan nodded again. "Oh my goodness. And this little underwear, you need to make more of them, because some people want a set. Lin Mama saw the small underwear, not much bigger than her palm, and her face looked even more upset. Lin Fan said, "Mom, I'm not selling to others. Just do the work, and there's nothing to be shy about. Besides, if you stay at home and close the door, no one will know it's you doing the work." She thought about it and agreed. She used to lock the door when she worked, and no one would find out. As long as she earned money, it was fine. Lin Fan didn't want to argue anymore.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Do you want to cook first? Oh, yes, I'll eat first. I'll go cook now. Outside, Lin Yu heard someone say her sister was back, and she happily ran over. Sister, you're back. Sister, I missed you so much. Lin Fan was happy to see her sister too. Have you been studying well? Sister, many people at school now say studying isn't very useful. After graduation, they'll just go to the countryside to farm. Many don't want to study anymore. Lin Fan understood that the situation was like this now. The big environment was like this, and no one could change it. Then I ask you, if there's a factory hiring workers and you need to pass an exam to get in, but you don't have the knowledge, would you regret it? Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Yeah, when you hear others' opinions, you need to learn to judge what's right and wrong. Looking at history, every dynasty that wanted to develop had exams. Restoring the college entrance exam is just a matter of time. Really? Do you think it will really come back, sister? It will, but you can't say anything about it outside. When Lin Yu heard her sister speak so seriously, she nodded in agreement. Later, she thought about what her sister said, and it made a lot of sense. Others couldn't find jobs, but her sister found one herself. Many people graduated, but only her sister could make money from writing. Yes, sister, you're right. I was influenced by others before, but I won't be anymore. I will study seriously. Even if others don't study, I will work hard. Lin Fan thought there were 3 years left, just enough time for Xiaoyu to graduate and for the exams to be restored. It seems I need to regularly give her some guidance. Sister, let me test your English to see if you've studied well. Big sister, I study secretly at home every night.
Good, not bad.
Keep working hard. I'll give you some homework, and next time I visit, I want to test you again. You can't slack off. Lin Yu kept promising she would study well, and Lin Fan finally let her go. After dinner, Lin Fan called Lin's mom over to the sewing machine. Mom, see if you can cut this fabric. It's folded in 2 layers. Use a thicker needle for sewing this part. These 2 straps need to be cut into 3 sizes, large, medium, and small. First, make skin-colored and red ones, each in different sizes. Make more of the medium and large sizes. Zhangwan tried it out. She could cut and match well, and she quickly started sewing on the machine. The sound of the machine went click, click. Soon, she finished a piece, and the stitches were even better than Lin Fan's. Seeing that she had no problems, Lin Fan went for a nap. Zhangwan didn't sew anymore. She packed everything up, planning to sew again when she returned in the evening. Right now, she's gone to slaughter and pluck chickens. After she finishes, she plans to stew some chicken before going to work. She also wants to bring a chicken home for her daughter to eat. In less than an hour, both chickens were cleaned of feathers. Half a chicken with the legs was used to make soup, chicken with mushrooms. Zhangwan is a very capable woman. Soon, she was stewing the chicken on the coal stove. When the time came, she locked the door and went to work. Lin Fan woke up from her nap and smelled a strong chicken aroma. It seems she also has a big craving for meat. She went to serve herself a bowl of meat to eat first. The other cleaned chicken she secretly stored in her space to keep fresh. After eating, she used scissors to make several styles of bras for herself and also made several pairs of small underwear. Unconsciously, an afternoon passed. When her waist felt tired, her mom had already come home from work. Why are you back so early? I was thinking you all would want to eat after dinner, so I left right after work. You even made a few of these little clothes. Why are they all different? Mom, once you learn, you can design different styles yourself. I made this for myself. Do you think it looks good? Good looking? I don't even dare to look, she said shyly. You dare to wear such a small piece of cloth. Aren't you embarrassed to go out wearing it? Lin's mom asked with concern. Honestly, Mother Lin felt a little embarrassed when she saw this. Fan, are you sure you want to wear so little? Well, your son-in-law. She couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence.
Mom, this is lingerie.
You should wear some too in the future. Once you try it, you'll see how nice it feels. When that happens, you can make a couple of smaller ones for Lin Yu. Alright, Mom will handle it. No need for you to say more. Seeing her mother blush, Lin Fan knew she was embarrassed. Actually, her mother was still very beautiful, but the hardships over the years made her look quite a bit older. Now that she was in a good mood, eating well, and dressed nicely, she looked 2 or 3 years younger. Soon, Zheng Yujie also came over. Little Jie is here. Come in quickly. The food will be ready soon, and we can eat together. Mom, the meat smells so delicious. Zhang Wen knew she shouldn't speak too casually with her son-in-law. Fan is pregnant. When she came back, I wanted to make her something nice to nourish her. This chicken is huge. We'll all eat it together later. That's a lucky meal for me. Seeing Zheng Yujie arrive, Lin Fan asked, have we paid for the renovation? Zheng Yujie said, no worries. I'll deliver the money to them in a couple of days. Mother Lin quickly said, no need to pay now. I've already settled the final payment with them. You don't need to give anything. Lin Fan asked, Mom, weren't we supposed to pay? I get a salary every month. I have plenty of money, and it's not a big deal who pays. She knew her daughter was capable of earning money now, but constantly helping her family wasn't good. If she kept doing that, she might lose respect in arguments with her son-in-law. Her children were filial, but she couldn't let herself be harmed. Fine. Lin Fan decided not to argue anymore. If they needed money later, she'd deal with it then. At this moment, Lin Yu said, Sister, this toilet is so convenient. I love it, whether for showering or going to the bathroom. Yes, spending a little money to improve our quality of life is really worth it. As the saying goes, you have to spend money to make money. Money can be earned again, if used up. After dinner, Mother Lin packed some pickled vegetables she made for Lin Fan. Seeing the chicken in the kitchen was gone, she knew Lin Fan had taken it, so she didn't ask further. She reminded them several times to leave early, especially now that she was pregnant, and advised against walking at night. In the future, try not to come over often if there's nothing urgent. The road is far. Lin Fan replied, Got it. Are you always nagging? We're leaving now. Lin Fan got on Zheng Yujie's bike and sat securely, holding his clothes. The bicycle sped off quickly. Until they were out of sight, Mama finally closed the door. Zheng Yujie said, I heard that your ex-stepfather accidentally got caught in a bag on his way home from work yesterday. His mom was injured before and still hasn't recovered, so she doesn't dare to go out. Even when buying vegetables, she just asks someone to bring some back. Lin Fan thought that the old woman was just a bossy person at home. Maybe she wasn't unwell, but more likely she was scared and afraid to die. She also knew that Zheng Yujie was the one who had someone do this. Serves her right. She should be beaten a few more times, so she would remember. The two of them chatted casually. Zheng Yujie felt that this kind of married life was pretty good. By the way, my older brother asked me for underwear. I need to buy him a couple of pairs. After saying that, he remembered how that bad woman wanted to see him in his underwear the other day, and his face turned red. Luckily, no one saw, or he would have felt so embarrassed. Lin Fan thought that next time, her mom could make some men's underwear to sell together. They could use thick rubber bands for the waistband, like in later generations. That would be more comfortable to wear. But her uncle probably wouldn't make them himself, or it wouldn't sound good if it got out. There are people who sell that kind of underwear. I can ask around and buy a few for you. It would be better than me making them. When she made them herself, she hadn't yet found thick rubber bands. Zheng Yujie thought, so this woman learned to make her own underwear because she saw others doing it. He had previously thought she came up with the idea herself or saw some man's private part somewhere, which made him feel uncomfortable for a long time. Now hearing her say that, he felt better without realizing it. He then told his wife sitting behind, It's still early. I'll take you somewhere. Where are we going? Did you find something delicious again? We just ate. You'll see when we get there. Lin Fan pouted, still pretending to be mysterious. She pinched a soft piece of flesh at his waist, twisted it gently, but didn't use much force. Suddenly, Zhang Yujie felt a strange electric sensation and a pain in his waist. The bike tilted slightly to the side twice before stabilizing. Be careful, don't fall. Fearing he might fall, Lin Fan leaned her upper body closer to Zhang Yujie. Zhang Yujie felt a soft, constantly shifting sensation around his waist. His whole body tensed up. He clenched his teeth tightly, barely managing to suppress the strange feeling inside him. But his little brother also woke up. He kept scolding her silently, calling her a wicked woman who always tries to stir trouble. If one day her tricks fail, it would be her fault. Before it got dark, the couple arrived at a small courtyard, just a simple house. The outside looked a bit old, and the yard was overgrown with weeds, giving the impression that no one lived there. Lin Fan suddenly wondered if this was the house Zhang Yujie bought for her. It was small, but better than nothing. She softly asked, "Honey, is this the house you bought?" Zhang Yujie turned to look at her, knowing she misunderstood. But indeed, he bought this house many years ago. It was used as a storage before. Later, it was too small to hold many things. And because many people came and went, he was worried others might notice, so he stopped using it. However, there was a small cellar inside, where he hid some items, turning it into his private storage. This is also considered my house. I bought it from a landlord at a very low price, so it was a good deal. Lin Fan's eyes lit up even more. Darling, how many of these good deals have you found? Zhang Yujie was amused by her excited expression. Do you think it's like buying vegetables? There are as many as you want. Well, she was a bit greedy, but he planned to earn more money, so he could buy her more in the future. He also had several other courtyards, but they weren't just his. They were bought with shared earnings from everyone. They belonged to a few of them. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and went inside, then closed it behind him. He led Lin Fan into an empty room. Moving aside a broken table, he pressed a spot in the corner. A protrusion appeared, revealing a 60-centimeter wide entrance. Lin Fan exclaimed, "There's a treasure." Then she quickly covered her mouth, afraid her loud shout would alert others. After waiting 2 minutes, Zhang Yujie took out a flashlight from his pocket. "Let's go, I'll take you to see it." Lin Fan was extremely happy. She never thought she could enter a treasure basement like in the movies. She just didn't know if there was really treasure inside. Down there, they found about 10 large boxes and 5 small ones. Wow, all these things are valuable. Honey, can I open them to see? Zhang Yujie nodded quickly, and she immediately opened a box containing some porcelain items, clearly old antiques. Zhang Yujie said, "This should be Ming Dynasty porcelain." Lin Fan touched the items gently, feeling excited inside. She thought to herself, "Wow, I'll need to change several houses with these." "Husband, are these all ours?" Seeing her silly smile, Zhang Yujie replied, "If you want, they can be." She nodded eagerly, showing she really wanted them. She almost jumped to hug him and kiss him, but seeing her hands covered in dust, she stopped herself. She opened box after box like opening a mystery gift. The second and third boxes also contained porcelain. The fourth box held some books and paintings. She wanted to look at a painting, but seeing her dusty hands, she gave up. The fifth box contained some old jade pieces, clearly quite ancient. There were also large items, but they weren't separated by anything, so if she accidentally scratched or damaged them, she'd be very upset. Below, 2 rows of boxes were stacked under the opened ones. Lin Fan didn't open those. She opened a few smaller boxes, which held books, small jade items, and various jewelry, everything from necklaces to rings, like a bride's dowry for a wealthy family. "Oh my God, these are all ours.
Our family is rich now."
I never thought we'd have so much property. Hearing her say our family, Zhang Yujie felt unexpectedly happy. His eyes lit up brightly, and he smiled with only a narrow gap. "Husband, you're amazing. I love you so much." Zhang Yujie also wondered if this woman was a bit foolish. These things aren't worth much, and now she's afraid to take them out. If others saw, she'd definitely be sent to a farm. Many of these items could be broken or damaged if someone vandalized them, yet she still happily smiled. This must be what it feels like to suddenly become rich overnight. I've become a wealthy person with a rich family, and our baby will be a second-generation rich kid. Hearing this, Zheng Yujie's face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? Can you say things like that? Think before you speak. She got angry, and it seemed her mind was a bit off. She wondered if their child might inherit her foolishness, which worried her. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that in this era, rich people were either imprisoned or sent to farms. She became too scared to speak out loud again. He warned her gently, these things can't be seen by others, or it could cause trouble. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that they live in a time where things are often restricted, and she couldn't help but worry. If people found out about these items in her family, she might get into serious trouble. No, she needed to hide them in her space for safety. Husband, do you think I can hide these myself? Don't worry, I guarantee no one can find what I hide. It's not safe to leave them here. Zheng Yujie became anxious. You can't think about these things now. If someone finds out, it's not good. Don't even think about it. Lin Fan immediately assured him, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. I promise. Just give me a key, and I'll find time to check on it. She thought to herself, as long as she comes, she will take everything she can. Zheng Yujie saw her looking at him with pleading eyes and almost softened, but he remembered it wasn't safe here. He hardened his heart and said, no, if you want to see it, I'll take you there again. How can you take me there again? I can't hide anything anymore. But Zheng Yujie was determined. No matter what she said, he wouldn't agree. He wouldn't give her the key. Lin Fan was so angry, she almost stomped her feet. This stubborn man, he just wouldn't listen. What should she do? After they left, Zheng Yujie opened the door, moved his bicycle to the entrance, and supported himself with both feet on the ground. When Lin Fan came out to lock the door and get on her bike, she said, wait for me here for 2 minutes. I want to go inside and grab a small jade ornament to play with. Is that okay? Before Zheng Yujie could respond, she ran inside, saying as she went, make sure you keep the door safe. He tried to catch her, but didn't succeed. He was so angry but didn't dare shout loudly or leave his bike to chase her. The door was still open, so he had no choice but to move his bike back into the yard and lock the door. Lin Fan quickly gathered all the boxes and put everything inside. Then she ran outside and saw Zheng Yujie just arriving at the entrance, looking unhappy. She smiled widely and said, honey, let's go. I only took 2 small things. Don't be mad. She pointed to something about the size of her fingernail. Zheng Yujie almost laughed in frustration. This crazy woman. Was he worried she would take too much or too little? He was afraid she would run too fast, especially since it was dark outside and she might fall. That wouldn't be funny. Did she not realize she was pregnant? Seeing him still with a dark, serious face, she reached out and shook his finger. Husband, I just brought back 2 little things to play with. Don't be angry, okay? The woman was using her charm again, thinking that would make him not angry with her. Forget it. If he really argued with her, he might get so mad he'd upset her. Anyway, there was nothing urgent now. But he still needed to teach her a lesson. In the future, if you want me to get you something, it's not usually valuable. I'm just worried you might run too fast and fall, hurting our child. Then she immediately jumped up, leaned forward, and kissed his face. Thank you, dear. After that, she ran outside. Zheng Yujie quickly caught her, saying, I just told you not to run. Are you forgetful? He then led her inside to close the door. The two washed their hands in the yard, and then went back home. On the way back, Lin Fan felt incredibly happy. She was so joyful she gently hugged the man's waist and softly started singing. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon. Good luck is coming, I wish you good luck. Luck brings happiness and love. Good luck is coming, our good luck is here, bringing prosperity across the 4 seas. Honestly, she sang very beautifully. Hearing her so happy, Zheng Laoxi's lips curled up slightly. He thought she must have gotten 2 favorite jade pieces to play with, which made her so happy. Next time she got something good, he'd just bring it back himself. He didn't know that his wife had even secretly taken the house key, so she hadn't handed it over. In a few days, she planned to tell him she'd hidden the key somewhere safe. Even if he got angry, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Plus, he didn't seem to like these old items very much. So she was so excited she jumped twice on her bike. Then she gently touched the man's lower abdomen to show her gratitude. Zhang Yujie didn't know her little plan, but he knew her small hand was again stirring trouble on him. He grabbed her hand with one hand, stopping it from moving around. Be good. We're in the car. Lin Fan used her active finger to lightly trace his palm. Okay, I got it. You just focus on writing. Zhang Yujie released her small hand but felt a little empty inside. He thought that spending too much time with her was making him less sharp. So he pedaled the bike quickly and soon arrived home. As soon as he entered, he saw Zheng Mu. Zheng Yujie called out Mom. Lin Fan also followed him and said Mom. Mother Zheng nodded and replied, You're back. Zheng Yujie put the pickled vegetables he brought from his mother-in-law's house into the kitchen. Then he greeted the two elders and took Lin Fan upstairs. Sister-in-law Zheng wanted to tell Lin Fan the number and size of the underwear her colleagues at work wanted, and ask when they would have stock, but she never found the chance. There's still a week left this month. Hope everyone can help by giving 5-star reviews on the homepage book comments. Thanks. But she remembered the funny moment after lunch when she took some colleagues to the small break room. At first, sister-in-law Zheng thought the underwear was a bit expensive and wanted to introduce it to their supervisor, Yao Xiaohong. Director Yao, my friend asked me to bring a sample for you to see first. She said you could try it on. Do you want to take a look? When Yao Xiaohong heard about the sample, she definitely wanted to see it. Recently, she noticed Wang Qiuxia's figure had more curves, and her chest looked much firmer and prettier. Let's go to the small break room, she said. Two female colleagues, Chening and Lu Yunxiao, overheard and thought there was something good, so they followed in. The four of them locked the door. Wang Qiuxia took out a black and red. Qiuxia, what are these? Asked one of them. Wang Qiuxia pointed to her chest. This is a little top I wear here. Then she jumped a few times to show everyone. Look, if you wear this, even if you sweat and get wet, no one will see it. Plus, it's easy to run or jump, and it stays firm without sagging or losing shape. She held up the outside her clothes to demonstrate. You can try it on. I have two myself. Chuning said, Qiuxia, pull up your shirt so we can see. Yes, pull it up for everyone, added Lu Yunxiao. Wang Qiuxia didn't want to do that. She said, try it yourself. Seeing others isn't the same as feeling it yourself. Then she turned around. Director, why don't you try first? Don't worry, we'll all turn away so we won't look. Director Yao was tempted and said, you all must not peek. We won't peek, they promised. They wouldn't dare to tease the director. They knew better. When it was about time, Wang Qiuxia asked Director, are you done? Do you want me to help? Actually, Director Yao didn't quite know how the straps were supposed to be tied. Okay, come help me with this. No one else looked back. The road to Xiao was filled with laughter as she said, Director, we're all women. Whatever you have, we have too. Who hasn't seen someone taking a bath in winter? Everyone chuckled softly. Wang Qiuxia helped her tie a pretty bow on her chest. There, all done. Everyone immediately turned around to look. Wow, that's really something. I can't find the right words to say. Finally, Wang Qiuxia remembered what her younger sister-in-law said. It's so, it makes your own man crazy. She casually mentioned it herself. Earlier, her sister-in-law said black was alluring. She didn't notice last night, but today, seeing the director wear it, she really wanted to reach out and touch it. Before she could think more, Lu Yunxiao reached out. Director Yao scolded angrily Lu Yunxiao. Don't be a flirt. Everyone held back their laughter. As soon as Director Yao put on she realized how wonderful it was. She jumped a little, feeling very steady and not at all unbalanced. It's very comfortable. Later, everyone pulled Sister Zheng's clothes aside to look and even touched her. Laughter and playful scolding echoed far away. In the end, everyone took turns trying it on. Director Yao asked, Qiuxia, how much is one? I want a black one and a red one too. Wang Qiuxia replied, no black ones right now. Only red and this skin tone color I'm wearing. Not cheap, 3 yuan each, 4 yuan for a set and 7 yuan for 2 sets. That's so expensive, Qiuxia. You're really willing to spend. Wang Qiuxia said, I don't want to spend too much, but thinking it keeps my chest from sagging, looks good, and feels comfortable, I gritted my teeth and bought them. You have to treat yourself well. Saving 3 yuan a month can buy one that lasts for years. She remembered what her sister-in-law said. If you don't want to spend on yourself, other women will help your man spend it. And then you'll regret it. So she added, it's better to dress up yourself. It's way better than outside women stealing your man's money. Director Yao thought about the women around her man and said, I want 2 sets. Help me buy them. She took out 7 yuan. Sister Zheng didn't expect it to be so quick. In the end, Chening and Lu Yunxiao each chose one. After Lin Fan returned to her room, she asked Zheng Yujie to boil water for her. She planned to wash early and go to bed. If she fell asleep, she wondered if he would call her to get the keys. If she left them here for a day or 2, it would be a good excuse. After washing up, she said she was tired and went straight to sleep. Zheng Yujie thought she was really tired, so he didn't disturb her. Unexpectedly, she soon fell asleep herself. When Zheng Laozi finished to shower, he could hear her steady breathing. He pulled a blanket over her to cover her, then went to wash his clothes before getting into bed. After lying down, he suddenly remembered that his keys were still with Lin Fan and hadn't been taken back. He saw her sleeping peacefully. Forget it. I can ask her for them tomorrow. That way, she wouldn't accidentally go into that small courtyard again. Thinking about how this woman almost drooled when she saw those things, he silently chuckled. A woman who is sleeping is more charming than one who is aggressive. At least she doesn't make him angry enough to stomp his feet. In the morning, Zheng Laozi was running, with Zheng Laoda and Lao San chasing from behind. See, how did it go with asking about those underwear? Zheng Lao San also asked, what underwear? C bought a kind of underwear that fits very comfortably. I want him to help me buy 2 pairs. Lao San thought, among the brothers, C is the one who enjoys life the most. C, you're really unkind. If you have good stuff, you don't even tell your own brothers. While running, Lao Si made a face. If his third sister-in-law found out, she might cause a fuss and tell everyone in the family, maybe even the whole neighborhood. It's best not to tell the third family about certain things, no secrets that way. Are you sure that if you tell her, she won't say I'm trying to take money from my own brothers? Lauda also teased him. You know about your wife. Don't let good things turn into trouble. Lao San, feeling embarrassed because his wife often made him lose face in front of the brothers, said, See, count me in. Just don't let her find out. Lao Si replied, okay, in a few days. After Lin Fan went downstairs, she remembered that her homemade spicy cabbage had been sitting for 2 or 3 days. It was time to eat it. She went to the kitchen, took a plate, and brought out a big dish. Everyone looked at it. The color was bright red. Grandma Zheng asked Xiao Fan, what dish is this? Grandma, this is my own small dish, spicy cabbage to go with porridge. Everyone then remembered the scene of Grandma Zheng eating pickled radish, and no one dared to take any. However, Zhou Jie took a big bite and said, Mom, wow, the cabbage is so delicious. She then started eating eagerly. Lin Fan also helped Zheng Yujie with some. Seeing everyone watching him, he nodded and said, it's good, sour and sweet, very tasty. Everyone took a small bite, and unexpectedly, the whole large plate of cabbage was finished. After breakfast, Zheng Desao finally caught Lin Fan and pulled her aside to talk about someone ordering 4 pieces of underwear and 2 pairs of underwear. She handed Lin Fan a small note with the sizes written on it. Third sister-in-law, these are the sizes they need. Lin Fan took it and said, okay, sister-in-law, it might take another day or 2. This scene made Mother Zheng see it again. She wondered what the older brother and the third family were whispering about every day. When did things get so good? After dinner, Lin Fan put 2 stamped letters addressed to Zheng Yujie on the table. When you pass by the mailbox later, please help me send these. After everyone left, Lin Fan wrote a novel for an hour or 2. When she got tired, she wanted to take a walk around the big yard. So she closed the door and went out. It was her first time walking alone in the yard during the day. Soon, she saw Zhao's wife, who was returning with groceries. She remembered her because Mother Zheng liked her daughter, Zhao Ziqiu, as Zheng Laoxi's wife. Zhao Ziqiu was willing to marry for just 50 yuan. Last time, that rough man brought her to the family compound and introduced her. Lin Fan had a good memory and could remember people she wanted to. Seeing this woman staring at her, Lin Fan greeted her proactively. "Aunt Zhao, good morning," she asked in a moderate voice. "You are Zheng Laoxi's wife, right?" Lin Fan smiled professionally. "Aunt, I've heard of you." Could she say that it was this woman who made her precious daughter hide outside and still hasn't come back? She only had a charming face, but compared to their Chiaoer, she thought Zheng Laoxi was blind. In her heart, she cursed this couple dozens of times, but she knew that Zheng's family held a higher position than her husband's in the yard. She couldn't cause trouble for her man. Suppressing her anger, she said, "Everyone in the yard has heard about you." Following her principle of whoever is in a hurry loses, Lin Fan said, "I didn't expect to be so famous." "That's great." Then she walked on. The wife of the commissar also turned back home, muttering to herself, "Sigh. Chiao will be back soon. I wonder if she has let go of Zheng Laoxi's scoundrel. If she meets this little fox spirit, she might go crazy. It's really worrying." Lin Fan saw a pavilion ahead, with nice greenery around, and wanted to sit there. From a distance, she saw an elderly man with gray hair sitting there, looking at something very intently. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, knocking a few sheets of paper from the stone table. 2 of them fell at Lin Fan's feet. Living in the same large courtyard, perhaps everyone knew the Zheng family. Out of kindness, she casually picked up some papers she found. She looked at them and saw some formulas and calculations, which seemed to be for solving a problem. When she arrived, the old man had already heard footsteps. He thought they were his guards or bodyguards. One had gone to the bathroom, and another had been asked to go back and bring him a hot drink. He thought, since they were in a residential compound, outsiders couldn't come in, so it was very safe. Besides, no one knew he had recently returned to the courtyard from his son's house. After waiting a minute or two without anyone bringing the papers, he looked up and saw a girl he didn't recognize. She was holding his documents and looking at them. He wondered if someone had already followed him here, especially since his 2 guards were not around. He decided to stay calm and asked, "Are you looking at my things?" Lin Fan casually replied, "Not very pretty." She placed the 2 pieces of paper she had picked up on the table and, not wanting trouble, turned to leave. At that moment, the old man saw someone approaching from a distance. The 2 guards also saw a woman suddenly appear beside the old man and hurried over. "Did you peek at my things and then try to leave?" The voice came from behind Lin Fan. She had never seen such an unreasonable old man. She helped him pick up his papers out of kindness, and now he was accusing her. "What do you mean I peeked at your things? I just picked them up from the ground and looked at them briefly. Besides, there's nothing interesting about them." "Nothing interesting? You went to so much trouble just to peek." Lin Fan was furious. Was this old man really not quite right in the head? She just happened to pass by, saw the papers on the ground, and glanced at them. How could that be considered scheming? She replied irritably, "These 2 useless pieces of paper are even wrong. Do I need to go to such lengths? And I was just looking." She rolled her eyes. The old man also became angry. His men returned. "You still dare to say I wasn't peeking and that I was wrong? Then what do you think is correct?" Lin Fan saw 2 well-dressed men walking over, and she recognized one of them as Fong Nansher, a childhood friend of Zheng Laoxi, who had been introduced at a wedding and said he was in the army. She realized this old man might not be an ordinary retiree. She turned around and sat in front of the old man. The guard was about to make a move, but Fong Nansher stopped him, recognizing that she was Zheng Laoxi's wife. The guard looked at Fong Nan with confusion, then turned his head to look elsewhere. He saw the woman pick up a piece of white paper from the table and start writing quickly. Soon, she had calculated a formula and converted it. This was something she learned in the future, calculating the path and landing point of a parabola. However, they made a mistake in their calculations, so everything afterward was wrong. After finishing, she spoke in a calm tone. Look, this is correct. Your calculations are wrong. Now, do you believe I'm not here to steal your information? Besides, even if you gave me these things, they wouldn't be useful to me. I want to say again, I was just passing by and saw 2 pieces of paper on the ground. I picked them up and returned them to you. She was explaining this to the 2 people nearby. I accidentally saw a little, and I apologize to you, sir. After saying this, she left. The old man didn't speak again, and the 2 men didn't stop her. She lost her desire to wander. What a frustrating day. I almost thought she was a thief. Such precious things shouldn't be openly carried around.
Who are these people?
She was so angry she thought she was dealing with a retired old person. It seemed this era was full of traps, and she needed to be more careful in the future. Feeling annoyed, she returned alone to the Zheng family's house. She took some chili peppers and vegetables from her space, cooked a dish with the pickled vegetables her mother had brought back, and ate it. She was craving food, so she started cooking. She also boiled 20 eggs to make tea eggs. After Lin Fan left, the old man looked at the paper Lin Fan had written on for a long time. Then he took another piece of paper and kept writing. Fong Nen also felt uneasy inside. Others didn't know who this old man was, but he did. He had just been transferred from the military to protect this old man. Since he also lived in a large courtyard, he could come and go without attracting attention. Old Ji was a Chinese expert in maritime transportation design. Many advanced weapons used on Navy ships were designed by him. He was also surprised to see Zheng Laoxi's wife here. What puzzled him even more was that Zheng Laoxi's wife dared to say Ji Laoxi was wrong. She even wrote a note, and Ji Laoxi still hadn't looked up from that paper. Half an hour later, he was so happy, he almost went crazy.
So that's it.
That's it. The problem was here. After laughing, he looked for the woman from earlier. After looking around and not finding anyone, I asked Fong Nan and Chindalu, where is that young girl from earlier? Chindalu shook his head. He truly didn't know her. But he knew Fong Nan definitely did. So he looked at Fong Nan, and old Ji also looked in his direction. Fong Nan grew up in this big courtyard, and old Ji knew that too. Fong Nan nervously said, I heard she's the new wife of Zheng's 4th son. He was also worried. He hoped she wasn't involved in these matters, as that would be difficult. Old Ji said, then go invite her over. Fong Nan was anxious and asked, did she cause you any harm? Or, what reason should we give to invite her? He personally leaned toward Zheng's 4th son. Old Ji replied, invite her over, and I will talk to her properly. Fong Nan usually listened and did as he was told. But he called Zheng's 4th son at the gate. 4th, this is Fong Nan. Your wife is now involved in something, and it's a bit complicated. Zheng Yujie got anxious and asked what happened. Isn't she usually very reserved? Fong Nan said, there are some things I can't say. When Zheng Yujie heard that, he knew it was serious. His heart started to race. Could this woman have said something wrong or offended someone? He quickly asked for leave and rode his bike home in a hurry. Lin Fan was in the kitchen cooking. Fong Nan knocked on the door. Sister-in-law, are you home? It's Fong Nan. Lin Fan came out and asked, hello, what's the matter? She was thinking it was probably about that old man accusing her of peeking at secret files again. She regretted picking up those 2 pieces of paper. If she had known, she wouldn't have been so curious. Curiosity really killed the cat. Old Ji wants to invite you over to discuss something. Lin Fan heard that it wasn't a forced invitation, so she decided not to go. Sorry, I was just passing by and saw 2 pieces of paper blown to my feet by the wind, so I picked them up. That's all. She meant she didn't go there on purpose, nor was she trying to peek at his files. So I don't know old Ji, I don't understand his stuff, and I have no curiosity about it. I wouldn't discuss anything with him. Fong Nan looked at her silently, said nothing, and turned to leave. After he left, Lin Fan also wondered how she could meet a big shot just by stepping out the door. But as long as she didn't break the law and didn't want to, no one could force her. After returning to Fong Nan, he conveyed Lin Fan's message to old Ji. She refuses to come? Fongnan replied. She said she didn't peek at your files. She doesn't understand or care about them. Old Ji thought for a moment and said, accusing her of peeking is my mistake. It was a bit coincidental how she appeared. Neither of you was there, so I thought she. How much do you know about that young girl? Fongnan didn't answer. In his memory, it seemed that the fourth brother married a girl who had just graduated, but he only heard about it. He shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Old Ji was already planning to go find the girl himself, believing she could be helpful for his research. Zheng Yujie rushed home and smelled the aroma from the kitchen. Aunt Lu followed behind him into the house. Seeing him return, Lin Fan said, "Why are you back?" "I just boiled tea eggs. They need to sit for a while before eating." Zheng Yujie felt relieved that she was fine. But thinking about Fongnan's words, he asked, "Did you go anywhere today?" Lin Fan casually replied, "No, I stayed at home reading for a while and then took a walk in the courtyard. I didn't go out." If she didn't go out, nothing could happen. If something had happened, Fongnan wouldn't have called him. Did anything happen? Lin Fan was already in a bad mood today. Hearing Zheng Yujie ask, she got very angry. "Fourth brother Zheng, what do you mean? Did you come back just to treat me like a criminal and question me? I'm worried you might accidentally offend someone with your words without realizing it." Lin Fan jumped up in anger. "You're talking nonsense. You think you're clever like me?" Zheng Yujie also felt that something was off today. "Are you on edge?" He became more certain that she was in trouble. "How do you know that?" After asking, he remembered it was probably Fongnan who told him. They were childhood friends. Finally, he thought for a moment and recounted everything that happened that morning to Zheng Yujie. He sighed deeply. "I really didn't know that the paper I found on the ground shouldn't be looked at. I only glanced at it twice." Zheng Yujie asked, "Did you understand what it was?" Lin Fan said, "I didn't look carefully. I just saw some formulas and calculations I understood, so I looked at them a bit more. Besides, the one I saw was all wrong in the calculations. There's nothing to hide." Zheng Yujie thought for a moment and said, "Maybe they'll come looking for you. Do you have any ideas?" "I don't have any ideas. I'm just eating, sleeping, and enjoying life. Isn't that good enough?" Zheng Yujie wondered how many people would be so eager to break their heads trying to get into that place. She, on the other hand, had no big ambitions. Unexpectedly, right after they finished discussing at home, old Ji came knocking. Zheng Yujie could guess who he was, so she let him in. Fong Nan and Chen Dalu also followed inside. Lin Fan saw him come to the house and looked upset. Surely, he wasn't really going to cling to her. "Hello, young comrade. My surname is Ji."
"Hello, old Ji."
"My name is Zheng Yujie. This is my wife, Lin Fan." Just as Zheng Yujie was about to apologize on Lin Fan's behalf, old Ji spoke first. "Sorry, Comrade Lin. I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize. I came here to discuss some information I have. Maybe you can help me?" Lin Fan really didn't want to get involved with these big shots affairs. If she did, she might lose her freedom, and if others with ulterior motives noticed her, her safety could be at risk. "Old Ji, I honestly don't know what your organization does, and I'm not interested in your research."
Truly.
Although old Ji was old, he was smart. He looked at her with a skeptical gaze, as if questioning whether she believed him. Then he took out a piece of paper that Lin Fan had written and placed it on the table. Old Ji said, "Comrade Lin, are you interested in joining the research institute?" "No, I have no thoughts about it. Besides, I know I'm not suited for that." Lin Fan thought that research work required working day and night. She had already studied for over 20 years in her previous life, and she felt she had enough. In this life, she just wanted her husband to earn money and raise the kids, while she relaxed. Seeing that she had no interest, old Ji stood up to leave. However, this project had already taken a long time without success, and he was at a bottleneck. He came to the big yard mainly to visit his little grandson and to relax his mind. Lin Fan was an unexpected find, but he knew she wasn't telling the truth. After some thought, he decided to report this matter to his superiors. Later, the leaders investigated Lin Fan's background and finally found Zheng Nanping. The record showed that Lin Fan is just the daughter of an ordinary worker. Her parents divorced long ago. She lives with her mother and sister. She graduated from high school and previously studied foreign languages with Guahualin, who had studied abroad in several countries. Now she borrows translation books from the library to study at home. It is astonishing that she has a remarkable talent with data. She can solve many equations, understand advanced mathematics, think creatively, and apply numerous formulas and calculation methods. She can often predict the final answer from initial data, only needing to verify through experiments. She usually prefers to stay at home and only interacts closely with a classmate named Meow Meow. The above leader approached Zheng Nanping. Commander Zheng, do you know about your fourth daughter-in-law? Zheng Nanping was a bit confused. What happened? Could it be that the fourth family did something again? Recently, he has been extremely busy and hasn't been home for a long time. He hasn't even visited his elderly parents. Leader, I'm not sure what you mean. Do you know that your fourth daughter-in-law has helped the research institute with some work? Oh, another research institute?
He didn't know about that.
By the way, the military factory had previously called to request information about Lin Fan, but there was no follow-up, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Later, he was busy, especially when old G from the Border Patrol had issues. They sent personnel multiple times to support. Regarding national security, he honestly replied, I don't know about this. Old Gu from the Research Institute asked US to investigate Lin Fan's background, but we found nothing. Is there any problem with her now? No, it's actually good news.
Just a bit surprising.
Zheng Nanping's interest grew. He had only met Lin Fan twice, once at his son's wedding. She seemed very upright, with clear eyes, a gentle personality, strong principles, and patience. He remembered that on the day his daughter was acting unruly, she didn't get angry or lose her temper. She was calm and steady. Can you tell me more about what you've learned? According to Old G's report, Lin Fan has helped the Research Institute with data analysis several times. She even restarted a project that had been paused for a long time, all thanks to her. The Research Institute promised to give her a set of 4 courtyard houses if she succeeded. The leader also recalled that Old Gu had said Lin Fan's only request in helping was to receive a set of 4 courtyard houses. Otherwise, she wouldn't be interested.
He found it hard to understand at the time.
As far as he knew, Zheng Nanping's family owned a small 3-story Western-style house, so housing wasn't a problem. Then why did she insist on having another house? Old Gu once said, talented people think differently from ordinary folks. Zheng Nanping wondered if it was because the couple was unhappy living at home after marriage and wanted to move out. But suggesting a courtyard house might be too much. Even he himself hadn't been allocated a private house yet. It seems he should find a time to go back and check. Are you talking about Lao Ji, the one I know? Yes, that's him. He went to his son's home in the family compound, met Lin Fan, and there was a small misunderstanding. He noticed something was off and reported it. Lao Ji wants to bring her into the Research Institute, but Lin Fan doesn't want to go. So, the reason the leader came today is to ask him to persuade Lin Fan to join the institute? Zheng Nanping thought again. She was a young girl just out of school, without higher education, so how could she catch Lao Ji's eye? Lao Ji wants to discuss research with her, but Lin Fan says she doesn't understand. Lao Ji says she's probably not telling the truth. So, the leader's purpose today is to have him, as an elder, pressure her. Leader, I don't know anything about this today. I need to go back and find out. If Comrade Shaolin's talent isn't used, it would be a waste. Plus, you know how long that naval project has been delayed. Zheng Nanping thought to himself, but if she wasn't interested, he couldn't force her. Also, recently his mother called and told him that the 4th family was now expecting a baby. I'll find out more first. All right, Nanping, go ask her if she has any concerns or needs. She can tell you. Our country values talent. Okay, I understand, leader. After hanging up, Zheng Nanping sat there thinking for a long time. It seems he should go home and check. If something so big happened at home, he was kept in the dark. That feeling was really uncomfortable. After Ji Lao left, Lin Fan and Zheng Yujie stared at each other for a while. Zheng Yujie asked, what will you do if they insist you go? because he knew very well that if the country wanted someone to do something, no one could resist. Who could oppose the country? Lin Fan shrugged casually. It doesn't matter. If you want me to do something, follow my rules. See what they are willing to exchange. Zheng Yujie also became curious about what she wanted. He leaned closer to her face. What do you want most? What do I want most? Of course, it's a house, more and more. But she knew now wasn't the right time to bring this up. So, money would do. After a few years, when the market opens, she could buy a house then. She rolled her eyes at Jing Laosi, too lazy to care about this fool. She divided her tea eggs and their juices into 2 bowls. One bowl had only 6 eggs, for lunch in the kitchen. The other had 20 eggs, handed to Zheng Laosi. Take it upstairs. When I get hungry, I'll eat too. Then she took a steamed bun and carried her spicy pickled cabbage to the dining table, sitting down. She added more vinegar to the cabbage because it wasn't sour enough while stir-frying. A small bite of bun, 2 big bites of cabbage, and her eyes squinted with satisfaction. It was both sour and spicy, so delicious. This is what life should be like. While eating, she kept thinking about pickled cabbage dumplings, pork bone soup with pickled cabbage, sour soup with sliced meat. She couldn't think anymore. Her mouth was watering just at the thought. Zheng Laosi found her strange hobby a bit hard to accept. Lin Fan looked up and saw him still standing there foolishly. Do you want some too? Go get a bowl and chopsticks. Zheng Laosi could smell the strong sour smell from that distance. His teeth already felt sour before he even ate. No need, he said, then carried a fragrant tea egg upstairs. If he really wanted to eat, it was better to just have a tea egg. Are you going to work? If not, can you take me to the library to return some books? She then fixed her big, expressive eyes on him, looking somewhat apologetic. After we return the books, how about we go out for a meal? He was about to say, didn't you just finish eating? Are you a pig? Don't you have any other pursuits? She immediately jumped up and said fiercely, Zheng Laosi, are you trying to argue? Am I the one who wants to eat? It's your kid who said he wants to eat. Why don't the kids want to be raised anymore? Are you still a man? A scumbag. Although he didn't know what scumbag meant, he remembered Lin Fan saying her father was a scumbag, so it probably wasn't a good thing. How am I supposed to know? Without knowing the truth, you have no right to speak. Just tell me, are you going or not? Why can't I go if you still want to go alone? Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him and looked at him with a dismissive gaze, as if he were an idiot. If you don't go to that shop, will it close down and stop opening? I won't go alone. If I go, I'll just buy 1 and pack 5 portions. Humph. She then went upstairs to get her bag. The more she was against going, the more determined she was to go today. That can go or not. If he doesn't go, that's perfect. She can pack more portions and eat them slowly at home. Thinking about packing food, she needed to bring more lunchboxes since this place isn't modern and doesn't have plenty of containers. She changed into pants and came downstairs. Zheng Yujie also stood up. Let's go. Lin Fan looked down on him and retorted, who just said he wouldn't go. Now, he wants to go again? This stubborn woman wouldn't let him go, even once. She bit her cheek and said, didn't you say your kid wants to eat? How can I let him go hungry? Lin Fan, standing behind, felt proud like a victorious rooster. Little one, I can still control you, she thought happily. From now on, just tell him what her baby wants to eat. See if he dares to give her a bad look again. Wait a moment, I'll find some more lunchboxes. Aunt Lu, we won't be back for lunch. There are a few tea eggs here. Take 1 for yourself later, and the rest give to Grandma. Just leave 1 for Hong Ying. Zheng Yujie was about to be furious with her. Didn't she say she would take him out to eat? Why bring lunchboxes? He saw Lin Fan take out several lunchboxes. He said irritably, are you going to eat a meal, or trying to move their shop back home? But Lin Fan didn't care. She packed the boxes into a cloth bag and carried it out. This pig-headed woman just didn't want to spend more money on herself. If there's leftover food, she could pack it up and eat it later. He said it wouldn't stay fresh if she packed leftovers to eat later, so she might as well go again next time she wanted to eat. But she didn't know when that would be. Since she had space and could keep food fresh, no one could stop her from buying more. She didn't need to carry money. Everything was stored in her space. She could take it out whenever she wanted. Lin Fan happily sat on the back of her bicycle, first returning books at the library. At the library, Zheng Yujie waited outside while Lin Fan went alone to the third floor to return books to Director Huang. Hello, Director Huang. It's almost closing time, right? I'm here to return some books. Shaolin, you're here to return books? Come, I'll settle the bill for you. Total of 53,300 words, 6 yuan per 1,000 words, which is 319.8 yuan. I also gave you a few tickets. Lin Fan took them and saw 5 pounds of grain coupons, 1 pound of meat coupons, 5 feet of cloth coupons, and 2 industrial coupons. There are quite a few, just enough to use when ordering takeout today. No problem. Thank you, Director Huang. Director Huang then took out a novel, an English version. This is for a publisher. Can you translate it as soon as possible? Lin Fan looked at it and saw over 100,000 words. It's hard to do it quickly because every word has to be written by hand. I'll try my best, but Director Huang, this book is a bit thick and will take some time. Director Huang understood this. Shaolin is the fastest and best translator among all the staff, almost error-free. It makes checking the books easier. Unlike others, who need half a day just to check. Some with many mistakes even lose some money. Alright, just translate as much as you can when you have free time. Lin Fan put the book into his bag. Okay, I'll go now so it won't affect your work hours, Director Huang. Soon, the couple returned to the courtyard house noodle shop. They gently knocked on the door, and it was opened shortly after. Uncle Xia, do you have anything to eat today? Seeing it was them, Uncle Xia opened the door to let Zheng Yujie bring the bicycle inside. Yes, there are quite a few noodles today and plenty of meat. Whatever you want to eat. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up more than once. She quickly asked, Uncle Xia, tell me what dishes you're best at. Uncle Xia saw her really craving it and said, my best are hot soup noodles, spicy oil noodles, sliced noodles, any meat or vegetables you want to add. There are also various pancakes, meat pancakes, scallion pancakes, sauerkraut pancakes, radish pancakes, all kinds of fillings you like. Today, there are also sauerkraut and pork dumplings, vegetarian dumplings, and radish dumplings. Hearing this, Lin Fan swallowed nervously, feeling like she wanted to eat everything. Zheng Yujie saw her eager look and wanted to laugh, but he dared not. If she got upset, it wouldn't be good. If she's unhappy here, she might argue with him, and he'd be embarrassed in front of others. If you really want to eat, order a few more dishes. Hearing this, Lin Fan thought this man was pretty nice to her, not very stingy, so she waved her hand. Uncle Xia, I want all the pancakes. Make more meat pancakes and sauerkraut pancakes, 10 each if possible. Also, order a full set of dumplings. I'll pack them to take home to eat later. Today at noon, I ate a bowl of pickled vegetable and meat dumplings here. Uncle Xia was still surprised and thought, they all want some? How much would that be? We can't finish eating it all if I bring it back. She then turned to ask old Zheng, what do you want to eat? Hurry up and order something so Uncle Xia can start cooking. I'm already hungry. Zheng Yujie thought to himself, didn't you just eat a steamed bun before leaving home? Why are you hungry again? Even a pig wouldn't get hungry so fast. Uncle Xia, I'll have another bowl of shredded meat noodles. Uncle Xia was very happy. Today, a big customer had come. Uncle Xia was also very happy. Today, a big customer had come. Then I'll give you 3 jin of grain coupons and 1 jin of meat coupons for 6 yuan. I can make as many pancakes as I can with that. Lin Fan was very pleased. Such a lot of food for only 6 yuan made her happy, so she paid with the coupons. Zheng Yujie led her inside, saying, Uncle Xia, start with pickled vegetable dumplings and some noodles. We'll eat first. After speaking, he swallowed hard. Uncle Xia saw her eager look and silently smiled, saying, okay, you sit for a while. It'll be ready soon. After Uncle Xia left, Zheng Yujie asked, can you really finish all that you ordered? Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you see I plan to pack some to eat later? Zheng Yujie thought she was going to take it home for her family to share, knowing she was generous with food but still considerate of her family. He thought she should do less of this in the future because elders might think she was wasting money. Maybe his mother would say she didn't know how to manage money and was wasteful. His sister-in-law and third sister-in-law might think she was naive and would try to take advantage of her, causing trouble later. But after thinking about it, she was doing this out of kindness for her family, so she planned to explain it to her when she got home. She looked at him more carefully and said nothing. "What's wrong? Do you have an opinion about me?" Zhang Yujie shook his head and said sarcastically, "How could I have an opinion? You're a big contributor to our family. And you're pregnant with Zheng's child." This was something her overbearing sister-in-law often said, and she heard it every 1 or 2 days. She could recite it by heart. Lin Fan looked down on such a stingy man. He was always thinking about saving money for his family instead of earning outside. He just wanted the women at home to help him save enough for a 3-bedroom house. She thought she needed to teach him a lesson later. If they kept living like this, it would be uncomfortable for everyone. She looked at him with contempt, clearly looking down on him. "No, what do you mean, woman? What did I do to offend you? Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it just because I spent a few more bucks on the cricket? You think I don't know? You just can't stand that I spend money. I've seen men like you many times." Zhang Yujie was almost angry enough to explode. He hadn't said a word the whole time. He spoke in a harsh tone. "What I saw that. I saw it with both my eyes," she replied, giving him a look that said, "You have no excuse." Zhang Yujie wanted to lose his temper, but then he remembered they were outside and she was pregnant with his child. If he got too angry and something happened, he would be the one suffering. He calmed down and patiently explained what he was thinking. Lin Fan knew she had been wronged. "I didn't realize you still cared about me." This stubborn woman, she wouldn't say anything nice even if she tried. He decided not to bother with her and sat alone, feeling upset. She originally didn't plan to give the food to everyone. She just packed it to secretly store in her space, saving some for herself. Just then, Zheng Laosi found her a good excuse, so she said, "Then I won't give it to them to eat. I'll hide it and eat it with the baby later." Seeing Zhang Yujie look over, she added, "If the baby's dad wants to eat, he can share some." Zhang Yujie was amused by her. "Once you eat it, you won't need to cook so much next time. It won't stay fresh for long. If you want to eat again, just tell me. After work, I can buy some for you to take home." Lin Fan's eyes lit up immediately. "Husband, you're so good to me and the baby. We love you. Next time the baby wants to eat, just tell me, okay?" This stubborn woman, she didn't care about time or place when she was in heat, and she had no shame, always talking about love and passion. But his mood clearly improved, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing that he was calmed down again, Lin Fan thought to herself, "You're still far from good enough." Soon, a delicious smell wafted over. She looked up and saw Uncle Xie carrying 2 large bowls of dumplings and noodles. Hungry as she was, she grabbed one and started eating. "Ah! It's so hot. Tears almost came out from the heat. My mouth is burned." Zheng Yujie quickly poured her some water. "Are you still a kid? You can get burned just by eating a dumpling. You're so stupid." Though he scolded her, his tone was full of genuine concern. Lin Fan was crying as she said, "I'm already so miserable, and you still kick me when I'm down. You're just a..." Zheng Yujie almost felt like vomiting. Did he mean that? He really didn't want to see her acting so foolish, so he turned and left. Lin Fan thought to herself, "See? Men are all big fools. None of them can be trusted. Baby, from now on, you'll have to rely on your mom." Soon, Zheng Yujie came back with an empty bowl, divided some food into it, let it cool, and placed it in front of her. "Eat this, it's not hot anymore." Feeling a bit embarrassed after realizing she misunderstood him, she lowered her head and started eating. She took a bite and said, "Wow, this is so delicious." She couldn't stop eating once she started. Zhang Yujie had just cooled a few pieces, but she finished them all. She even drank most of the sour soup. "I'm full." She squinted her eyes and lazily leaned back in the chair, like a well-fed cat. In less than a minute, Uncle Xie brought in a pie. She immediately regretted eating so much. It's all your fault for blowing my dumplings so cold, making me eat so quickly. Now I see such a delicious pie, but I can't eat a single bite. Zheng Yujie ignored her lazily. She was just a crazy woman, unreasonable and always arguing over trivial things. He lowered his head and ate his noodles. Lin Fan picked up the pie, wrapped 2 pieces together, and put them into a backpack she brought. Actually, she stored them in a space, along with some old newspapers and 2 books inside. She was afraid that if she kept smelling it, she wouldn't be able to resist eating even if she was full. When Zheng Yujie had almost finished eating, Uncle Xia cooked the dumplings she wanted to pack and packed them into a lunchbox, then brought them over. Uncle Xia said, "I didn't pack the dumpling soup, only the dumplings." Lin Fan quickly took it and said, "Thank you, Uncle Xia. You're so thoughtful. I'll come back to eat next time when I want some." Uncle Xia smiled even more sincerely. The couple returned to Zheng's house. The elders went to rest in their rooms, and Zhou Jie was not there. Only Aunt Lu was washing dishes. Lin Fan, like a child who had done something wrong, quietly carried her packed dumplings upstairs. She looked at her watch at the staircase and said, "It's about time. If you need to go to work, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Zheng Yujie had never seen such a shameless person who would betray her friends so blatantly. Forget it, she wouldn't argue anymore. Every time she argued, she couldn't win against that unreasonable and unpredictable person. Feeling peaceful and not bothered, she turned and went to work. Making things myself still isn't as good as what a professional would do. Oh well, at least I should give others a chance. After going out, I saw the tea eggs I cooked and put them into my space. I changed the basin and plan to take it downstairs to the kitchen after I wake up. I feel like a squirrel preparing for winter, constantly hoarding food. There's no choice. It's hard to buy things even if you have money these days. Today is also the day Fong Miao Miao goes to the library for her exam. She woke up early, everyone prepared breakfast, and after eating, she checked her exam papers and pens. She took the 5.20 yuan she had saved for over 10 years and set out. The Fong family hasn't made things difficult for Miao Miao these days. It's not because they've changed, they just want to hold on to her job, which they haven't gotten yet. Her parents plan to wait until she passes the exam and then give the job to her younger brother, who will graduate next year, so he won't have to go to the countryside to suffer. Her older brother has a girlfriend. He has no job, and the only condition for marriage is that she doesn't need a big bride price, but she must find a job for him. Her brother thinks that with this job, he won't have to spend money on his wife, and the money they earn in the future will belong to both of them. Nowadays, even money can't buy a job, let alone the Fong family's lack of money. If Miao Miao can get a job, she can probably get another one too. Her education gives her an advantage. Her younger brother believes that the job his sister gets should be his. So, the family has been unhappy with her these days, but they haven't scolded her. At the library, she took out her diploma and household registration book for inspection, then went inside. The results will be out in 2 days after the exam. She hopes to wait here and see if she can meet Lin Fan to get her money back so her family won't find out and take it away. Unfortunately, she waited a long time but didn't see her. She didn't dare go into the courtyard to find her, worried it might cause trouble, so she had to go home. When she got home, everyone gathered around asking Miao Miao, "How did your exam go? Did you pass?" Miao Miao thought that her previous outburst had changed her family's impression of her. They haven't made things difficult for her these days, and now they even care about her. She feels very happy. She realizes she misunderstood. They do love her and care about her. She feels ashamed for having those wrong thoughts before. She happily said, "I finished everything, but I don't know if I did it all correctly. The results will come out in 2 days." Father said, "Then we'll check the results in 2 days." Mother Fong said, "You little brat, just to get a job, you made me do all the housework alone. If you don't pass the exam, just see if I won't punish you. Quickly go cook dinner, then wash everyone's clothes today. Do you still want your mother to serve you? Why is your face so big?" Xiao Xiao thought to herself, this is her family, how could they possibly be kind to her? In this family, she always comes last. All the chores are hers. She never gets to enjoy good food, drinks, or nice clothes. What is she even hoping for? Haven't she seen enough of their true faces all these years? People who only care about profit and would sell her for money, would they treat her like a person? If she passes the exam and gets a permanent job, she plans to find a way to leave. Otherwise, she fears she will be sold because of the high bride price someday. Lin Fan woke up feeling much more energetic. He went into the space and ate a little of everything: pickled cabbage dumplings, radish dumplings, pork and scallion dumplings, 2 of each. He also tried various pies, tearing off a piece to taste. He accidentally ate too much and felt full. He thought he might not need to eat any more today. After thinking, he took a piece of paper and wrapped half of each kind of pie. Then he took out a tea egg. "Baby, this is for your cheap dad to eat. We need him to drink some soup so he has the energy to earn money for us." Talking about this, he went back into the space. He still hadn't carefully counted the family assets his cheap husband had given her. "These old items belong to me and the baby." She found a bucket of water, sorted all the treasures, and wiped them clean. This way, she could come and look at or touch them from time to time without dust. Besides, these valuable items need to be cleaned so she can see clearly which dynasty they are from. Some she didn't recognize, but that didn't stop her from appreciating them. Among these items, most were porcelain, some of which could be called national treasures. It seems some of these will have to be donated to the country later. There were also 2 bronze zodiac animals, a tiger head and a rooster head, both national treasures. She had seen them in movies before. The movies made by Ching Chung were about stealing zodiac heads abroad. She didn't expect her cheap husband to have managed to bring back 2 of them. They are not valuable now, but will be in the future. Forget it. These 2 will also be handed over to the country later. Below, there was a box containing gold and silver ingots, yuan silver dollars, and yuan heads. This is worth a lot in future generations, especially for collectors who love to keep such items. If they get rich, they will become very wealthy. "Baby, you were born into a wealthy family and can't escape it." It seems he spent his 5,000 yuan of private savings on these things. So I won't mind him hiding his savings this time. I've decided to start loving Comrade Zheng Yujie from today.
Ha!
After squatting on the ground feeling exhausted, Lin Fan felt his stomach was uncomfortable, so he stood up using his hand to support his waist. Seeing the family assets still being organized, he thought, okay, I'll do it next time. After drinking a sip of spiritual spring water, he left the space and lay on the sofa, thinking about life. Zheng Yujie is still a good man in some ways. He said he wanted old items, and now he's bought some. No matter how he got them, he probably didn't steal. It seems he has secrets too. So, the saying that men shouldn't be overly cared for is right. They need to be active. Otherwise, I would never be able to get so many good things by myself. While she was imagining how to maximize her husband's value, Zheng Dad came back in a small car. Zheng Nanping returned home and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Are you both feeling well?" The old couple from Zheng family was happy to see their son. "The eldest is back. You've been so busy for months you haven't visited home once." Old Zheng said, "We 2 old folks can eat and sleep well. What are you worried about?" He signaled with his eyes if there was something he was returning for. Zheng Nanping thought for a moment and shook his head at his father. Grandma Zheng stood up and went to the kitchen. "Xiao Lu, today Nanping is back. Add another dish." "Okay, Aunt Zheng, how about adding some green peppers to scramble eggs?" "Good, just make sure the portion is enough." Grandma Zheng said, "You didn't call me earlier to say you'd be back. If you had, I would have asked Xiao Lu to buy some meat for you to enjoy." Zheng Nanping said, "No need, Mom. I don't lack food in the army. If you have good food, you 2 should eat more. We're both close to the end of our lives. Why eat so much? It's just a waste."
Mom.
Okay, I won't say more. It's been so long since you came back, and now you're giving me attitude. Anyway, I'm your mom. Zheng Nanping thought, indeed, he hadn't been back for a long time. In the future, he should find more time to visit his parents. Zheng Nanping asked, "Are the children at home doing well?" Grandma Zheng replied, "Yes, they are fine. Those who are working, and those who are doing chores, just like usual." The third child goes out every day to visit friends in the courtyard, chatting with neighbors. She always comes back at mealtime. There's no meal she misses. The fourth child sometimes goes to the library but mostly stays in her room, maybe translating books or writing. Does she receive remittance slips and newspapers sent by the newspaper office every few days? Everyone else has gone to work. Zheng Nanping said. Nanchang from Nanchang called and asked Yuhuan to come back and stay for a few days. He said a male classmate keeps encouraging her to sign up for the countryside program. He wants her to stay away from that classmate for a while and asked me to find a couple of people to talk to her and help her. Old Mr. Zheng and his wife immediately understood what was going on. It was probably because this boy's family was not doing well, and they had their eyes on their second son, Zheng Nanchang. So, they tricked the young girl. Grandma Zheng and Grandpa Zheng exchanged a glance. Among the three daughters-in-law, the oldest always works early and returns late, which is definitely not good. The third child's mouth is so talkative that before anyone arrived, everyone in the family compound already knew about the Zheng family's trouble. In the end, it was only Lin Fan from the fourth family who was suitable. They are about the same age, both finished high school, and mostly stay at home. She is also well-behaved. When is she coming? When she does, tell the fourth family to help talk to Yuhuan and come for her. She'll be sent over in a few days. Is the fourth family out now? Grandma Zheng said, not yet, right? In the afternoon, the fourth daughter took her out for something and didn't come back for dinner. Later, I heard them come back. She works in her room after her afternoon nap, and after the fourth daughter finishes work, she comes downstairs. Old Mr. Zheng, with his sharp insight, sensed something. Could it be that the oldest daughter came back to see the fourth daughter-in-law? Grandma Zheng saw her son looking very tired. Go back to your room and lie down for half an hour. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Zheng Nanping thought for a moment and went back to his room. They were talking about Zheng's second son, Zheng Nanchang, who is currently arguing with his youngest daughter. Go find out. The first group to go to the countryside was almost 7 to 8 years ago. They still can't return to the city. Many are married and have children in the countryside, and there's no hope of returning to the city in their lifetime. Why are you still going? Yu Huan said angrily. The country encourages going to the mountains and countryside. We've read so many books, and we should contribute to the country. Dad, your thinking is wrong. If you really want to go to the countryside, I will arrange a place for you. Why do you insist on going with your male classmate? I told you he has bad intentions toward you. Dad, I already said we are just classmates. Going together is just for support, nothing else. Why don't you believe me? Do I not trust you? I don't trust that Huang Keping. He has bad plans. Zheng Nanchang rubbed his forehead. He had tried everything, but nothing worked. His daughter is stubborn. He really wants her to face some setbacks, but the cost is too high. One wrong step could ruin her life forever. All the family's efforts to change her mind seem useless, as if someone cast a spell on her. If his wife hadn't hidden the household register, she might have already registered her name somewhere. Your grandfather's old injury has flared up again. He called yesterday and asked us to visit him when we have time. We all have work. You're the only one free. Please go back and visit your grandparents for us. Show some filial piety on behalf of me and your mother. Once you come back from your grandparents and still haven't changed your mind, then you can go to the countryside. Zheng Yuhuan happily jumped up and held her father's hand. Really? I knew my dad is so good to me. He loves me the most. All right, I'll go visit my grandparents. I heard fourth cousin got married to a stunning wife. I haven't seen her yet. I wonder if she's easy to get along with. Fang Qingman said, she's not only beautiful, but also very talented. The serialized novel Meeting the Human Trafficker on the newspaper was written by her. Your grandma said her articles have been published many times. Mom, really? That's amazing. Then my cousin must be incredibly lucky to marry such a wonderful wife. Fang Qingman thought, who wouldn't say that? The youngest sister-in-law's 4 sons are all not very capable, but he's the luckiest of them all. After her daughter departs, she plans to call Lin Fan herself and ask her to help persuade her stubborn little daughter. Zheng Nanchang, worried about delays, told his wife, go pack your things. Tomorrow morning, Rui Chuan will send you Huan to the train station. Fang Qingman stood up and went to pack her belongings. Zheng Yuhuan said, Dad, Mom, you don't have to be in such a hurry. If I leave suddenly, my classmates might not be able to find me. Anyway, let me say goodbye to them first. Zheng Nanchang thought to himself, I just want to make sure you don't have time to contact them. Your older brother only has free time tomorrow. In a few days, he'll go on a business trip again. If you don't leave tomorrow, you'll have to buy your train ticket alone later. Then you can take the things you want to give to your grandparents by yourself. Zheng Yuhuan said, tell Mom to pack less. Bringing so many things is heavy. Fang Qingman said, Huan, your dad said that your grandpa's old illness has flared up again. He couldn't sleep all night and he feels guilty for not showing enough respect to you and your grandparents over the years. They say raising children is for old age, but the two elders have been cared for mainly by your eldest uncle's family for many years. We all feel a bit guilty about that. Now, not bringing anything would hurt the elders' feelings even more. Zheng Yuhuan thought for a moment. Yes, she only visits home for 2 days during New Year, and she feels she hasn't done enough for her grandparents. Zheng Yuhuan thought again. She only visits home for 2 days during New Year, and she feels she hasn't done enough for her grandparents. All right, then I will bring more things and spend a few more days with you. The couple looked at each other and agreed. Maybe I should talk to my classmates now. Let them wait a few more days, so we can go together to register for the countryside program. Fang Qingman said, It's already late. Why go now? You should sleep. Others will be asleep too. Their family members have to go to work tomorrow. Fine, I'll see them the day after tomorrow and tell them. It's not a big deal. Zheng Yuhuan thought about it. It's okay, she'll be back in a few days anyway. Zheng Nanchang didn't think the same way. When his daughter leaves, he definitely wants to teach Huang Keping a lesson. Isn't he planning to go to the countryside? Isn't he trying to lure his daughter away? So he plans to send someone to chase after them, hurry to sign up for the countryside program, and change his own name to the most remote place. Let's see how he can stir up trouble then. Is Zheng Nanchang's daughter so easy to deceive? Zheng Deji's family of 3 and Zheng Sange's family, along with Lao Xizheng, all returned home after work. Everyone was happy to hear Zheng Dad was back. The happiest was Zheng Mom. She hadn't seen her husband for almost a month. Since Lao Si got married, she only visited Zheng Dad once at his residential compound. Now, when she heard Zheng Dad was back, she turned and went back to her room. Lao Xizheng also habitually went upstairs as soon as he returned. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Fan lying on the sofa, holding a pillow, reading a book. Hearing the door open, he turned his head and saw his husband coming back. You're back. I prepared some delicious food for you. Then he signaled with his eyes for him to see the food on the coffee table. Zheng Yujie suddenly smelled the aroma in the room and felt a bit hungry. This woman was kind to him, thinking of him even when she had food. He felt happy. He opened the paper package, which was still warm, and was about to eat. Why are all of them only half? Lin Fan didn't look up and thought to himself, maybe she meant he had already taken a piece from each and eaten it. Are these leftovers? He definitely couldn't say that. So he said, I'll let you try each flavor and see which one you like. Next time, you can just order what you like. Zheng Yujie didn't believe that was the real reason. Did this woman really mean to be so kind? He wondered why he didn't trust her. But he was hungry, so he didn't care and started eating big bites. He also said, My dad is coming back tonight. Lin Fan didn't take it seriously. Suddenly, she thought if she had known earlier, she would have gone to her mother's house to get some underwear and brought it back. Maybe her sister-in-law could have delivered a couple of sets to her mother-in-law. She thought about how her stern father-in-law would be so impressed. What a pity. She missed the chance. Zheng Yujie watched her lying on the sofa, giving a sly smile. Are you planning something again? Maybe targeting my dad. I advise you not to act rashly. Lin Fan dared not admit. You're overthinking. I was just reading something funny. Zheng Laosi pouted, looking like he didn't believe her at all. Lin Fan didn't care about him. Did you finish all the food you packed for lunch? No, I hid some to eat slowly. He looked around but didn't see where the food was. Don't keep it for too long, or it will go bad.
You don't want to get a stomach ache.
Got it.
I'm not a kid. Zheng Nanping and his wife came out of the room.
Dad, Mom are back.
Zheng Sanga said, Dad, I'm back today. Zheng Laosi and his wife also said, Dad, Mom are back. Zhou Jia was eating a piece of peach pastry her grandma Zheng put on the table for Zheng Dad. She looked up with the pastry still in her mouth and said, Dad, Mom. Zheng Nanping nodded and asked, Is your work going well lately? Zheng Dege replied, Everything's fine. Tomorrow, your second uncle Sun Yu Huan will come by train. He might arrive the day after tomorrow. He'll stay here for a few days. If anyone is free, go to the train station to pick him up. The three brothers looked at each other. Finally, Zheng Yujie said, I'll ask for leave to go pick him up. What time will he arrive? Zheng Nanping thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow. Rui Chuan will send her on the train, and then call us. Your second uncle said he's here to take care of the old man whose health has worsened. Don't let anything slip. Sister-in-law Zheng and Lin Fan exchanged a look. There's a story behind this. Using the old man's health as an excuse? Then Grandma Zheng politely explained more about Zheng Yuhuan's wish to go to the countryside. Of course, she didn't say she was like a fool, just eager to go because she was overwhelmed. Xiao Fan, when you're at home, please try to comfort her more and see if you can change her mind. Lin Fan pointed to himself, making sure she was talking about him. He thought, why is she targeting me? I don't even know what kind of person she is, or if she's easy to get along with. No matter how much you advise, a naive girl like her probably needs to experience farm work firsthand to understand how fun planting crops can be. Just talking about it isn't enough. Many rebellious young boys and girls in later generations lacked the harsh lessons of society. It's because they haven't been toughened up by life. Zhou Jie said, I think Yuhuan just has too easy a life. Everyone else is working hard to get into the city, but she wants to go to the countryside. I think she should go and see if she'll regret it. Lin Fan asked, Have you considered finding a place where she can work like a real educated youth for a few days? I think once she experiences it herself, she won't need anyone to persuade her. The Zheng family looked at Lin Fan. He had to muster his courage and say, I heard a story before. There was a boy who strongly insisted on going to the countryside to serve the country, despite his family's objections. His family arranged for him to stay with a relative in a rural area for 2 months, living and working with the local educated youth, just like them. If he could stick with it for 2 months, his family wouldn't oppose his decisions anymore. Everyone could imagine how hard it was for that young man to endure such hardship. Zhou Jie listened eagerly, then asked, So, what happened in the end? Tell us. Lin Fan thought, isn't it obvious? Isn't that clear? But since she asked, he had to make up a story. I heard that the food among the educated youth was very scarce. To eat enough, they had to earn work points. They were city kids with delicate skin and tender flesh, not suited for farm work. In the city, few people have cooked or done laundry, let alone in the countryside where they lack clothes and food. They ate worse than pig feed every day. Doing laundry, cooking, fetching water, chopping wood, everyone, regardless of gender, had to do all the chores. Everyone already knows what happened later, so I won't say more. Grandpa Zheng said, Yes, talking more won't help. Let her experience it herself. Tomorrow, wife, call the second son and talk to him. Grandma Zheng said, I always thought Xiao Fan would find a way. Okay, she's coming. First, comfort her. If that doesn't work, then use this method. During dinner, Lin Fan wasn't hungry at all. He mostly gave his food to Zheng Yujie. Zheng Yujie ate several pieces of pie and drank a lot of water, but wasn't very hungry either. Only the fourth brother didn't go for seconds. Dad Zheng asked him, Are you eating less now? Lin Fan almost laughed out loud. Zheng Yujie said, No, I ate outside at noon. I packed the leftovers in a lunchbox and ate them after work. Everyone else didn't say anything. Everyone has their times to indulge. Zhou Jie felt a bit unfair. The fourth brother's family often goes out to eat fancy food, but they never buy anything for the whole family. Selfish and greedy, and the elders in the Zheng family don't seem to care. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while, then went their own ways. Just as Zheng Yujie was about to take Lin Fan upstairs, Dad Zheng called him. Fourth brother, you and your wife come with me to the study. He went into the study alone. Zheng Yujie looked at Lin Fan and followed him inside. Lin Fan thought, what needed to come still came.
Sit down.
You know why I called you here, right? The couple found a stool and sat opposite Dad Zheng, silent, waiting for him to speak. Today, the higher-ups approached him and told him that old Ji had reported to the authorities about wanting Lin Fan to join the research institute. What do you think? And fourth brother's wife, what exactly have you done? What skills do you have? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Her father-in-law was still her protector in this world. Even if she didn't say anything, he would surely find out. It's better to explain everything clearly herself. So she told him about helping the Military Research Institute with data modifications and also about meeting old Ji that day, exactly as it happened. Zheng Yujie was surprised to hear this. He never imagined that his wife, who slept in the same bed as him every day, had such abilities. No wonder she wanted a courtyard house right away. She was so confident because she was truly highly educated. She was completely different from their rough, simple folk. He had thought today's events were just a coincidence. But really, where do so many coincidences come from in this world? Zheng Nanping did not expect that his young daughter-in-law, who seemed modest and unassuming, was actually very talented. Perhaps this is what people mean when they say that true experts are often hidden among ordinary folks. Zheng Nanping asked, "Are you interested in research?" Lin Fan calmly replied, "No, I have no interest at all. Honestly, I don't understand those kinds of studies, whether you believe it or not. I just pay attention to some data. I used to read books on this subject. Sometimes I can combine what I learn from those books with my own ideas. But I can't guarantee everything I say is correct. Where did you see those books? And where are they now?" Lin Fan thought. Finally someone asked. It was her father-in-law. This was the last straw. "I found them at the scrapyard. I picked them up to pass the time. After reading, I thought they were useless, so I burned them as waste paper." Hearing this, both men took a deep breath. Burning such valuable books. How could she do that? It was a huge loss for the country. Did she realize what that meant? Zheng Nanping truly puts the country first. He touched his chest with a pained expression. "Why didn't you keep them?" Lin Fan rolled her eyes and thought, keeping them would only make me more vulnerable. Not only does she not have them anymore, but she also dares not show them. She keeps them hidden. I heard that people who had those books before are either dead or exiled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up at the scrap yard for me to find. I only glanced at them while passing time. After reading, I wouldn't dare keep them. The father and son exchanged a look. Yes, that was how things were in this era. Many people lost their lives because of such matters. Her way of handling the books was correct, but it still hurt him deeply. He couldn't help feeling heartbroken. After a while, he calmed down and asked, "What are your plans now?" Lin Fan thought to herself, "I have no plans. I just want to relax and enjoy my retirement with endless money and delicious food. I think my current life is good. I don't want to change anything." Zhang Yujie thought to himself, "She's just a lazy woman. If she wants good food, she needs to get it quickly. Once she's full, she can sleep peacefully." His father still hopes she will do something meaningful. How difficult that is. What if Ji Lao and the others really ask you for help? Lin Fan considered that her laboratory might have been established to help the country's development. The books there are more advanced than those in this world. It's not wrong for me to contribute to the country in my own way. Helping is fine, but it has to be according to my ideas. I don't like working nonstop like those crazy people. Dad, you know I'm pregnant now and can't handle too much intense work. I can help them for 2 to 4 hours a day, 3 or 4 days a week. Sometimes I need to use books from my own space. If someone accidentally finds out, I might have to be taken away for inspection. Also, I can't have my freedom restricted. Sometimes I overthink and need to stop working immediately to rest. The father and son heard her make one unreasonable request after another. Their faces kept changing like a color palette. Lu Nanping knew even better than old Forjung that those confidential files are not allowed to be taken home by anyone, and definitely not outside the supervision of the security personnel. If anyone gets access to these files, they must be quarantined for a short time. With the old Four family, working only 3 or 4 days a week and not wanting to work on others is not serious work. But seeing her expression, she wouldn't change her mind easily. This was something he couldn't decide himself. He could only report it. Old G's data. Are you sure you understand it all? Lin Fan didn't want others to know she had such abilities. Otherwise, maybe someday someone would monitor her 24 hours a day. The saying the capable work more didn't appeal to her at all. What if she accidentally overworked herself to death? I don't understand everything, but I can interpret some of his data correctly. Old Four Zheng was even more stunned. His wife could stand up to the country. That made his usual scolding seem trivial. Today, he was completely crushed. No wonder his grandma often told him he was lucky to marry her. He used to think it was nothing special, but now he thought he was lucky too. Oh no. Can he still stand tall as a husband in the future? As an elder, Lu Nanping wanted to tell her that her ideas and actions were wrong, but as a negotiator, he couldn't force his daughter-in-law's wishes. Everyone has different types of work, and he's seen all kinds of people with various jobs. Okay, do you have any other conditions? I can pass them on to the higher-ups. Lin Fan thought for a moment, but didn't ask for too much. However, not mentioning anything wasn't her style. Dad, I just like houses and money. Of course, I don't mind gold either. Don't think that my short working hours mean my efforts are not valuable. Time doesn't really matter. The most important thing is the results I bring to the country. So, Dad, you should fight harder for the best benefits for me and Fourth. Dad, Fourth says we shouldn't let our children fall behind at the start, so you, me, and the child in my belly are all in the same team. Zheng Fourth wanted to say, when did I ever say that? And just used me as a shield. He glanced at Lin Fan, who looked at him with a warning look, as if saying, if you dare to say no, you won't be going to bed tonight. He obediently shut his mouth again. Zheng Nanping once again challenged his views. He felt like he could never say the right thing. If everything Fourth's family claimed to achieve was true, then even more unreasonable conditions would be accepted by the country. All right, go back now. I will honestly report everything. Zheng Nanping sat alone in the study for a long time, thinking through everything he knew about Lin Fan. But in the end, he couldn't figure it out. Until Zheng's mother came in and asked, Old Zheng, why are you still here? Do you have work to do? Oh my, how many cigarettes have you smoked? Do you want to burn down the study? Zheng Dad realized he had smoked a whole pack without noticing. Seeing his wife's worried look, he felt a bit guilty. It's nothing, just suddenly remembered some things and lost track of time. Zheng's mother, who already disliked Fourth's family, saw her husband call them in and asked, did Fourth and his wife cause some trouble? Zheng Nanping looked at his wife and said, no, don't be so strict with Fourth's family in the future. Just turn a blind eye sometimes. What do you mean? As a mother-in-law, I shouldn't care about her? Has she complained to you about me? She said this with a clenched jaw, looking ready to argue with Fourth's family. Zheng Nanping quickly stopped her. You misunderstood. She hasn't said anything. What I mean is, her talent has caught the attention of the higher-ups. Sometimes she focuses on her work. Don't be too possessive. There are some things you shouldn't ask about. Having been married to Zheng Nanping for over 20 years, she understood what he meant. What she couldn't understand was how Fourth's daughter-in-law caught the eye of the higher-ups, while her own son hadn't been noticed yet. It's just not fair. Now her son only listens to his wife. If that woman manages to influence him again, will her son have a good life in the future? Enough, let's go back to the room and rest. I've prepared the bathwater for you. Go take a shower first. Zheng Nanping nodded and headed toward the bathroom. After Lin Fan and Zheng Laosi returned to the room, Zheng Laosi looked at her steadily. After a while, he asked, wife, you're so amazing. If there hadn't been that accident with the child, would you still choose me? Lin Fan rolled her eyes at him, looking at him as if he were a fool. Do you think I would have known you if that accident hadn't happened? After saying this, Zhang Yujie felt even worse. Even if there was an accident, if I didn't have this baby, I wouldn't choose you. So, he should be thankful for this unborn child for having such a good wife. Is that right? I really can't take this seriously anymore. It's so discouraging, it makes him feel completely drained inside. Alright, stop thinking about these useless things. Hurry up and boil some water for my bath. I want to sleep. Zhang Yujie reluctantly got up to boil water for her. What should he do? He used to think that earning more money would make her be loyal to him. Now it seems they are not on the same page. Feeling down, he returned to the room with no energy at all. Lin Fan was somewhat satisfied with him for now, so she said, "Don't think too much. You have many good qualities. Look, you can buy me many old items I like. At least you're the father of my child, right? Can money buy that? Is there such a harsh way to comfort someone? Why is he so unlucky? Yeah, what was he even thinking? No matter how excellent she is, she's still his wife. As long as he treats her well, she won't leave him, right?" This thought suddenly made him feel better, and he became full of energy again. Holding his delicate wife to sleep every night is his special benefit, something only he has. Uncle Zheng's family, Rui Chuan, have you bought the train tickets? Is the person watching your sister on the way arranged? Mom, you've asked several times. Everything's arranged. Mom, don't worry so much about your sister. She's grown up and has to take responsibility for her actions. Uncle Zheng quickly stepped forward.
What are you talking about?
That's your own sister. We have to treat her well. Fine, if you think it's okay. I was wrong. I won't say anything more, all right? The next morning, before dawn, Zheng Ruichuan sent Zheng Yuhuan off on the train to Beijing, and he also asked a friend to introduce a train attendant to help watch over her. He was worried someone might sell her on the train without her knowing. Don't talk to strangers and don't eat anything they give you, he warned. Yuhuan had heard this so many times, she was tired of it. Her parents kept reminding her at home, and now her older brother was also warning her. All right, I get it. As soon as I get on the train, I'll just sleep, she replied. Early the next morning, Zheng family members finished breakfast and went about their own tasks. They also received a call from Uncle Zheng. Mom, Yuhuan is on the train now, and she'll arrive tomorrow. Please find someone to pick her up. She has quite a few things. Grandma Zheng assured him, the family has already arranged for Yu Jia to pick her up. You can rest assured. Second brother, we also discussed a plan yesterday. If Yuhuan really can't turn back in the end, don't feel sad. Just let her go to the countryside for 2 months to toughen up. Thinking it over, Nanchang felt that his mother's idea wasn't bad. Suffering for 2 months was better than suffering for a lifetime. Okay, Qingman and I will listen to you and Dad. Take care of yourselves. Today, Lin Fan was also returning to her mother's house to bring back the underwear and lingerie her mother made, and she planned to look for more sales channels.